The Middle Ages was an era defined by cold stone walls, endless dark forests, and an unforgiving system of law and order. Away from the flickering warmth of the castle hearths and the heavily guarded gates of the stone cities, the wilderness was a vast, untamed frontier. It was a time when justice was swift and often brutal, yet the thick woods and misty oceans provided a perfect sanctuary for those who chose to live entirely outside the boundaries of society. Tonight, as the embers fade and the world quiets down, we will take a slow, atmospheric journey into the lives of the most notorious outlaws, rogues, and criminals who haunted the medieval world. We will look beyond the violent myths and focus on the quiet, methodical, and often mundane realities of their lives in the shadows. Our journey begins in the late 12th century, along the cold, fog-drenched shores of the English Channel. Here, the name Eustace the monk struck a peculiar sense of dread and fascination into the hearts of merchants and sailors alike. Born around 1170 in the county of Boulogne, Eustace began his life not with a sword, but with parchment and ink. He was a nobleman who entered a monastery, spending his early years in the quiet, monotonous routine of monastic life, surrounded by ancient manuscripts and chanting choirs. However, after the sudden murder of his father, Eustace abandoned his vows, leaving the quiet cloister for the chaotic and muddy world of medieval vengeance. When his quest for justice within the legal system failed, Eustace turned to the sea, embracing a life of piracy and rebellion. He became a master of disguise and deception, living a nomadic existence upon the gray, choppy waters between England and France. For years, the slow, rhythmic creaking of wooden ships and the salty breeze of the ocean became his only home. He offered his services as a mercenary to King John of England, commanding a massive fleet that slowly and methodically captured French vessels, seizing their cargo of wine, grain, and textiles. Eustace was not a mere brute. He was known for his sharp intellect and a legendary reputation for employing dark magic, a rumor he likely encouraged to keep his enemies at bay. He would hide his stolen ships in the thick coastal fogs, waiting patiently in the damp, freezing mist for hours before striking. His life was one of constant, wearying movement, sailing back and forth across the gloomy channel, shifting his allegiances to the French king when it suited his survival. His long career as the most feared pirate of the medieval waters eventually came to a quiet end during the Battle of Sandwich in 1217, leaving behind a legacy woven into the folklore of the sea. Moving inland, away from the crashing waves and into the deep, ancient forests of 14th century England, we find a different kind of criminal enterprise. The dense woods of Leicestershire, filled with giant oak trees and an eternal carpet of damp leaves, were home to the Fallville gang. Unlike the solitary Eustace, this was a family affair, led by Eustace Fallville and his brothers. They were not desperate, starving peasants, but rather disgruntled members of the gentry, knights and landowners who had grown frustrated with the corrupt local governance and the chaotic political climate of the 1320s. The Fallvilles operated with a slow, calculating patience that made them incredibly dangerous. They spent weeks hiding in the cold, dense underbrush of the English countryside, observing the movements of their targets. Their crimes were not acts of random chaos, but highly organized operations. They famously assassinated a corrupt baron of the Exchequer, and later, in a meticulously planned ambush, they kidnapped another powerful judge, Richard de Willoughby. For the Fallvilles, the life of a medieval outlaw was mostly a test of endurance. It meant surviving the freezing rains of the English autumn, sleeping on damp earth, and quietly rationing stolen supplies while the king's sheriffs scoured the countryside. Yet, among the common folk, they were sometimes viewed quietly as vigilantes who dared to strike back against a legal system that heavily favored the rich and powerful. They were the real-world reflection of the Robin Hood legends, though their reality was far more tedious, filled with long hours of waiting in the dark, cold woods, listening to the wind howl through the branches, constantly looking over their shoulders. As we travel further north, to the bitter, freezing waters of the Baltic Sea in the late 14th century, we encounter the infamous Victual brothers, led by the legendary pirate Klaus Stortbeker. The Victual brothers originally began as legitimate privateers, hired to supply food and provisions to the besieged city of Stockholm. Their ships would slowly navigate through the treacherous, ice-choked waters of the north, carrying vital grain and salted meat. However, when the political wars ended, Stortbeker and his men found themselves without employment. Unwilling to return to the quiet life of ordinary sailors, they turned to full-time piracy. They established their strongholds on the secluded, windswept islands of the Baltic, turning the region into their personal domain. Their motto was simple and grim: God's friends and the whole world's enemies. Stortbeker's life was defined by the harsh elements. The Baltic Sea in winter is a place of absolute stillness, where the fog freezes onto the wooden masts of ships, and the sky is a permanent shade of heavy slate gray. His men would spend months enduring these freezing conditions, slowly hunting merchant vessels of the Hanseatic League that were heavily laden with wax, fur, and timber. Stortbeker himself was a man of immense physical stature, famous for his ability to drink an entire huge beaker of beer in a single swallow, a legend that earned him his very name. 4 years, the Vittel brothers controlled the northern trade routes, creating an atmospheric world of silent ships gliding through icy mists. Eventually, the powerful merchants of Hamburg funded a massive fleet to hunt them down. Stortbeker was captured after a long, exhausting sea battle and brought to the cobblestone streets of Hamburg to face his end. Legend says that even in his final moments, he struck a deal with the executioner to save the lives of his crew members, cementing his status as one of the most enduring, mythical figures of medieval crime. These figures, the monk who took to the sea, the knights who vanished into the forest, and the pirate who ruled the ice, represent the quiet, persistent rebellion of the Middle Ages. Their lives were not just moments of infamy, but long drawn-out stories of survival against the vast, unforgiving landscapes of a forgotten world. Moving away from the freezing seas and stepping onto the soft, waterlogged soil of the English fenlands, we find a landscape that is both desolate and deeply quiet. In the 11th century, these marshes were a vast, seemingly endless labyrinth of slow-moving black water, thick reeds, and perpetual mist. It was here that Hereward the Wake, an Anglo-Saxon nobleman turned fugitive, made his quiet stand against the encroaching Norman conquerors. Following the Norman conquest of 1066, Hereward was stripped of his ancestral lands. Instead of submitting, he vanished into the dense, foggy swamps of the Isle of Ely. The life of a Fenland outlaw was one of profound stillness. 4 months on end, Hereward and his small band of followers lived a damp, solitary existence. They navigated the shallow waters in small, silent wooden punts, moving like ghosts through the thick morning fog. Their rebellion was not characterized by massive, chaotic battles, but by a slow, grueling war of attrition. They would sit quietly for hours in the freezing mud, listening to the gentle rustle of the reeds and the distant calls of marsh birds, waiting for Norman patrols to stumble into their watery domain. Hereward's survival depended entirely on his patience and his intimate knowledge of the treacherous, sinking mudflats. The fenlands provided a natural, impenetrable fortress, but it was a cold, harsh home, defined by the endless gray skies and the monotonous sound of water lapping against wooden boats. In a later era, during the 14th century, the rugged, windswept terrain of the Peak District in Derbyshire became the territory of another infamous group, the Cotterell Gang. Much like the Fallvilles we spoke of earlier, the Cotterells were not desperate outcasts but relatively wealthy individuals who used the chaotic political landscape of the 1320s to establish a highly organized criminal enterprise. James Cotterell and his brothers essentially ran a medieval protection racket, extorting money from local abbeys and wealthy landowners. But their day-to-day existence was far from glamorous. The Peak District is a landscape of stark, rolling moors, deep limestone valleys, and unpredictable, biting winds. The Cotterell gang spent their days hiding out in remote caves and heavily wooded ravines, enduring the damp chill of the English weather. They operated with a quiet, administrative efficiency, keeping detailed records of their extortions and moving slowly across the moors to avoid the king's justices. The medieval outlaws of the Peak District lived a life of constant, slow-burning tension. They spent their evenings huddled around small, smokeless fires deep within the caves, listening to the rain beat relentlessly against the rocks outside. Their crimes were committed mostly through intimidation rather than outright violence, relying on the quiet, lingering threat of their presence in the dark, empty spaces between the isolated villages. It was a tedious, watchful existence, waiting out the heavy storms and avoiding the muddy roads until the time was right to quietly collect their dues. Even in the bustling, deeply shadowed streets of medieval Paris, crime was often a slow, methodical trade rather than a sudden act of chaos. In the mid-15th century, the poet François Villon became almost as famous for his criminal exploits as he was for his verses. Villon was a scholar and a master of words, but he was also associated with the Coquelids, a notorious underworld syndicate that operated in the quiet taverns and back alleys of France. Unlike the forest outlaws, Villon's world was one of cramped, smoky rooms, flickering candlelight, and hushed conversations in the dead of night. His crimes were acts of careful burglary and quiet deception. In the winter of 1456, he and his accomplices meticulously planned the robbery of the College of Navarre. They spent hours quietly picking the intricate locks of a heavy strongbox in the dark, moving slowly and breathing softly while the rest of the city slept deeply under a heavy blanket of snow. Villon's life became a cycle of long, idle days hiding in dimly lit rooms, listening to the rain fall on the cobblestones, followed by tense, quiet nights moving through the silent streets. He was repeatedly banished, forced to wander the freezing, desolate country roads of France. He became a solitary figure walking slowly through the endless medieval winter, enduring the monotonous rhythm of putting one foot in front of the other on the long, empty roads, carrying nothing but the heavy, lingering burden of his outlaw life. Leaving the paved, winding alleys of Paris behind, we travel eastward into the deep, ancient pine forests of 14th-century Franconia, a region heavily shaded by the imposing canopy of the German wilderness. Here, the legendary robber baron Eppeline von Galingen carved out a slow, methodical existence among the damp, moss-covered stones of ruined keeps. Eppeline was a knight who turned to highway robbery, preying on the heavy, slow-moving merchant wagons that traveled along the muddy trade routes connecting wealthy cities like Nuremberg. The life of a German robber was deeply intertwined with the grueling pace of medieval travel. His days were spent in absolute stillness, waiting for hours in the freezing autumn rain, his dark cloak blending into the shadows of the massive, dripping pines. He would watch as the heavily laden carts, their wooden wheels sinking deep into the thick, gray mud, crept along the desolate forest paths. There was no glory in the endless waiting, only the sound of water dripping from the branches and the distant, rhythmic creaking of timber and iron. When Eppeline and his men finally descended onto the road, the robberies were often swift, quiet affairs, relying on the sheer intimidation of armored men emerging silently from the fog. Afterward, they would retreat slowly back into the labyrinth of the dark forest, leading stolen horses through the dense, wet undergrowth, their lives a continuous cycle of damp, cold, long silences, and the heavy scent of pine and wet earth. Further north, across the turbulent sea and into the remote, windswept glens of the Scottish Highlands, a different breed of outlaw navigated the desolate landscapes. The Caterans were bands of Highland marauders who specialized in the arduous, slow-paced crime of cattle rustling. Operating in the 14th and 15th centuries, these men lived entirely off the unforgiving land, moving like shadows through the deep, rolling mist that blanketed the moors. Their criminal enterprises required an immense amount of physical endurance and a profound tolerance for the bitter, biting cold of the Highland nights. A raid meant walking for days across treacherous, boggy terrain, their boots soaked with icy water, moving in complete silence under the pale light of the moon. Once a herd of shaggy Highland cattle was taken, the journey back was an exercise in extreme patience. The outlaws had to slowly guide the massive, stubborn animals through narrow, hidden mountain passes, listening to the monotonous squelching of hooves in the mud and the gentle, distant roaring of swollen rivers. The Caterans did not sleep in warm beds. They huddled together in hidden caves or beneath rocky overhangs, wrapping themselves in thick, damp wool, watching the slow crawl of the stars across a heavy, clouded sky. Their lives were dictated not by the laws of men, but by the slow, turning seasons and the relentless, freezing winds of the mountains. Down in the deep valleys of the Italian peninsula, the dense, mountainous terrain of the Apennines provided a similar refuge for bands of highwaymen known as masnadieri. In the chaotic years of the 13th century, when the city-states were constantly distracted by internal politics, these solitary bandits claimed the forgotten, crumbling remnants of old Roman roads. Their existence was perhaps the loneliest of all medieval outlaws. They lived among the crumbling stone arches and forgotten ruins that dotted the countryside, places reclaimed by creeping vines and thick, thorny briars. A highwayman in the Apennines might spend weeks without speaking to another soul, sitting quietly in the shade of a ruined aqueduct, listening to the hum of cicadas in the heavy, oppressive heat of the Italian summer, or shivering through the damp, bone-chilling winters. They watched the slow, crawling progress of pilgrims and solitary merchants navigating the steep, rocky paths. Their survival depended on blending perfectly into the quiet decay of the landscape. They ate meager rations of dried figs and hard bread, staring out across the vast empty valleys, their days blurring together in a slow, monotonous stretch of time. The reality of their outlaw life was a far cry from the romanticized tales of rebellion. It was simply a test of solitary endurance, a quiet, forgotten existence spent waiting in the shadows of history while the rest of the medieval world slowly marched on. Returning to the desolate northern edges of Britain, we find the harsh, unforgiving landscape of the Anglo-Scottish border. Long before the peak of the notorious Reaver era, this borderland was a chaotic, shifting frontier, defined by rolling, treeless hills and deep, treacherous peat bogs. The early border outlaws were men who belonged neither to England nor Scotland, existing instead in a state of perpetual, slow-moving survival in the spaces between kingdoms. Their lives were dictated by the long, dark nights of the northern winter. A raid across the border was not a glamorous cavalry charge, but a tedious, exhausting crawl through the freezing rain. They would ride their sturdy, shaggy ponies at a painfully slow walk, carefully navigating the sinking bogs in absolute silence. The only sounds were the soft, rhythmic squelch of hooves pulling from the mud and the low, constant howl of the wind rushing over the wet heather. When they stole sheep or cattle, they had to drive the bewildered animals back across the hills at an agonizingly slow pace, spending sleepless nights wrapped in wet wool, staring into the dark, watching for the faint, distant glow of pursuing torches. It was a life of heavy, damp clothing, constant physical exhaustion, and the quiet, stoic endurance of the bitter cold. Across the Channel, in the aftermath of the early campaigns of the Hundred Years' War, the French countryside was plagued by roaming bands of unemployed mercenaries known as the routiers, or the free companies. When the official wars paused and the treaties were temporarily signed, these professional soldiers were left without a lord, a king, or a cause. Instead of returning to the quiet, grueling lives of peasant farmers, they became massive, slowly migrating bands of organized bandits. But their daily existence was often marked by profound boredom and a heavy, lingering stillness. They would capture a remote, crumbling stone fortress and simply wait. 4 months on end, they would occupy these drafty, echoing halls, watching the heavy winter snows bury the surrounding valleys. The mercenaries spent their days staring out of narrow, freezing arrow slits, listening to the wind howl through the empty, ruined courtyards. The slow, monotonous routine of guard duty, the repetitive mending of rusted chainmail in the dim firelight, and the quiet rationing of stolen grain defined their outlaw existence. The grand romance of the rogue mercenary quickly faded into the dull reality of surviving the long, freezing months locked behind ancient stone walls, existing in a state of perpetual, uneasy waiting. Even within the sprawling, crowded cities of the medieval world, the life of a criminal was largely a practice of extreme patience and deep, creeping shadows. In the winding, labyrinthine alleys of 14th century Venice or London, the urban outlaw, the cutpurse, the burglar, or the footpad, lived a life dictated entirely by the setting of the sun. Long before the invention of street lamps, medieval cities fell into an oppressive, absolute darkness the moment the sun dipped below the horizon. The city watchmen carried dim, flickering lanterns, creating small, slowly moving islands of light in an otherwise black ocean of stone, mud, and timber. The urban thief spent his life standing perfectly still in the freezing, damp alleyways, blending seamlessly into the soot-stained brickwork. He would wait for hours in the heavy, foul-smelling fog that rolled off the sluggish rivers and stagnant canals. His existence was one of profound quiet, listening intently for the slow, distant footsteps of a solitary traveler making his way home through the mud. The cold dampness of the city would seep deep into his bones as he remained motionless, breathing softly, listening to the water lap against the canal walls or the rain drip slowly from the overhanging wooden roofs. It was a lonely, nerve-wracking profession, consisting of endless hours of hiding in the dark, dirty corners of the sleeping city, simply waiting for the slow, heavy wheels of time to bring a single opportunity through the thick night fog. Further south, in the arid, sun-baked expanses of the Iberian Peninsula, the rugged Sierras offered a vast, empty canvas for those fleeing the rigid laws of the medieval kingdoms. Here, bands of outlaws known as bandoleros sought refuge in the deep, winding gorges and high mountain passes. Unlike the freezing bogs of the north, the Spanish mountains presented a different kind of extreme survival. The days were long, slow, and punishingly hot, the sun beating down mercilessly on the dry, cracked earth. The bandoleros spent their afternoons hiding in the deep, cool shade of ancient cave systems, listening to the monotonous hum of insects in the scrub brush. They watched the dusty, winding roads below, waiting for the slow approach of a merchant caravan moving heavily under the heat. The air in the Sierras was completely still, thick with the scent of wild thyme and dry pine. Water was a constant, nagging worry, and their survival depended on knowing the hidden, trickling springs tucked away in the rocky ravines. When night finally fell, bringing a sudden, biting chill to the mountains, they would move slowly and carefully along the treacherous cliff edges, their lives a constant, quiet balance between the burning sun of the day and the freezing shadows of the night. Their existence was a slow burn of endurance, completely isolated from the busy plazas and towering cathedrals of the cities, living out their days in the quiet, dusty expanse of the medieval frontier. Shifting our gaze far to the east, to the immense, sprawling network of rivers that cut through the frozen heart of medieval Rus, we encounter the Ushkiniks. These were not common thieves, but organized bands of river pirates and mercenaries from the northern city of Novgorod. They navigated the slow, dark waters of the Volga and the Kama in small, shallow-draft wooden boats called ushkwi. The life of a northern river pirate was a masterclass in enduring the extreme cold and the profound emptiness of the landscape. 4 weeks on end, they drifted slowly down the wide, silent rivers, surrounded on both sides by endless, impenetrable taiga forests. The scenery was a monotonous, unbroken sea of dark green pines and pale silver birches, often blanketed in a thick, freezing fog that rolled directly off the icy water. They rowed with a slow, hypnotic rhythm, their heavy wooden oars slipping quietly into the black water, leaving barely a ripple in the stillness of the early morning. During the brutal winter months, when the rivers froze solid into massive, immovable sheets of jagged white ice, they retreated to hidden, rudimentary wooden cabins deep in the snowy woods. There they spent the short, dark days wrapped in heavy, damp furs, sitting in total silence around small, smoking hearths. They would listen to the sharp, cracking sounds of the frozen trees and the low, constant howling of the Russian winter wind. It was an existence defined entirely by the slow, relentless flow of the river and the oppressive, isolating silence of the vast northern wilderness. On the furthest western fringes of the medieval world, along the jagged, wind-battered coastline of Ireland, the outlaws of the sea sought refuge in a landscape defined entirely by stark rock and churning water. Long before the famous pirate queens of later eras, these early maritime rogues hid their small, pitch-coated boats in the deep, echoing sea caves that dotted the rugged cliffs of Connaught and Munster. The life of a coastal outlaw was intrinsically tied to the slow, predictable, and monotonous rhythm of the tides. They spent their days waiting in the damp, absolute darkness of the caves, surrounded by the heavy, pungent smell of decaying kelp, salt, and wet stone. The soundscape of their lives was dominated by the relentless, hypnotic crashing of the Atlantic waves against the cavern walls, a deep, booming resonance that slowly drowned out all other thought and noise. They survived on a meager, repetitive diet of salted fish and foraged seabird eggs, staring out through the cave mouths at the endless, gray expanse of the ocean. Their occasional raids on passing merchant cogs were brief, but the waiting was an eternity. They would sit for hours in the freezing, blowing rain, shivering in their damp, coarse woolen cloaks, watching the horizon slowly lighten with the dawn and darken with the dusk. They were completely isolated from the green, rolling hills of the mainland, living solely on the cold, wet edge of the deep sea, their days blending together in a continuous cycle of dampness and waiting. High above the sprawling, muddy plains of Europe, the towering, snow-capped peaks of the Alps provided another forbidding, silent sanctuary for those on the run from medieval justice. The mountain passes, vital for the slow trickle of trade between Italy and the northern kingdoms, were treacherous, narrow, and often completely impassable during the long, brutal winter months. The bandits who claimed these heights were a hardened, solitary breed who built crude stone shelters in the highest, most inaccessible cracks, places where the air grew thin, still, and painfully cold. A mountain outlaw's life was an exercise in extreme patience and quiet, physical resilience. They spent their days perched on icy, narrow ledges, completely motionless, their heavy woolen cloaks dusted with fresh snow, watching the tiny, slow-moving caravans of merchants far below in the deep valleys. The silence of the high Alps was absolute, broken only by the occasional distant rumble of a shifting glacier or the sharp, lonely cry of a mountain bird. They endured heavy snowstorms that lasted for days, huddled in the pitch black of their tiny stone huts, listening to the wind shriek and moan through the narrow mountain passes. When they finally moved to intercept a heavily laden pack mule, it was a slow, agonizing, and exhausting descent through waist-deep snow and over hidden crevasses. Their survival was a quiet, daily struggle against the sheer, overwhelming scale of the mountains, living a life suspended in the freezing fog between the heavy, gray clouds and the jagged, icy rocks, entirely forgotten by the warm, bustling cities slowly turning the wheels of time far below. Moving away from the sharp, vertical drops of the mountains, we descend into the flat, seemingly endless expanse of the Low Countries. In the late Middle Ages, the borders between Flanders, Brabant, and the sprawling peat bogs were a haven for smugglers and local outlaws who used the intricate, confusing network of slow-moving canals to their advantage. Here, the land was completely flat, melting seamlessly into the heavy, gray skies. The life of a swamp outlaw was defined by the constant, inescapable presence of dampness. They spent their days poling small flat-bottomed wooden barges through shallow, muddy waters, the only sound being the soft, rhythmic splash of the wooden pole hitting the black mud and the rustling of the tall, dying reeds. The air smelled perpetually of wet earth and slow-burning peat. There were no dramatic ambushes here, only the tedious, slow-paced movement of contraband, untaxed wool or grain, hidden under piles of damp straw. They would hide for days in small, low-roofed huts made entirely of mud and thatched reeds, sitting perfectly still as the endless, fine drizzle of the northern coast fell softly on the water outside. It was a monotonous, quiet existence, blending into the fog, moving slowly under the cover of the heavy, overcast sky, their lives dictated entirely by the sluggish flow of the dark, muddy water. Traveling deeper into the heart of Eastern Europe, we entered the vast, ancient and deeply shadowed forests of Bohemia and the Carpathian Basin. This was a wilderness of an entirely different scale, an overwhelming ocean of black pines and towering oaks that swallowed the weak sunlight. The brigands who haunted these deep woods lived a life of extreme isolation, completely cut off from the small fortified towns that dotted the valleys. During the long, brutal winters, the snow would pile up in massive, silent drifts, turning the forest into a perfectly still, white tomb. The outlaws would seek shelter in the abandoned, half-rotted huts of charcoal burners, deep in the most inaccessible ravines. Their days were spent in a slow, almost suspended state of waiting. They sat around small, heavily smoking fires that barely produced any heat, their faces blackened by the soot, listening to the sharp, terrifying crack of heavy branches snapping under the weight of the snow. Food was scarce, heavily rationed, consisting only of rock-hard bread and salted pork. The waiting was endless. They would stand watch in the freezing cold for hours, leaning motionless against the thick, rough bark of ancient trees, watching the narrow, snow-choked passes for the rare, slow-moving caravan of a salt merchant. The deep forest was not a place of grand adventure, but a heavy, quiet, and exhausting test of human endurance against the profound, terrifying silence of the winter woods. Beneath the ancient, crumbling cities of the medieval world, there existed another, completely hidden realm of shadows. In places like Naples, or beneath the sprawling streets of early Paris, vast networks of ancient Roman catacombs and forgotten stone quarries stretched out into the absolute dark. For the most desperate outlaws, those who could no longer risk stepping into the pale light of day, these underground labyrinths became a permanent, silent tomb. To live underground was to experience a profound, disorienting sensory deprivation. There was no sun to mark the passing of the hours, no wind, no changing of the seasons. The only light came from the rare, sputtering flame of a stolen tallow candle, casting long, distorted, slowly shifting shadows against the wet, porous rock. The air was heavy, stale, and completely still, smelling of damp limestone and ancient dust. The subterranean outlaw spent his days sitting in the absolute, crushing darkness, navigating the endless tunnels by running calloused hands along the cold, wet stone walls. The silence was absolute, broken only by the steady, maddeningly slow rhythm of a single drop of water falling from the ceiling into a stagnant, black pool somewhere deep in the cavern. It was a life of complete sensory isolation, waiting in the cold, damp belly of the earth, listening intently to the muffled, distant vibrations of the busy city moving slowly, completely unaware, directly above their heads. Finally, we journey far to the southeast, to the arid, sun-scorched fringes of the Crusader states in the Levant. Here, outlaws, deserters, and exiled knights found themselves cast out into the vast, empty expanse of the desert. The landscape was a staggering contrast to the deep, wet forests of Europe. The desert was a place of extreme, silent conditions. During the day, the heat was a physical, oppressive weight, the sun turning the pale, rocky ground into a blinding, shimmering mirror. The outlaws would spend the long, agonizingly slow hours of daylight hiding in the deep, purple shadows of narrow, dry canyons, or huddled beneath the inadequate shade of a solitary, twisted acacia tree. They did not move, conserving every drop of sweat, listening to the dry wind hiss through the coarse sand. When the sun finally, slowly dipped below the horizon, the temperature would plummet, bringing a sudden, biting cold that chilled the bone. They would wrap themselves in heavy, dusty wool, staring out at the vast empty sea of sand dunes under a sprawling canopy of brilliant stars. The desert outlaw's life was a meticulous, slow-paced calculation of survival, measuring the agonizing distance between rare, muddy water holes, and waiting silently in the cold dark to raid a slow-moving caravan traveling under the moonlight. It was a life of profound emptiness, entirely dictated by the slow, burning arc of the sun and the vast, indifferent silence of the endless sands. Turning our attention to the jagged, storm-battered cliffs of the Cornish Peninsula in the far southwest of Britain, we encounter a uniquely bleak and patient form of medieval criminality. The coastline here was a treacherous wall of black granite, constantly pounded by the freezing, heavy swells of the Celtic Sea. The outlaws who inhabited these remote, windswept shores were often known as wreckers, desperate men who relied on the sheer violence of the natural world to provide their plunder. Their lives were entirely governed by the unpredictable fury of the winter storms. On nights when the wind howled so fiercely that it threatened to tear the thatched roofs from the scattered coastal cottages, these men would slowly make their way down the steep, slippery cliff paths in the pitch black. They would stand for hours in the freezing, driving rain, the salty sea spray stinging their faces, waiting for a passing merchant vessel to lose its battle with the gale. Some legends say they would tie a lantern to the neck of a slow-moving horse, creating a swaying light that mimicked a ship in safe water, deliberately luring desperate captains toward the deadly, jagged rocks. But most often, they simply waited in the deafening roar of the storm, shivering in their soaking wet woolen cloaks. When a ship finally cracked against the granite, spilling its cargo of wine, timber, or fine cloth into the freezing surf, the wreckers would begin their slow, grueling work. They spent the dark, freezing hours dragging heavy, waterlogged barrels up the steep, muddy cliff faces, their muscles burning and their boots slipping in the mud, moving in absolute silence before the king's customs officers could arrive with the dawn. It was a miserable, bone-chilling existence, waiting endlessly in the dark and the rain for the sea to offer up its broken treasures. Far to the north, in the deep, icy fjords of medieval Scandinavia, the concept of outlawry was woven directly into the harsh fabric of the law. A man declared a skogarmad, or a man of the forest, was stripped of all rights and completely banished from the warmth of human society. To be outlawed in this frozen landscape was essentially a slow, agonizing death sentence. These exiles were forced to retreat into the deepest, most inaccessible pine forests or up into the barren, snow-swept mountains. The survival of a Norse outlaw was a constant, grueling battle against the overwhelming cold. During the incredibly long, dark winters, when the sun barely grazed the horizon and the fjords froze solid, the outlaw lived in profound, terrifying isolation. They built small, hidden shelters out of stacked turf and heavy stones, structures that blended perfectly into the desolate, snow-covered landscape. Inside, they sat in the suffocating darkness, wrapped in layers of stiff, frozen animal hides, listening to the agonizingly slow drip of melting snow from the low roof. The silence of the northern winter was absolute and heavy, broken only by the sharp, terrifying howl of hungry wolves echoing across the ice. They survived by slowly and methodically hunting ptarmigan and Arctic hare, moving through the deep, powdery snow with a quiet, desperate exhaustion. They could never light a large fire, for the thin column of gray smoke would instantly betray their position in the clear, freezing air. Their days were a monotonous blur of shivering in the dark, chewing on dried rock-hard fish, and staring out across the endless, white emptiness of the valleys, knowing that any man could legally strike them down if they dared to approach the warmth of the coastal settlements. Descending back into the heart of mainland Europe, along the sprawling, marshy coastlines of western France, the heavy taxation of the Middle Ages birthed a quiet, shadowy army of smugglers known as the faussonneurs. The royal monopoly on salt, a vital preservative in the medieval world, made it incredibly expensive, turning the humble white crystals into a highly lucrative contraband. The salt smugglers operated in the vast, confusing networks of salt pans, tidal flats, and slow-moving brackish rivers. Their lives were defined by the slow, exhausting labor of moving through the thick, sinking mud under the cover of a heavily clouded night sky. A smuggler's journey involved leading heavily laden pack mules through the dangerous, shifting bogs, where a single misstep meant sinking slowly into the freezing, black sludge. They worked in absolute silence, the hooves of their mules wrapped in thick layers of rags to muffle the sound of their slow, agonizing progress. They would spend days hiding in the damp, rotting reed beds, completely still, listening to the buzzing of mosquitoes and the croaking of frogs in the suffocating humidity of the marsh. If the king's heavily armed salt guards were spotted patrolling the misty dikes, the smugglers had to remain submerged in the cold, stagnant water for hours, breathing slowly and shallowly, the foul-smelling mud clinging to their skin and clothes. The romance of outwitting the king's tax collectors quickly dissolved into the miserable reality of sleeping in the wet, mosquito-infested swamps, enduring the terrible dampness that settled permanently in their lungs, and marching slowly through the endless, dreary mudflats in a quiet, desperate bid for survival. Moving westward to the deeply shadowed, mist-shrouded valleys of the Welsh marches, we find a borderland constantly scarred by slow, grinding conflict. In the 13th and 14th centuries, the dense, ancient woodlands and steep, rocky ravines provided the perfect cover for bands of displaced Welsh warriors, ruined knights, and English deserters. These men lived a life dictated by the endless, miserable rain that swept in from the Irish Sea. Their existence was a masterclass in stillness and endurance. Armed with heavy yew longbows, they would position themselves high up on the wet, slippery ridges, hiding completely motionless among the thick, dripping ferns and twisted roots of ancient oaks. They waited for hours, sometimes days, for a heavily armed patrol or a wealthy abbot's entourage to slowly make its way through the narrow, muddy passes below. The dampness of the forest was absolute, seeping through their boiled leather armor and chilling them to the bone. They could not risk lighting a fire that would send a betraying column of smoke above the canopy, surviving instead on hard cheese, dried oats, and the stagnant, peaty water collected in the hollows of stones. The life of a border outlaw was a quiet, agonizing test of patience. Shivering in the heavy fog, listening to the monotonous drip of water from the leaves, their fingers numb with cold, waiting for the exact, fleeting moment to strike in the suffocating silence of the deep woods. Far to the southeast, in the blindingly bright, scattered archipelago of the Aegean Sea, a completely different type of outlaw endured the slow passage of time. During the fragmented years following the Fourth Crusade, the rocky, barren islands became isolated strongholds for Latin and Byzantine pirates who preyed on the lucrative eastern trade routes. Unlike the freezing, damp forests of the north, this landscape was defined by an overwhelming, relentless sun and the deep, hypnotic blue of the Mediterranean. The pirates would anchor their narrow, fast galleys in hidden, shallow coves, surrounded by towering cliffs of pale, sun-bleached limestone. The waiting here was a heavy, suffocating experience. The daytime heat was an immense, physical weight, radiating off the dry, sharp rocks and turning the still air thick and breathless. The outlaws would spend the endless afternoon hours seeking refuge in the shallow, dusty caves that dotted the cliff faces, sitting completely motionless in the sparse shade, listening to the rhythmic, droning hum of cicadas and the gentle, slow lapping of the crystal-clear water against the hulls of their ships. Fresh water was incredibly scarce on these barren rocks, carefully and quietly rationed from sun-baked clay amphorae. They watched the distant, hazy horizon for days on end, waiting for the slow, white sails of Venetian or Genoese merchant galleys to appear. Their survival was a delicate balance of enduring the agonizing, burning heat of the day and navigating the absolute, starry darkness of the open sea by night, living a life of profound isolation on the hot, silent edges of the crumbling empires. Returning to the cold, untamed frontiers of Eastern Europe, we venture into the immense, primeval wilderness of the Białowieża forest, straddling the borders of Poland and Lithuania. In the 14th century, this was a dark, seemingly infinite ocean of ancient, towering spruce and massive, dying oak trees, entirely untouched by the slow crawl of medieval civilization. The outlaws who sought refuge here were often men fleeing the relentless, heavily armored advances of the Teutonic Knights, or desperate peasants escaping the crushing weight of serfdom. To live in the primeval forest was to embrace a life of overwhelming insignificance against the sheer, crushing scale of nature. The canopy was so thick that the forest floor remained in a state of perpetual damp twilight, even at midday. The outlaws built small, semi-subterranean dugouts beneath the massive, rotting roots of fallen trees, camouflaging their homes with thick layers of wet moss and decaying leaves. During the deep, freezing winters, they were completely trapped by snowdrifts that reached the lower branches, living like hibernating bears in the pitch-black, suffocating closeness of their earthen shelters. They listened to the slow, heavy groans of the ancient trees shifting in the bitter wind and the distant, haunting calls of the European bison echoing through the mist. Their existence was a quiet, desperate retreat from the world of men, surviving on dried mushrooms, bitter roots, and the slow, methodical trapping of small game, completely swallowed by the vast, indifferent, and absolute silence of the ancient woods. Traveling further east, into the deeply fractured limestone heart of the Balkan Peninsula, we find a landscape where empires slowly bled to death and outlaws thrived in the chaotic margins. In the 13th and 14th centuries, as the Byzantine Empire fractured and the shadows of new conquerors lengthened, the jagged, arid mountain ranges of the Balkans became the domain of fierce, independent brigands. These early precursors to the Hajduks lived a life suspended high above the slow, grinding warfare of the valleys. Their world was one of blindingly white, sun-scorched rock during the day and freezing, biting winds at night. They navigated the treacherous, narrow goat paths that clung to the edges of sheer cliffs, moving with a slow, deliberate caution where a single loose stone meant a silent, terrifying plunge into the abyss. They sought refuge in the crumbling, forgotten ruins of ancient Roman border forts, places reclaimed by twisted olive trees and thorny scrub. The waiting here was an exercise in blistering endurance. They would lie motionless for hours on the hot, sharp rocks, their skin baked dark by the relentless sun, staring down at the narrow passes that connected the wealthy coastal cities to the interior. They survived on a harsh, unvarying diet of dried goat meat and sharp, hard cheese, drinking sparingly from hidden, trickling springs tucked deep within the limestone caves. Their existence was a slow, quiet defiance, watching the heavy, armored columns of empires march slowly through the dust far below, while they remained hidden, entirely unreachable in the harsh, silent peaks of the mountains. Leaving the bright, open skies of the mountains, we plunge into the claustrophobic, decaying majesty of the greatest metropolis of the medieval world, Constantinople. By the late Middle Ages, the sheer scale of the city provided an unfathomable labyrinthine sanctuary for the most hardened criminals. Across the Golden Horn, in the crowded, muddy streets of the Genoese quarter of Galata, the urban outlaw operated in a world of profound sensory overload that quickly faded into a numb, exhausting routine. The streets were agonizingly narrow, permanently shielded from the sun by overhanging wooden balconies, creating a damp, perpetual twilight. The air was a thick, suffocating mixture of rotting fish, expensive spices, wet wool, and open sewers. The thieves and smugglers of Constantinople did not endure the freezing silence of the forest. Instead, they endured the slow, creeping paranoia of the crowded alleys. They spent their days hiding in the deepest, most dilapidated taverns, sitting in the heavy, smoky gloom, listening to the chaotic babble of a dozen different languages and the constant rhythmic hammering from the nearby shipyards. When they moved, it was with a slow, deliberate invisibility, slipping through the massive, suffocating throngs of the bazaars. Their most secure hideouts were the ancient, forgotten subterranean cisterns that lay beneath the city, vast, echoing caverns of Roman brick, half filled with black, stagnant water. To hide down there was to embrace a terrifying, echoing isolation in the very heart of an empire. They would sit in the absolute pitch black on damp, slippery stone steps, listening to the slow, monotonous dripping of water echoing across the vaulted ceilings, a quiet, forgotten ghost living beneath the bustling, heavy tread of a million unknowing souls. Far out on the violent, freezing edges of the known world, the volcanic, ash-choked landscape of medieval Iceland hosted what was perhaps the most psychologically devastating form of outlawry. Here, being declared a skarmor, a man of the forest, though Iceland had virtually no trees, meant total, irrevocable banishment to the island's interior, a barren, terrifying wasteland of black sand deserts, boiling mud pools, and massive, creeping glaciers. The Icelandic outlaw did not fight the king's men. He fought the overwhelming, actively hostile forces of the earth itself. The life of an outlaw here, much like the legendary Grettir the Strong, was one of profound, agonizing loneliness. The landscape was entirely devoid of color, an endless, monotonous expanse of gray rock, white snow, and black volcanic glass. They built small, miserable huts from stacked basalt and turf in the most remote, desolate valleys, places where the wind howled with a constant, deafening roar. During the winter, when the sun vanished entirely for months on end, the outlaw was trapped in a suffocating, freezing darkness. They sat by tiny, sputtering fires fueled by dried sheep dung, the heavy, acrid smoke stinging their eyes. The silence of the Icelandic interior was not peaceful. It was heavy, oppressive, and maddening. The outlaws had to endure the agonizingly slow passage of time, their minds slowly unraveling in the dark, constantly haunted by the deep-seated cultural fear of the Draugr, the restless, physical undead believed to wander the freezing mists. Survival meant dragging themselves through waist-deep, freezing snow to desperately fish in half-frozen lakes, moving like a slow, dying shadow across a landscape that was utterly indifferent to human suffering. Finally, we journey to the deep, swampy, and malarial coastlines of the Camargue in southern France, a vast, flat delta where the Rhône River spills sluggishly into the Mediterranean Sea. In the Middle Ages, this was a forgotten, diseased frontier of thick reed beds, shallow brine lagoons, and shifting, treacherous sandbars. The outlaws who fled here were the most desperate of men, those willing to trade the swift justice of the executioner's block for the slow, agonizing decay of the marshes. Camargue was a place of extreme, suffocating heat and perpetual dampness. The outlaws lived in small woven reed huts that provided no protection from the relentless heavy swarms of mosquitoes that rose from the stagnant water at dusk. Their existence was a slow, feverish dream. They navigated the shallow, murky waters in flat wooden punts, punting slowly and silently through the towering green reeds, the only sound the soft, sucking noise of the mud. The air was incredibly humid, smelling of rotting vegetation and drying salt. There was no grand plunder to be found here, only a miserable, scraping survival. They poached wild boar and trapped eels, living with the constant, shivering threat of marsh fever, malaria, that slowly drained the life from their bodies. They spent their days lying in the heavy, humid shade, sweating profusely, staring out across the blinding, flat reflection of the sun on the stagnant water. It was a life devoid of glory, a slow, quiet fading away in the muddy, diseased margins of the medieval world, entirely forgotten by the knights and kings who rode the dry, paved roads far inland. Moving back to the heavily forested heart of Central Europe, into the deep, rocky shadow of the Harz Mountains, we find a different, even more claustrophobic form of medieval outlawry. This region was the center of medieval silver mining, a place where immense wealth was extracted from the freezing, black belly of the earth. The rogue miners, or erzdieb, or thieves, were men who had been banished from the official guilds or had fled the crushing, indentured servitude of the local lords. Their survival depended on descending back into the abandoned, collapsing shafts of exhausted mines, places deemed too dangerous for honest men. Their lives were entirely devoid of sunlight. They would spend weeks crawling through narrow, suffocating tunnels supported by rotting timber, the air so thick with stone dust and foul gases that every breath was a slow, agonizing effort. They worked in absolute, terrifying silence, picking at the remaining veins of silver with muffled iron tools, terrified that a single loud strike would bring hundreds of tons of solid rock crashing down upon them. They lived in total darkness, navigating the wet, jagged stone by touch, listening to the relentless, maddening drip of subterranean water and the slow, heavy groans of the earth shifting around them. When they finally emerged to smuggle their meager handfuls of stolen ore, they did so in the dead of a freezing, snowy night, their bodies broken, their lungs scarred, living a slow, grinding existence buried alive beneath the heavy, indifferent mountains. Far to the east, beyond the great rivers and deep into the endless rolling sea of the Eurasian steppe, the concept of outlawry blurred into the sheer, overwhelming vastness of the landscape. On the shifting borders between the principalities of Rus and the remnants of the Golden Horde, solitary fugitives and banished horsemen fled into an ocean of tall, yellow grass. To survive on the steppe was to surrender to the crushing, absolute emptiness of the horizon. There were no deep forests to hide in, no mountains to provide shelter, only the massive heavy bowl of the sky pressing down on the flat earth. The steppe outlaw lived entirely in the saddle of a shaggy, half-wild horse, moving at a slow, relentless walk across the endless plains. During the blistering summers, the grass turned to dry, brittle parchment, and the air shimmered with an oppressive, silent heat. They survived on fermented mare's milk and strips of sun-dried meat, their faces wrapped in dusty linen to block the stinging, continuous wind. When the brutal continental winter arrived, the steppe became a flat, featureless sheet of blinding white ice, swept by howling blizzards that could freeze a man solid in hours. The outlaw had to keep moving, a tiny insignificant speck crawling slowly across the massive white void, enduring the agonizing cold and the profound, terrifying loneliness of a landscape so vast that the medieval mind could barely comprehend its edges. Returning to the chaotic northern coasts, along the treacherous, shifting mudflats of the Wadden Sea, we encounter a watery frontier where the boundaries between land and ocean changed with every slow turn of the tide. This was a completely flat, desolate world of gray water, black mud and perpetual heavy fog. The outlaws and smugglers who navigated this strange liminal space, often native Frisians resisting the heavy taxation of foreign counts, lived a life governed entirely by the moon and the sea. They did not use deep-hulled ships, but rather small, flat-bottomed skiffs that could glide silently over inches of water. Their survival required a profound, intimate knowledge of the hidden, sinking sandbars and the deep, invisible tidal channels that could swallow a heavily armored knight in seconds. They would spend hours stranded on isolated sandbanks waiting for the tide to turn, completely exposed to the bitter, freezing winds of the North Sea, wrapped in stiff, salt-crusted wool. The silence of the mudflats was broken only by the mournful, lonely cries of seagulls and the slow, heavy sucking sound of the mud. When a heavy sea fog rolled in, reducing visibility to a mere few feet, they would move their illicit cargo of untaxed wool and grain, poling their boats with agonizing slowness through the impenetrable gray mist, ghosts wandering through a cold, wet world that was neither truly land nor truly sea. Off the ragged, deeply indented western coast of Scotland, scattered across the violent, freezing waters of the Hebrides, the isolation of the outlaw took on a stark, monastic quality. These rocky, wind-blasted islands were places of ancient stone crosses and forgotten ruins, often inhabited only by small communities of ascetic monks or desperate men who had nowhere left to run. To be cast out into the Isles was to be subjected to the relentless, physical battering of the Atlantic weather. The outlaws lived in crude, circular stone huts called beehives, structures built without mortar that let the freezing, damp wind whistle constantly through the cracks. The landscape was utterly devoid of trees, offering no timber for warm fires. Instead, they had to spend exhausting, back-breaking days slowly cutting wet peat from the bogs, carrying heavy, dripping loads back to their miserable shelters. The peat fires burned with a low, sullen glow, producing little heat and thick, suffocating smoke that lingered heavily in the damp air. They survived by slowly picking limpets and seaweed from the freezing, razor-sharp coastal rocks at low tide, constantly soaked by the freezing rain and heavy sea spray. Days, weeks, and months would pass with agonizing slowness, entirely disconnected from the wars and politics of the mainland. Their lives were reduced to the absolute, monotonous basics of survival, gathering wet fuel, seeking meager food, and staring blankly out at the endless, gray expanse of the churning ocean, waiting for an end to the cold. Drifting back to the hazy, shifting borders of the Mediterranean, we find a uniquely quiet and secretive existence within the sprawling, shallow waters of the Venetian lagoon. Away from the grand palaces and busy canals of the city center lay the Laguna Morta, the dead lagoon, a vast, confusing maze of tidal mudflats, submerged sandbars, and tiny, sinking islands covered in coarse salt grass. In the 14th and 15th centuries, this desolate, watery expanse became the perfect sanctuary for the contrabandieri, smugglers who defied the strict trade monopolies of the Republic. Their lives were dictated by the heavy, impenetrable fogs that rolled off the Adriatic Sea, swallowing the landscape in a damp, blinding white mist. They operated in small, flat-bottomed skiffs, painted entirely black to blend into the dark water. The life of a lagoon smuggler was one of agonizing slowness and absolute silence. They rowed with muffled oars, the wood wrapped in heavy cloth so that not a single splash would echo across the still water. 4 days on end, they would hide among the dense, rotting reed beds, completely motionless, breathing in the heavy, pungent smell of decaying seaweed and stagnant brine. They waited for the heavy Venetian war galleys to pass in the distance, listening to the slow, rhythmic beat of the oarsmen's drums echoing softly through the fog. It was a monotonous, nerve-wracking existence, sitting in a cold, damp boat, surrounded by a featureless gray void, where a single loud cough or the scrape of a boot on wood could bring swift, silent death from the shadows of the mist. High above the warm coastal plains, tracing the jagged, imposing spine of the Pyrenees that separated the Iberian Peninsula from France. Outlaws and political exiles sought refuge in a landscape that actively tried to crush them. The high passes of the Pyrenees in the Middle Ages were places of terrifying isolation, entirely choked by deep, impassable snow for more than half the year. The outlaws who claimed these peaks lived a life suspended between two hostile kingdoms, surviving in the deep, freezing cracks of the earth. They sought out massive ancient limestone caves, places where the darkness was absolute and the air was thin and painfully cold. A mountain smuggler's journey was an exercise in extreme, exhausting endurance. They led strings of sure-footed mules along narrow, crumbling ledges that hung thousands of feet above the dark, forested valleys. During a blizzard, which could descend with terrifying speed, they had to huddle against the sheer rock faces for days, wrapping themselves in their animals in stiff, freezing wool, listening to the wind scream through the peaks like a chorus of the damned. They survived on frozen bread and hard, salty cheese, moving with a slow, agonizing caution where every single footstep in the deep snow was a massive physical effort. It was a life of heavy, suffocating silence, completely cut off from the green valleys far below, enduring the endless winter in a pale, freezing world of rock and ice. Far to the south, on the rugged, sun-baked islands of Corsica and Sardinia, the concept of outlawry was deeply intertwined with the ancient, unyielding code of the blood feud or vendetta. Men who had committed murder to avenge their family honor were forced to flee into the Macchia, an incredibly dense, almost impenetrable scrubland of thorny bushes, twisted myrtle, and wild rosemary that blanketed the island's interior. To become a bandito in the Macchia was to embrace a life of perpetual, tense isolation under a relentless sun. The scrubland was a hot, dusty, and overwhelmingly fragrant prison. The outlaws spent the long, agonizingly slow hours of the day hiding in the thickest, most heavily shaded thickets, lying completely still on the dry, cracked earth. The heat was a physical weight, and the air was thick with the droning hum of cicadas and the heavy scent of wild herbs baking in the sun. They dared not move during daylight, for the dusty trails were carefully watched by rival families and Genoese soldiers. Their existence was a slow burn of paranoia and patience. They drank from hidden, muddy springs and survived on whatever their families could quietly smuggle into the brush under the cover of a moonless night. It was a deeply lonely life, entirely removed from the bustling coastal villages, watching the slow passage of time through a tangled web of thorns, waiting for a forgiveness that would never come. Deep in the heart of southwestern Germany, the towering, oppressive darkness of the Schwarzwald, or the Black Forest, offered a different kind of suffocating sanctuary. In the Middle Ages, this forest was a massive, terrifying ocean of ancient, dark-needled pine and spruce trees, where the canopy was so incredibly thick that the forest floor lay in a state of permanent, damp twilight. The outlaws who fled here often integrated themselves into the solitary, isolated camps of the Kohler, the charcoal burners. These men lived far outside the bounds of normal society, enduring a filthy, exhausting, and monotonous existence. The outlaw hiding among them adopted this grueling life to disappear. Days and weeks were spent tending massive conical mounds of smoldering wood covered in wet earth. The process of making charcoal required absolute, unending vigilance. The mounds had to burn slowly, continuously, for weeks on end. The outlaw spent his days and nights entirely covered in thick, greasy black soot, choking on the heavy, acrid white smoke that hung permanently in the damp, freezing air of the deep woods. They sat by the smoldering piles in the pitch black of the forest night, listening to the slow, quiet hiss of escaping steam and the distant, lonely crack of freezing timber. There was no romance in this life, only the slow, mindless repetition of shoveling wet dirt and cutting heavy logs, their past lives completely erased by the soot, the smoke, and the heavy, terrifying silence of the endless black pines. Far to the north, in the frozen, sparsely populated expanse of Sapmi, Lapland, the extreme environment dictated a life of nomadic survival for those banished from the southern Scandinavian settlements. Here, the deep winter lasted for most of the year, transforming the landscape into a flat, blindingly white tundra swept by brutal, freezing winds. The outlaws who fled this far north had to adapt completely or die swiftly. They lived a life of slow, continuous movement, trailing far behind the massive, migrating herds of semi-wild reindeer. Their existence was a daily, grueling battle against the overwhelming cold. They lived in small, portable tents made of heavy, stiff reindeer hides, which provided only a fragile barrier against the howling Arctic gales. Inside the tent, the outlaw sat huddled over a tiny, smokeless fire of dried moss and twigs, the freezing cold seeping through the frozen ground directly into their bones. During the dark months, when the sun never rose above the horizon, time lost all meaning. They existed in a permanent twilight world, illuminated only by the pale, shifting glow of the northern lights and the blinding reflection of the moon on the snow. It was a life of absolute minimalism, surviving on dried meat and melted snow, a solitary, freezing ghost wandering slowly across the massive, indifferent and beautifully terrifying expanse of the extreme north. Returning to the desolate, windswept moors of northern Britannia, we find a landscape permanently scarred by the crumbling, moss-covered remains of the ancient Roman Empire. Along the endless, snaking stones of Hadrian's Wall, the early medieval outlaws known as the Moss Troopers found a bleak and unforgiving sanctuary. The wall, once a mighty barrier, had decayed into a long, continuous pile of gray rubble, swallowed by creeping heather and thick, sinking peat bogs. The life of an outlaw here was an existence of profound dampness and chilling winds. They built their small hidden shielings, rudimentary huts of stacked turf and loose Roman stone, directly against the ruined wall to block the relentless, biting gales that swept down from the Cheviot Hills. The outlaws spent their days huddled in the heavy, smoky gloom of these tiny shelters, wrapped tightly in stiff, wet wool, listening to the agonizingly slow, constant drumming of the rain against the turf roof. Their survival depended on the slow, methodical theft of cattle from the valley farms, a grueling task that required driving stubborn animals through the freezing, knee-deep bogs in the pitch black of a moonless night. The landscape offered no comfort, only the vast, empty expanse of the rolling moors and the deep, silent fog that clung heavily to the ancient stones, isolating them completely from the warmth of the southern villages. Deep within the heavily forested heart of Central Europe, beneath the rolling hills of Moravia, lies a vast, terrifyingly silent network of underground limestone caves known as the Moravian Karst. For the most desperate fugitives fleeing the harsh justice of the Bohemian kings, these immense, echoing caverns became a permanent, sunless tomb. To descend into the karst was to leave the world of the living entirely. The outlaws navigated the suffocating, pitch-black tunnels by running their calloused hands along the freezing, wet flowstone. The air down there was heavy, completely still, and smelled intensely of damp earth and ancient minerals. They lived in profound, sensory-depriving darkness, establishing small camps in the vast, vaulted chambers where the only light came from a single, sputtering rushlight that cast long, monstrous shadows against the stalactites. The silence of the caves was heavy and maddening, broken only by the rhythmic, incredibly slow dripping of water from the ceiling into deep, perfectly still subterranean lakes. They survived by slowly emerging at the dead of night to forage in the freezing woods above, constantly terrified of losing their way in the labyrinthine tunnels below. It was a life of pure, agonizing endurance, sitting in the cold, damp belly of the earth, completely swallowed by the ancient, crushing weight of the limestone mountains. Far to the east, stretching across the vast, flat basin of the Carpathian Mountains, lies the great Hungarian plain, the Puszta. In the Middle Ages, before the extensive taming of the rivers, this was a seemingly endless, desolate ocean of tall marsh grass, alkaline lakes, and blinding, open skies. The early outlaws who roamed this massive emptiness were men who lived entirely in the saddle. The plain offered no deep forests or rocky caves for shelter. There was nowhere to hide from the overwhelming, oppressive scale of the weather. During the long, blistering summers, the Puszta became a shimmering, silent furnace. The outlaws rode slowly across the dry, cracked earth, their faces wrapped in dusty linen to block the stinging wind, listening to the monotonous, dry rustle of the tall grass. They spent the hottest hours of the day lying motionless in the meager, shifting shade of a solitary sweepwell, watching the hazy horizon for days on end. When the brutal continental winter swept in, the plains transformed into a blinding, featureless sheet of ice and snow. The outlaws had to endure the freezing, howling blizzards by huddled together with their tough, shaggy horses in shallow depressions in the frozen earth, wrapped in heavy sheepskin coats. Their lives were entirely dictated by the slow, relentless turning of the extreme seasons, a lonely, wandering existence across a vast, beautifully desolate void. Shifting our focus back to the extreme western edge of Europe, we delve into the dense, rain-soaked mountains of the Basque Country, where the rugged peaks of the Western Pyrenees plunged dramatically toward the churning Bay of Biscay. This was an ancient, deeply isolated land, filled with steep, heavily wooded ravines and a permanent, clinging mist. The outlaws who claimed these misty valleys were deeply tied to the slow, ancient rhythms of the land, using the impenetrable fog to their advantage. They lived a life of absolute stillness among the towering, moss-covered beech and oak trees. The dampness was a physical, inescapable reality. The air was so saturated with moisture that the trees literally dripped water continuously, creating a slow, hypnotic rhythm of sound. The outlaws built hidden shelters from woven branches and thick layers of wet ferns, sitting quietly in the heavy twilight of the forest canopy. They survived by smuggling goods through the treacherous, muddy mountain passes, moving with agonizing slowness to avoid slipping on the wet, jagged slate. They communicated through the deep valleys using ancient, haunting calls that echoed mournfully through the thick mist. It was a secluded, damp existence, completely enveloped by the heavy green shadows of the ancient forest, waiting patiently in the relentless, freezing drizzle for the slow passage of merchant caravans traveling between the isolated mountain towns. Further north, hidden within the sprawling, sluggish waterways of the Dutch Zealand, a murky frontier of sinking peat islands and tidal mud flats offered a profoundly isolating refuge. In the 14th century, these constantly shifting archipelagos were completely disconnected from the paved roads of the mainland. The outlaws here were men of the water, utilizing small, shallow draft skiffs to navigate a landscape that changed its shape entirely with the rise and fall of the Gray Sea. They lived in profound dampness, building low-slung, miserable huts from scavenged driftwood and rotting reeds on tiny islands that were frequently swallowed by the freezing winter storm surges. The silence of the delta was oppressive, dominated by the constant, low roar of the North Sea and the lonely cries of marsh birds. They spent their days wrapped in stiff, salt-stained leather, slowly poling their boats through the thick, clinging sea fog that reduced visibility to absolute zero. A smuggler's life consisted of endless waiting in the freezing, biting wind, completely still in their boats, listening to the agonizingly slow lap of the cold water against the wooden hull. They survived on a monotonous diet of salted herring and hard biscuits, existing in a damp, featureless purgatory where the sky and the sea blended perfectly into an endless, deeply melancholic shade of gray. Shifting our gaze toward the jagged, sun-bleached coastline of the eastern Adriatic, we encounter the terrifying sheer cliffs of the Dinaric Alps, where the mountains plunge violently into the sea. In the late Middle Ages, the fortified town of Senge and the surrounding labyrinth of rocky coves became the domain of the Uskegs. These were not mere thieves, but displaced warriors and refugees who waged a relentless, slow-burning guerrilla war against both the Ottoman and Venetian empires. The landscape they inhabited was uniquely hostile, defined by the Bora, a catastrophic, freezing wind that would suddenly roar down from the mountain peaks, violently churning the sea into a white, blinding froth. The Uskegs operated small, agile rowboats called braceras, painting them red and black to camouflage them against the coastal rocks at twilight. The life of an Uskeg was a grueling test of endurance against the sheer, violent force of the wind. They spent countless freezing nights hiding in narrow, completely exposed coastal ravines, the salt spray freezing into their beards and the wood of their ships. They waited for the heavy, cumbersome Venetian merchant galleys to be slowed or disabled by the fierce storms. Survival meant clinging to the bare, sharp limestone, completely devoid of fresh water or sheltering timber, relying entirely on the extreme, unpredictable violence of the weather to provide their narrow windows of opportunity, living a life suspended between the crushing weight of the empires and the terrifying fury of the sea. Far to the northeast, sprawling across the forgotten borderlands between medieval Poland, Lithuania, and Rus, lay the vast, terrifying emptiness of the Pripet marshes. This was one of the largest wetlands in the world, an immense, impenetrable sea of stagnant water, decaying alder trees and treacherous, shifting bogs. The outlaws who disappeared into this massive, watery void were entirely swallowed by a landscape that actively consumed human history. The marshes were a place of profound, suffocating stagnation. The water moved with an agonizing slowness, thick with duckweed and the heavy, metallic smell of rotting iron and decaying vegetation. To navigate the Pripet was to accept a life of permanent, inescapable dampness. The outlaws lived on small, temporary islands of floating peat, constructing miserable, low shelters from woven willow branches and thick mud. During the summer, the heat was suffocating, trapping the foul-smelling swamp gases and breeding massive, tormenting clouds of black flies and mosquitoes. The outlaws moved slowly through the dense reeds and hollowed-out tree trunks, their bodies perpetually covered in a thin layer of gray foul-smelling mud. It was a life of complete, absolute isolation. The dense, eternal fog that blanketed the marshes muffled all sound, reducing the vast wilderness to a claustrophobic, silent prison. They survived on trapped eels, bitter water chestnuts, and the slow, agonizing endurance of a completely forgotten people, living out their days in a damp, featureless world that belonged more to the amphibians and the rotting wood than to mankind. Returning to the heavily traveled arteries of Central Europe, we look up at the sheer vertical slate cliffs that line the twisting, treacherous bends of the River Rhine. Here, the notorious robber, the robber barons, commanded the waterways from the high, heavily fortified stone keeps that clung desperately to the rocky precipices. While the legends speak of grand romance and daring raids, the daily reality of a Rhine robber baron was heavily defined by the cold, damp stone and the monotonous, slow flow of the dark river below. Their entire existence revolved around the forced extraction of tolls from passing merchant barges. The barons spent their days trapped within the drafty, echoing halls of their small castles, entirely cut off from the warmth and the fertile soil of the valleys. The castles were dark and deeply uncomfortable, perpetually chilled by the freezing mists that rose off the churning water. They would stand for hours at the narrow, wind-battered arrow slits, watching the slow, agonizing progress of heavily laden boats trying to navigate the dangerous reefs and whirlpools of the Rhine Gorge. The outlaws relied on a massive, heavy iron chain, which they would slowly, mechanically winch across the river to block the passage. It was a life of continuous, tense waiting, staring down at the gray, rushing water, surrounded by cold, damp stone, their survival entirely dependent on a slow, grinding war of attrition against the passing merchants and the immense, frustrating boredom of the fortress. To the far south, on the shifting, violent frontier between Al-Andalus and the Christian kingdoms of the Iberian Peninsula, the rugged, sun-scorched peaks of the Sierra Morena offered a vast, arid sanctuary. This was a brutal, unforgiving landscape of dry scrub, deep, echoing gorges, and towering pillars of red rock. The outlaws who roamed this desolate borderland were a mixture of deserters, religious exiles, and desperate men who found themselves trapped between two warring civilizations. The Sierra Morena was a place of extreme, silent extremes. During the day, the outlaws sought refuge from the terrifying, blinding heat by crawling deep into the ancient, twisting cave systems that honeycombed the limestone cliffs. The air inside the caves was cool but stiflingly still, smelling of dry dust and bat guano. They lay completely motionless in the pitch black, conserving their rapidly depleting moisture, listening to the slow, heavy thud of their own heartbeats. When night fell, bringing a sudden, freezing chill to the mountains, they emerged like ghosts to slowly patrol the narrow, winding mountain passes. Water was the ultimate agonizing currency. They fought and died for control of the few hidden, trickling springs that barely sustained life. It was a dusty, lonely, and deeply paranoid existence, living entirely off the slow, heavily guarded caravans that dared to cross the mountains, watching the slow, inevitable decline of empires from the harsh, silent peaks of the Badlands. Finally, we pushed to the absolute eastern edge of the known medieval world, into the immense, crushing shadow of the Ural Mountains, where the deep taiga forest met the freezing, unforgiving stone of the peaks. The outlaws who fled this far were the truly desperate, those who had run out of road, out of water, and out of hope. This was a wilderness of an unfathomable, terrifying scale, a massive wall of dark, ancient spruce and pine that stretched endlessly into the freezing north. The isolation here was absolute, profound, and deeply psychological. To live in the shadow of the Urals was to be completely forgotten by the entire human race. During the agonizingly long, dark winters, the temperature dropped to levels that could shatter iron. The outlaws survived by burrowing deep beneath the massive, snow-laden roots of the ancient trees, living in tiny, suffocating earthen pits. They existed in a state of semi-hibernation, their minds slowly turning blank in the heavy, absolute silence of the deep taiga. They dared not hunt during the deepest snows, surviving instead on carefully hoarded, frozen pine nuts and strips of dried bark. The only sound was the terrifying, thunderous crack of ancient trees splitting open from the extreme cold. Their lives were reduced to the absolute, barest minimum of biological function, completely swallowed by the massive, indifferent and beautifully brutal expanse of the frozen taiga, waiting with a slow, agonizing patience for a spring thaw that always seemed too far away. Shifting our gaze back to the heavily contested heartland of Western Europe, we enter the dense, oppressive gloom of the Ardennes. In the Middle Ages, this massive, deeply fractured plateau of thick forests, steep river valleys, and jagged slate cliffs formed a natural, terrifying barrier between the kingdoms of France and the Holy Roman Empire. It was a place where ancient, moss-covered Roman roads disappeared entirely beneath thick layers of dead leaves and creeping ivy. The outlaws who sought refuge in the Ardennes lived a life of constant, suffocating enclosure. The canopy of oak and wild boar-infested beech was so incredibly dense that the forest floor remained in a state of damp, heavy twilight, even at the height of summer. They built their hidden camps deep within the steep, muddy ravines carved by the winding, freezing rivers. Survival here meant enduring the absolute, bone-chilling dampness that rose from the wet slate and the thick, rotting vegetation. During the long, brutal winters, the snow would trap them in these deep ravines for months, reducing their lives to a slow, starving crawl. They spent their days huddled in the pitch black of shallow caves, listening to the agonizingly slow drip of water from the stalactites and the terrifying, echoing howls of massive wolf packs hunting in the deep snow above. They preyed upon the slow-moving merchant carts that foolishly attempted the narrow, muddy passes, but mostly they just waited, shivering in the endless, green darkness of a forest that felt as though it had existed since the dawn of time. Across the Irish Sea, away from the crashing waves of the coast, lay the vast, treacherous interior of the Irish Midlands. Before the great drainages of the modern era, this was a landscape dominated by the Bog of Allen, a seemingly infinite flat expanse of sinking brown peat, hidden pools of black water, and thick, suffocating morning mists. The outlaws who vanished into this desolate landscape were often the displaced native Gaelic warriors, known as woodkerns, resisting the slow, heavily armored advance of the Anglo-Norman lords. To survive in the deep bog was to master the art of walking on water. They moved with an agonizingly slow, deliberate grace, stepping only on the hidden, submerged pathways of solid roots that only they knew, where a single misstep meant sinking instantly into the freezing, bottomless mud. They lived in total, exhausting dampness. Their clothes of thick, coarse wool were never truly dry, permanently stained the color of rust and smelling intensely of wet earth and slow-burning peat. They built tiny hidden shelters of woven hazel and mud on small, unstable islands of solid ground, surrounded entirely by the sinking wasteland. They spent weeks sitting perfectly still in the heavy, freezing fog, listening to the lonely, haunting cries of the curlews and the soft, constant suction of the mud. Their warfare was a slow, exhausting game of attrition, dragging heavily armored knights into the swamps and watching them sink under the sheer weight of their own iron, leaving the outlaws alone again in the vast, quiet, and deeply melancholy expanse of the bogs. Deep within the shadowed valleys of Transylvania, far below the towering, wolf-haunted peaks of the Carpathian Mountains, existed a completely different, entirely subterranean world of exile. The ancient, massive salt mines of the region, worked since the days of the Roman Empire, offered a terrifyingly vast and utterly silent refuge for those fleeing the brutal justice of the Hungarian kings. These were not cramped, narrow tunnels, but colossal, echoing chambers carved entirely out of solid, gray salt, some so massive that they could swallow a cathedral whole. To flee into the salt mines was to enter an alien, lifeless world. The air down there was incredibly dry and tasted permanently of brine, preserving everything, including the dead, in a state of suspended animation. The outlaws navigated the terrifying, sheer drops and massive empty caverns in total darkness, relying entirely on touch and the faint, distant echo of their own footsteps. There was no water, no food, and no wood for fires. Everything had to be stolen from the heavily guarded mining camps above and slowly, painfully lowered into the abyss on long hemp ropes. They lived in profound, absolute sensory deprivation, sitting completely motionless in the pitch black, wrapped in stolen furs, listening to the terrifying booming cracks of the salt shifting under the weight of the mountains above. It was a life of extreme, terrifying isolation, buried hundreds of feet beneath the earth in a massive, gray tomb, entirely removed from the slow turning of the seasons and the warm light of the sun. Far to the east, acting as a massive, impenetrable wall between the Black and Caspian Seas, the towering, jagged peaks of the Caucasus Mountains provided a sanctuary for a fiercely independent breed of medieval outlaw. This was a fragmented, violent frontier where empires crashed against the immovable stone of the mountains. The brigands who claimed these extreme heights lived a life suspended in the thin, freezing air, perched on the edges of massive sheer canyons. They inhabited ancient, crumbling stone watchtowers built hundreds of years earlier, structures that clung desperately to the sides of vertical cliffs like the nests of eagles. The survival of a Caucasian outlaw required immense physical strength and a terrifying indifference to heights. They navigated the mountains not on roads, but on narrow, invisible goat paths carved into the rock face, moving slowly through the thick, freezing clouds that constantly engulfed the peaks. They lived above the tree line, in a world of blinding white snow and dark, jagged rock, enduring temperatures that would instantly freeze exposed flesh. Their existence was a slow, agonizing wait. They spent hours sitting completely still on the freezing ledges, staring down through the swirling mist at the deep, green valleys thousands of feet below, waiting for the slow, crawling lines of Silk Road caravans to appear. It was a life of absolute solitude and extreme physical hardship, completely isolated from the world below by a sheer wall of deadly, freezing rock. Finally, we journey to the absolute, freezing edge of medieval human endurance. The remote Norse settlements clinging desperately to the coastal fringes of Greenland. To be declared an outlaw in this desolate, icy world was to be handed a death sentence of unimaginable, freezing loneliness. The settlements themselves were merely tiny, fragile footholds of green clinging to the edge of massive, creeping glaciers. For a man to be banished from these struggling farms meant walking out into an endless, terrifying void of ice. The Greenlandic outlaw had nowhere to hide but the deep, freezing fjords and the barren, rocky islands that dotted the coast. During the agonizingly long, completely dark winter, the ocean froze solid, trapping the outlaw in a landscape of blinding, silent white. They survived by building miserable, tiny shelters of stacked stones and frozen turf, living in total darkness, breathing in the thick, suffocating smoke of tiny fires fueled by the oil of seal blubber. The silence of the Greenlandic winter was absolute, deep, and mind-bendingly heavy, broken only by the terrifying, thunderous roar of the massive glaciers calving into the frozen sea. They spent their days wrapped in heavy, stiff furs, moving slowly and painfully across the ice, hunting for walrus or seals with primitive, bone-tipped harpoons. It was an existence devoid of any hope or warmth, a slow, freezing fade into nothingness on the very edge of the known world, completely forgotten by the kings of Europe, living entirely at the mercy of the most brutal, unforgiving environment on Earth. Shifting our gaze south toward the spiritual heart of the medieval world, we find a landscape immediately surrounding the eternal city that was anything but holy. The Campagna Romana, the vast, undulating plain encircling Rome, was a place of profound, malaria-ridden desolation in the Middle Ages. The outlaws who haunted this region, the banditti, did not hide in deep forests, but rather in the colossal, decaying skeletons of antiquity. They made their camps within the massive, crumbling arches of ruined Roman aqueducts or deep inside the forgotten vine-choked tombs that lined the ancient Appian Way. The life of a Roman bandit was defined by a suffocating, oppressive heat and the ever-present threat of the Roman fever. During the long, dead months of summer, the Campagna turned into a baked, yellow wasteland, the air shimmering with heat and thick with mosquitoes. The outlaws spent their days lying completely motionless in the cool, dark bellies of the ancient ruins, listening to the dry wind whistle through the broken marble. They waited with an agonizing, slow patience for the long, winding trains of wealthy pilgrims and foreign dignitaries making their slow, dusty journey to the city. It was a life of quiet decay, living like ghosts among the colossal ruins of a fallen empire, completely isolated in a diseased, sun-scorched wasteland just miles away from the glittering altars of the Pope. Moving north to the treacherous, shifting coastlines of Normandy and Brittany, we encounter the vast, terrifying emptiness of the Bay of Mont Saint-Michel. Here, the boundary between land and sea was not a fixed line, but a massive, deadly expanse of shifting quicksand and incredibly fast, violent tides. The smugglers and outlaws who operated in this bay lived a life entirely dictated by the slow, gravitational pull of the moon. They utilized small, flat-bottomed boats and specialized mud shoes to navigate the miles of exposed, freezing gray sludge when the tide receded. Their survival depended on a profound, terrifyingly precise knowledge of the bay's hidden currents and sinking sands. The landscape was completely flat and exposed to the biting, freezing winds of the English Channel. They spent hours trudging slowly through the heavy, sucking mud in the dead of night, enveloped in a thick, blinding sea fog that completely erased the horizon. The silence of the mudflats was broken only by the distant, terrifying roar of the incoming tide, a wall of freezing water that moved over the flats faster than a galloping horse. A smuggler's life was a constant, exhausting race against the sea, shivering in the damp, salt-heavy air, dragging heavy contraband through the freezing mud, knowing that a single miscalculated step meant being swallowed whole by the earth before the ocean returned to wash away the evidence. Deep within the isolated, rugged interior of southern France, the extinct volcanic peaks and deep crater lakes of the Massif Central offered a completely different kind of harsh sanctuary. This was a dark, brooding landscape of jagged basalt, deep, freezing gorges and dense, unyielding forests of black pine. The outlaws who claimed these high volcanic plateaus were often the remnants of shattered mercenary companies, men who had traded the muddy battlefields of the 100 Years' War for a life of slow, grinding starvation in the mountains. They sought refuge in the crumbling, abandoned stone keeps that clung to the sheer volcanic plugs, structures that seemed to grow organically out of the black rock. The life of a mountain brigand here was an exercise in extreme, freezing endurance. The winters were incredibly long and brutal, burying the high passes in massive drifts of snow and isolating the outlaws completely from the wealthy river valleys below. They spent the dark, freezing months huddled around tiny, smoking fires in the echoing, drafty halls of ruined castles, listening to the fierce mountain winds tear at the crumbling slate roofs. Their existence was a slow, agonizing wait, entirely dependent on the rare, heavily guarded merchant caravans that dared to cross the treacherous volcanic passes. It was a life of heavy, brooding silence, staring out across the frozen, black lakes and the jagged, ancient craters, entirely forgotten by the warm, fertile world far below. Returning to the muddy, deeply rutted roads that connected the sprawling, chaotic cities of the Holy Roman Empire, we encounter a very different breed of medieval criminal, the wandering scholars and rogue clerics known as the Goliards. These were not men of the sword, but men of the quill who had abandoned their monastic vows or failed out of the early universities, turning their sharp minds to forgery, confidence tricks, and petty theft. The life of a wandering rogue was not a grand adventure, but a slow, miserable, and exhausting trek across a freezing, hostile continent. They possessed no horses, traveling entirely on foot through the knee-deep mud of the medieval spring or the bone-chilling, driving sleet of the winter. Their survival depended entirely on their wits and their ability to forge documents, fake papal indulgences, counterfeit letters of safe conduct, or false academic credentials. They spent their days walking slowly along the dangerous, heavily forested roads, their thin, ragged clerical robes offering absolutely no protection from the biting wind. Their nights were spent begging for a patch of dry straw in the crowded, smoke-filled common rooms of roadside taverns, or shivering in the drafty, freezing barns of unwelcoming farmers. It was a life of profound, cynical exhaustion, a continuous slow-motion flight from local sheriffs and angry bishops, wandering aimlessly through the freezing rain, armed with nothing but a silver tongue and a deep, lingering bitterness toward the rigid, unforgiving hierarchy of the medieval world. Finally, we pushed to the absolute, terrifying northern limits of the habitable world, to the freezing, dark shores of the White Sea in the high Russian Arctic. To be cast out into this environment, either by the princes of Novgorod or the Grand Dukes of Moscow, was a sentence of unimaginable, freezing horror. The outlaws and exiles who survived here were known as the Ushkwaniki of the far north, though their lives were far removed from the river pirates of the south. This was a landscape of stunted, twisted taiga, vast, freezing marshes, and an ocean that remained locked in solid, jagged ice for more than half the year. During the polar night, the sun did not rise for months, plunging the outlaws into a continuous, suffocating, and deeply psychological darkness. They lived in semi-subterranean pits dug into the permafrost, roofed with heavy logs and thick layers of frozen turf. Inside, they sat in the pitch black, entirely covered in filthy, stiff seal and bare hides, barely breathing to conserve the meager heat of their bodies. They listened to the terrifying, thunderous cracking of the sea ice and the shrieking, violent blizzards that completely buried their tiny shelters. Survival meant venturing out into the blinding, freezing darkness to hunt on the sea ice, a slow, agonizing crawl across a landscape that actively sought to freeze the blood in their veins. It was the ultimate, absolute isolation, a life reduced to a slow, trembling heartbeat in the freezing dark, entirely severed from the warmth of human history, waiting endlessly for a pale, weak sun that might never return. Across the sluggish, brown waters of the River Thames, just outside the direct jurisdiction of the medieval city of London, lay the lawless, chaotic sprawl of Southwark. In the 15th century, this muddy, foul-smelling district was a tangled maze of brothels, bear-baiting pits, and crumbling tenements known collectively as the Liberty of the Clink. The urban outlaws who thrived here did not endure the freezing silence of the deep woods, but rather the overwhelming claustrophobic press of humanity. The narrow alleys were perpetually choked with mud, horse manure, and the rotting refuse of the city. A thief or an assassin in Southwark lived a life of constant nervous energy, entirely deprived of sunlight by the overhanging wooden upper stories of the buildings that practically touched across the street. They spent their days hiding in the dark, smoky cellars of illicit taverns, the air thick with the smell of cheap ale, sweat, and burning tallow. Survival meant blending perfectly into the loud, violent chaos of the streets. When they crossed the river at night to break into the warehouses of wealthy merchants, they did so in small, silent rowboats, slipping slowly through the heavy yellow fog that rolled off the freezing Thames. It was a miserable, deeply paranoid existence, constantly looking over their shoulders for the Bishop of Winchester's bailiffs, living in a damp, overcrowded purgatory where a man could be easily forgotten, or just as easily murdered for a single copper coin in the suffocating dark. Traveling far to the east, to the crumbling, sun-baked edges of the fading Byzantine Empire, the harsh, rocky badlands of central Anatolia provided a vast, unforgiving refuge. In the chaotic centuries when the borders were constantly shifting beneath the hooves of invading armies, the displaced frontier guards, known as the Akrati, often turned rogue, becoming the very bandits they were once paid to hunt. This was a landscape of extreme, unforgiving geology, towering fairy chimneys of eroded volcanic tuff, deep, dusty gorges, and vast, treeless plateaus that baked under a merciless sun. The outlaws carved their homes directly into the soft rock of the cliffs, creating massive, hidden subterranean cities that plunged hundreds of feet into the earth. To live as an Anatolian brigand was to embrace the life of a mole. During the blistering heat of the day, they retreated deep into the cool, silent darkness of the tunnels, navigating the narrow, suffocating passages by the dim, flickering light of olive oil lamps. The air underground was stale and thick with dust. They survived by ambushing the slow, heavily laden caravans traveling along the ancient Silk Road, striking swiftly from the hidden ravines before vanishing completely back into the solid rock. Their lives were a slow, monotonous waiting game, completely severed from the green, fertile coasts, enduring the agonizing heat and the profound, echoing isolation of their underground fortresses while the empires above them slowly turned to dust. High above the sprawling, dark forests of the Holy Roman Empire, the treacherous, ice-choked passes of the Tyrolean Alps harbored a deeply hardened breed of mountain outlaw. Long before the romanticized highwaymen of later centuries, these were desperate, starving peasants and deserters who fled into a world of vertical stone and perpetual winter. The life of an alpine brigand was an agonizing, daily battle against gravity and the crushing cold. They built their crude, hidden shelters from loose slate and stunted pine branches on incredibly narrow, freezing ledges that hung thousands of feet over the black, forested valleys. The silence of the high peaks was absolute, broken only by the terrifying, sudden roar of avalanches that could wipe away an entire camp in seconds. During the long, brutal months of winter, the passes became completely impassable, trapping the outlaws in a world of blinding white snow and freezing, hurricane-force winds. They survived by hoarding stolen grain and salted meat, rationing every single bite as they sat shivering in the pitch-black darkness of their tiny, snow-buried huts. When the spring thaw finally allowed the slow trickle of merchant traffic to resume, they would descend like starving wolves, sliding down the treacherous, scree-covered slopes to ambush the heavily burdened pack mules. It was an existence defined by sheer, terrifying exposure, clinging desperately to the frozen roof of the world, completely isolated from the warmth and safety of the lowlands. Returning to the damp, rain-battered western fringes of Britain, the deep, limestone cave systems of the Brecon Beacons provided a suffocating, terrifyingly silent sanctuary. The Welsh outlaws who fled into these subterranean labyrinths traded the king's justice for a life of absolute sensory deprivation. The caves were vast, winding networks of cold, dripping stone that plunged deep beneath the mountains. To enter this world was to leave the sun behind completely. The air was incredibly heavy, perpetually damp, and tasted of ancient minerals. The outlaws navigated the pitch-black, slippery tunnels entirely by touch, terrified of taking a wrong turn and wandering endlessly into the deep, lightless abyss from which there was no return. They established small, miserable camps in the larger caverns, where the freezing water pooled into perfectly still, black subterranean lakes. The silence was maddening, amplified by the slow, rhythmic dripping of water falling from the massive stalactites. They survived by emerging only on the darkest, most heavily clouded nights to steal sheep from the valley pastures, hauling the bleeding carcasses back down into the terrifying dark. Their lives were reduced to the absolute bare minimum of human existence, sitting shivering in the damp, crushing blackness, their minds slowly unraveling in a world completely devoid of light, wind, or the changing of the seasons. Finally, we journey back to the deep, freezing north, to the endless, dark spruce forests of Småland in medieval Sweden. This was a wilderness so vast and densely packed that a man could walk for weeks without seeing a single break in the trees. The outlaws who haunted this region, the Skagangsmen, were men who had been formally stripped of all legal protection, their lives forfeit to anyone who found them. To be a forest walker was to endure a slow, agonizing slide into a feral existence. The forest canopy was incredibly thick, blocking out the weak northern sun and leaving the forest floor in a state of permanent, freezing twilight. The ground was a treacherous carpet of deep, wet moss and hidden, sinking bogs. They built tiny, miserable shelters out of fallen branches and layers of wet earth, constantly moving to avoid the posses of angry farmers. During the brutal Swedish winter, the forest froze solid, turning into a terrifying, silent landscape of ice and snapping timber. The outlaws survived on a desperate diet of boiled pine bark, bitter roots, and whatever small game they could trap. They lived in total, crushing isolation, never able to light a fire large enough to warm their freezing bones, for fear the smoke would betray them. It was a life of absolute misery, moving slowly through the endless, dark trees like a forgotten ghost, slowly forgetting the sound of human speech, completely swallowed by the immense, indifferent silence of the great northern woods. Moving far to the desolate, wind-scoured archipelagos of the extreme north, beyond the Scottish mainland, we find the harsh, treeless expanse of the Orkney and Shetland Islands. In the later Middle Ages, as the iron grip of the Norwegian kings began to slowly slip from these remote outposts, the islands became a haven for pirates, exiled lords, and desperate men avoiding the tightening noose of Scottish law. The landscape here was entirely devoid of sheltering timber. It was a world of pale, bruised skies, biting horizontal rain, and ancient, jagged stone. The outlaws of the Northern Isles did not build new fortresses. Instead, they crept into the massive, subterranean stone ruins left behind by Neolithic peoples thousands of years earlier. To survive an Orkney winter as an outlaw meant crawling into the damp, earth-smelling darkness of an ancient burial tomb or a half-collapsed broch. They sat in the pitch black, surrounded by the silent weight of prehistoric stones, listening to the shrieking, unrelenting gales tearing across the open moorland above. They survived on a miserable diet of dried puffin meat and whatever limpets they could pry from the freezing, wave-battered cliffs during the brief, gray hours of daylight. It was an existence defined by the overwhelming sensory roar of the wind and the crushing, claustrophobic darkness of ancient earth, waiting with agonizing slowness for the endless winter storms to finally break. Descending south to the baking arid interior of the Iberian Peninsula, away from the mountainous borders, lies a sprawling, semi-desert region in Aragon known as Los Monegros. The outlaws who claimed this punishing wasteland faced a flat, chalky emptiness that offered absolutely no shade and no mercy. The landscape was a blindingly bright expanse of cracked, pale earth, sparse, thorny scrub, and shallow, dry gullies that baked under a merciless, silent sun. A fugitive here lived a life of extreme, calculated dehydration. During the peak of the day, the heat was so intense it warped the horizon into a shimmering, watery mirage, and the air was completely devoid of sound, save for the dry, dusty rustle of the wind. The outlaws spent their days lying completely flat in the shallow, dusty depressions of the earth, covering themselves with pale, dust-caked cloaks to blend into the chalky soil. They dared not move, conserving every precious ounce of sweat. Their survival depended on a deeply guarded knowledge of the few hidden, muddy watering holes that had not evaporated in the sun. They waited in the suffocating heat for the slow, agonizing passage of a solitary merchant or a heavily guarded silver transport, living a life of profound, dusty isolation, entirely consumed by the sheer, overwhelming emptiness of the Aragonese Badlands. Returning to the rolling, chalky downs of southern England, the vast, empty expanse of Salisbury Plain offered a strangely haunted refuge for the medieval fugitive. In the 14th and 15th centuries, long before the land was enclosed or heavily populated, this was a massive open ocean of short, wind-whipped grass and ancient, forgotten monuments. The highwaymen and thieves who operated here relied on the sweeping, desolate scale of the landscape to avoid the king's sheriffs. The plain was completely exposed to the freezing, driving rains that swept in from the Atlantic. The outlaws sought shelter by digging directly into the sides of the massive ancient burial mounds, the barrows, that dotted the chalky hills. They lived inside the earth, wrapped in damp, muddy wool, shivering in the cold, damp chalk. The psychological toll of living among the graves of forgotten kings was heavy, fueled by the deep, superstitious terrors of the medieval mind. They spent their days watching the ancient, unpaved trackways from the high ridges, waiting for the slow, muddy progress of wool merchants or pilgrims. When the thick, white fogs rolled across the plain, reducing visibility to mere feet, they would strike quietly, vanishing back into the mist like phantoms. Their lives a slow, cold, and deeply paranoid existence lived entirely upon the graves of the ancient dead. In the wealthy, densely populated expanse of the Po Valley in northern Italy, the medieval outlaw relied on a completely different kind of camouflage, the impenetrable heavy winter fogs known as the nebbia. While the bandits of the mountains relied on altitude, the rogues of the Po Valley utilized the terrifyingly thick, freezing mist that completely swallowed the flat, muddy agricultural lands from November until March. To be an outlaw in this misty world was to live in a state of absolute, blinding sensory deprivation. The fog was so dense that a man could not see his own hands in front of his face. It muffled all sound, turning the bustling, crowded valley into a deeply eerie, silent void. The outlaws moved with agonizing slowness through the freezing, knee-deep mud of the harvested fields, navigating entirely by memory and the faint, muffled tolling of distant church bells. They hid in abandoned, rotting wooden barns or in the deep, freezing irrigation ditches, their clothes permanently soaked through with the heavy, clinging condensation. They waited in the gray, freezing blindness for hours, listening for the slow, squelching footsteps of a traveler lost in the mist. It was a deeply nerve-wracking, claustrophobic existence, hiding in plain sight within the suffocating, freezing blanket of the fog, entirely disconnected from the vibrant, wealthy city-states that lay just a few invisible miles away. Finally, tracing the rugged, heavily forested crescent of the Jura Mountains that formed a formidable barrier between the Kingdom of France and the Swiss cantons, we find a world of deep, hidden valleys and freezing, rushing rivers. The smugglers and displaced mercenaries who claimed the Jura lived a life dictated entirely by the deep, impassable snows. The mountains here were not as jagged as the Alps, but they were covered in a massive, dark ocean of ancient pine and spruce, deeply scarred by treacherous, sheer limestone ravines. The outlaws built their camps in the deepest, most inaccessible valleys, places where the winter sun only breached the canyon walls for an hour a day. They lived in crude, heavy timber cabins completely buried under massive drifts of snow, exiting only through tunnels dug through the ice. The cold was a heavy, constant physical pain that settled deep into their joints. They survived by smuggling untaxed salt and stolen wine across the heavily forested borders, a grueling, exhausting task that involved dragging heavy wooden sleds through waist-deep, freezing snow in the dead of night. The silence of the Jura winter was profound, broken only by the sharp, terrifying crack of a freezing tree or the distant, rushing sound of an icy river carving through the limestone. Their days were a monotonous, exhausting battle against the sheer weight of the snow and the biting, relentless cold, living a slow, forgotten existence deep within the dark, frozen pines of the borderlands. Turning our attention back to the heavily wooded southeast of England, we plunge into the dense, suffocating expanse of the Weald. In the Middle Ages, this was not the gentle countryside of modern times, but a massive, untamed wilderness of ancient oak, impenetrable hazel thickets, and deep, notoriously heavy clay. The outlaws who sought refuge in the Weald were swallowed by a landscape that seemed to actively resist human movement. The clay was a dark, incredibly sticky trap. During the long, wet English winters, it turned the narrow forest tracks into deep rivers of exhausting, sucking mud. A fugitive's life here was a slow, agonizing slog. Every single footstep required a massive physical effort to pull heavy, soaked leather boots from the grip of the earth. The outlaws hid among the isolated, filthy camps of the local iron smelters and charcoal burners, living in a permanent, clinging twilight beneath the massive canopy. The air was incredibly humid, smelling constantly of rotting wood, wet clay, and the heavy, metallic tang of iron slag. They lived in crude, low hovels made of woven branches plastered with the heavy mud, sitting in the pitch black as the relentless rain drummed softly on the leaves above. Their survival was a quiet, filthy and deeply exhausting existence, hidden entirely from the king's law in a massive, dark forest where the mud claimed everything, slowly dragging men and beasts down into the cold, wet earth. Far to the northeast, along the freezing, wind-battered shores of the Baltic, lies one of the most bizarre and desolate frontiers of the medieval world, the Curonian Spit. This massive, incredibly narrow ribbon of shifting sand dunes separated the calm, shallow waters of the Curonian lagoon from the violent, dark swells of the Baltic Sea. For those fleeing the harsh laws of the Teutonic Knights, this was a landscape of extreme, terrifying exposure. There was no deep forest to hide in, only a vast, blindingly bright desert of white sand that was constantly moving, slowly swallowing entire pine groves in its path. The outlaws here often survived by smuggling raw amber, the golden tears of the Baltic, which washed up on the freezing beaches after massive winter storms. Their lives were entirely governed by the howling, relentless wind that whipped the fine sand into blinding, stinging clouds. They spent their days wrapped entirely in heavy, coarse linen, their faces covered to keep the grit from tearing at their eyes and lungs. They walked slowly along the freezing, surf-pounded beaches at the gray light of dawn, leaning heavily into the gale, scanning the tangled piles of frozen seaweed for the dull gleam of amber. It was a life of profound, wind-deafened isolation, existing on a fragile, shifting line of sand between two freezing bodies of water, entirely at the mercy of the devastating northern gales. Shifting to the extreme southern tip of the Peloponnese in Greece, we encounter the harsh, sun-baked isolation of the Mani Peninsula. In the fragmented centuries following the decline of Byzantine power, this deeply rugged, arid spine of limestone became an impenetrable fortress for fiercely independent clans and pirates who recognized no distant emperor. The landscape of the Mani was brutal and unyielding, a world of stark, blinding white rock, deep, shadowy gorges, and an overwhelming, relentless sun that baked the earth to dust. The outlaws and rebels here did not hide in caves. They built tall, completely windowless towers of rough-hewn stone that dominated the barren cliffs. To live in the Mani was to live in a state of constant, paranoid siege. The daytime heat was a massive physical weight. Men spent the agonizingly slow, breathless hours of the afternoon trapped within the thick, stifling walls of their stone towers, peering out through narrow murder holes at the shimmering, heat-distorted horizon of the Mediterranean. There was virtually no soil, and fresh water was an incredibly precious, heavily guarded commodity, collected drop by drop in deep limestone cisterns. They survived by launching swift, silent raids in small, fast galleys against passing merchant ships, before retreating back to their barren, sun-scorched rocks. Their existence was a slow burn of deep-seated blood feuds and endless waiting, a harsh, unforgiving life carved directly into the sun-bleached bones of the earth. Returning to the cold, damp north, we delve into the haunting, fog-drenched peat bogs of Jutland in medieval Denmark. This was a landscape that felt deeply ancient, carrying the heavy, unspoken memory of prehistoric sacrifices. The outlaws who fled into the Danish moors entered a flat, seemingly endless expanse of sinking moss, stagnant pools of black water, and low, twisted scrub brush. The isolation here was heavy and deeply psychological. The bogs were a place of absolute, suffocating silence, frequently swallowed by a thick, freezing gray fog that rolled in slowly from the North Sea. To navigate the moors was to engage in a terrifying game of chance, moving with agonizing slowness over ground that quivered and sighed underfoot. The outlaws lived in tiny, miserable turf huts that offered no real warmth, constantly battling the creeping, bone-chilling dampness that rotted their clothes and seeped into their joints. They existed in a permanent twilight of gray mist and brown earth. During the deep winter, when the bogs froze into a treacherous, uneven landscape of sharp ice and frozen mud, their survival became a quiet, desperate crawl for meager sustenance. They trapped small marsh birds and dug blindly for edible roots in the freezing sludge, their lives a monotonous, shivering endurance test against the cold, wet breath of the northern sea. Finally, we journey far to the south, to the high, terrifyingly jagged peaks of the Atlas Mountains in North Africa, looking down upon the fringes of Al-Andalus and the vast expanse of the Sahara. In the Middle Ages, these massive, snow-capped ranges provided a deeply isolated sanctuary for religious dissidents, exiled Berber warriors, and Christian renegades who had fled the coastal cities. The environment here was one of punishing, violent extremes. The mountains were incredibly steep, heavily forested with massive ancient cedars in their lower reaches, but rising to barren, freezing peaks of sharp rock. An outlaw in the high Atlas lived a life suspended between two hostile worlds. During the day, the sun beat down through the thin mountain air with a blinding intensity, baking the red rock and forcing the fugitives into the deep, cool shadows of the cedar forests. But as soon as the sun dipped below the crags, the temperature plummeted, bringing a sudden, biting cold that froze the mountain springs solid. They lived in profound silence, entirely cut off from the wealthy trade routes of the desert floor. They spent their days sitting motionless on high, freezing ledges, wrapped in heavy, striped wool, listening to the lonely wind howl through the ancient trees. Their survival depended on a fierce, solitary endurance, watching the slow, crawling lines of camel caravans navigating the deep, dusty valleys thousands of feet below, living a life of stark, quiet defiance in the thin, freezing air on the very roof of the medieval world. Moving to the extreme south of the Iberian Peninsula, where the great Guadalquivir River spills into the Atlantic, we enter the vast, shifting labyrinth of Las Marismas. In the later Middle Ages, as the Christian kingdom slowly pushed southward, this immense wetland became a desperate, malaria-ridden haven for Moorish exiles, smugglers and broken mercenaries. The landscape of the Marismas was a completely flat, disorienting world of shallow, stagnant water, endless stretches of tall yellow reeds and baked mudflats. The outlaws who fled into this delta lived a life governed entirely by the stifling, oppressive heat of the Andalusian summer. The air was a heavy, physical weight, completely saturated with moisture and the pungent, heavy smell of rotting vegetation and salt. They navigated the shallow, twisting channels in narrow, flat-bottomed boats, punting with an agonizing slowness so as not to disturb the thick, brown water. During the day, they hid in the deepest reed beds, completely motionless under the blistering sun, tormented by massive, unrelenting clouds of mosquitoes and biting flies. Their survival was a slow, feverish endurance. They lived in small, woven huts that offered no protection from the suffocating humidity, subsisting on trapped eels and tough, fibrous roots. It was a life of profound isolation, watching the slow, elegant wading of distant flamingos through the heat haze, completely cut off from the beautiful, shaded courtyards of the cities, waiting in the muddy, diseased margins of a conquered land. Deep within the rugged, sparsely populated interior of southern France, the steep, heavily forested slopes of the Cévennes Mountains offered a dark and unforgiving sanctuary. This was a landscape of deep, plunging valleys, fast-moving, freezing rivers and massive, ancient forests of sweet chestnut. Long before the religious wars that would later define the region, these isolated mountains were a refuge for early heretics, fleeing peasants, and solitary brigands avoiding the king's justice. To live as an outlaw in the Cévennes was to submit to the absolute, crushing isolation of the deep woods. The mountains were incredibly steep, making travel a slow, exhausting and dangerous crawl over loose slate and thick, slippery moss. They sought shelter in the deep, natural limestone caves that honeycombed the sheer cliffs, sitting in the absolute, damp darkness, listening to the rushing sound of the rivers far below. Their diet was monotonously simple and deeply tied to the forest. They relied almost entirely on the slow, meticulous gathering of chestnuts, drying them over small, smokeless fires and grinding them into a coarse, heavy flour. The winters in the Cévennes were long and deeply burying, covering the steep slopes in heavy, impassable snow. The outlaws spent these months trapped in their cold, damp caves, wrapped in stiff wool, listening to the wind howl through the bare, black branches of the chestnut trees. It was a life of quiet, starving endurance, entirely disconnected from the fertile plains of the Rhône, existing slowly in the heavy, green shadows of the forgotten mountains. Returning to the muddy, treacherous coastlines of western Britain, we faced the immense, terrifying tidal range of the Severn estuary. The outlaws and wreckers who operated along these shores were not fighting the king's men, but the sheer, unpredictable violence of the ocean itself. The estuary is famous for its tidal bore, a massive, roaring wall of freezing brown water that rushes up the river channel with terrifying speed. The landscape was a bleak, desolate expanse of completely flat, treacherous brown mud that seemed to stretch on forever at low tide. The outlaws here lived a miserable, damp, and deeply precarious existence. They ventured out onto the freezing, sinking mudflats at night, wrapped in heavy, soaked leather, seeking the shattered remains of merchant cogs that had been caught by the violent tides. They moved with agonizing slowness, testing every single step with long wooden poles, knowing that the mud could swallow a man whole without a sound. They spent hours shivering in the freezing, thick sea fog, their faces stung by the biting wind, waiting for the massive rushing sound of the returning tide. It was a life of constant, exhausting calculation, shivering in the cold, wet dark, dragging heavy, waterlogged cargo through the knee-deep mud, entirely at the mercy of the vast, shifting, and deeply unforgiving power of the sea. Far to the northeast, where the dark pine forests of Scandinavia meet the endless lakes of Karelia, a completely different type of outlaw disappeared into the watery wilderness. This was an immense, fractal landscape, shattered into thousands of deep, freezing lakes, narrow channels, and dense, completely impenetrable islands of birch and spruce. The outlaws who sought refuge in this labyrinth, deserters from the endless northern wars and men fleeing heavy taxation, lived a life of absolute, profound silence. To navigate the Karelian lakes was to glide slowly through a world of perfectly still, dark water that perfectly mirrored the gray, heavy skies. They moved in small, silent birch-bark canoes, the only sound the soft, rhythmic dipping of a single wooden paddle. During the short, intense summer, the taiga was a suffocating, deeply humid prison, completely infested with thick, buzzing clouds of black flies that made any stillness pure agony. But the true test of survival was the brutal, completely dark winter. The lakes froze into massive, cracking sheets of ice, and the outlaws were forced into a state of slow, freezing hibernation. They lived in tiny, half-buried earthen huts, wrapped completely in heavy furs, breathing slowly in the pitch black. The silence of the winter taiga was heavy and terrifying, broken only by the sharp, echoing snap of freezing timber. It was a solitary, deeply isolating existence, surviving on smoked fish and dried berries, living as a quiet ghost wandering slowly through an endless, frozen maze of water and pine. Scattered across the deeply forested, remote valleys of what was once Roman Gaul, another, strangely haunting form of outlawry took place. Throughout the medieval French countryside, massive, crumbling ruins of ancient Roman villas, aqueducts, and bathhouses lay completely swallowed by the encroaching forests. For the wandering brigand or the desperate fugitive, these colossal skeletons of a forgotten empire provided a ready-made, albeit deeply eerie, sanctuary. The outlaws would make their camps in the massive vaulted underfloor heating chambers, the hypocausts, of ruined Roman baths. To live in these ruins was to exist in a permanent state of damp, mossy decay. The air inside the ancient brick chambers was heavy, cold, and smelled intensely of wet earth and slow-creeping ivy. The outlaws spent their days sitting in the dim green twilight of the crumbling arches, completely surrounded by thick briars and ancient root-shattered mosaics. They lived like feral animals nesting in the bones of giants. Their existence was a slow, quiet waiting game, completely isolated from the small wooden medieval villages. They would watch the muddy, deeply rutted roads from the high, ruined watchtowers, waiting for hours in the freezing rain. It was a life of profound, melancholy stillness, huddling for warmth in the dark, damp belly of ancient history, surrounded entirely by the slow, inevitable, and quiet reclamation of the earth. Moving away from the damp, crumbling ruins of the continent, we travel to a bleak, undulating expanse of territory that officially belonged to no king at all. The debatable lands, stretching sullenly across the western border between England and Scotland. In the late Middle Ages, this was a permanent gray zone, a desolate landscape of wet heather, deep, hidden ravines, and endless, slow-moving rain. The men who claimed this lawless void were known as the Broken Men, families and clans who had been cast out by both kingdoms, forced to survive in a permanent state of bleak, shivering warfare. They built isolated, crude stone blockhouses known as peel towers, structures completely devoid of comfort or light. The life of a border outlaw here was defined by the relentless, driving drizzle that seemed to fall for months without pausing. They spent their days trapped within the cold, sweating stone walls of their towers, the air thick with the smell of wet wool and the heavy, acrid smoke of peat fires that never fully warmed the room. When they rode out to raid the neighboring valleys, they did so at a painfully slow, deliberate pace, their shaggy ponies picking their way blindly through the thick, freezing border fogs. It was a deeply melancholic existence, staring out across the brown, treeless hills, living a life of constant, exhausting vigilance in a land that was permanently soaked, bitterly cold, and entirely forgotten by the laws of men. Descending far to the south, beneath the bustling, sun-drenched streets of medieval Naples, lay a completely different, deeply terrifying sanctuary. Beneath the chaotic city was a massive, silent, subterranean world carved entirely out of yellow volcanic tuff. a sprawling network of ancient Greek quarries, Roman aqueducts, and forgotten Christian catacombs. For the most desperate assassins and thieves of the city, this lightless labyrinth became a permanent, echoing tomb. To flee into the Napoli underground was to surrender to absolute, crushing darkness. The air down there was incredibly still, heavy with the scent of ancient dust and the slow creeping mold that clung to the porous rock. The outlaws navigated the terrifying, sheer drops and winding tunnels entirely by the faint, sputtering light of stolen oil lamps, moving like slow, flickering ghosts among the neatly stacked bones of the ancient dead. They lived in profound, sensory-depriving isolation, completely cut off from the vibrant blue of the Mediterranean sky. They spent their days sitting motionless on the cold, dry stone, listening to the agonizingly slow drip of water echoing through the vast, empty cisterns, and the faint, muffled, rhythmic thumping of horses and carts moving on the cobblestones directly above their heads. It was a life reduced to the absolute bare minimum, hiding in the dry, dusty belly of the earth, slowly losing their minds in the heavy, ancient silence of the catacombs. Traveling far to the east, to the very edge of the Black Sea, we enter the immense, shifting maze of the Danube Delta. As the massive river slowed and fractured into countless shallow channels, it created a vast, impenetrable wilderness of towering reeds, floating peat islands, and stagnant, brown water. The outlaws who disappeared into this immense wetland, deserters from the endless border wars and escaped serfs, were swallowed completely by a landscape that actively consumed human effort. The delta was a place of oppressive, suffocating humidity. The outlaws lived on small, flat-bottomed wooden punts, punting with an agonizing slowness through the narrow, hidden waterways to avoid disturbing the thick, green carpet of duckweed. During the summer, the heat was a physical, crushing weight, and the air was thick with the maddening, high-pitched whine of millions of mosquitoes. They built tiny, miserable shelters from woven willow and mud on the unstable, sinking islands, sitting perfectly still in the heavy, humid shade. Their survival depended on a slow, monotonous routine of trapping sturgeon and spearing frogs in the muddy shallows. The silence of the delta was heavy and deeply hypnotic, broken only by the sudden, massive splash of a pelican diving, or the low, continuous croaking of the marshes. It was a slow, feverish existence, living entirely off the muddy, diseased margins of the great river, moving slowly through an endless, green wall of reeds. Far out in the violent, churning waters of the extreme North Atlantic halfway between Scotland and Iceland, the towering, sheer cliffs of the Faroe Islands offered a terrifyingly isolated refuge. These were not islands of gentle beaches, but massive, dark pillars of basalt that rose violently from the freezing sea. The outlaws banished to these remote rocks faced an environment that was constantly, aggressively trying to blow them into the ocean. The islands were entirely devoid of trees, offering no timber for shelter or fire. The fugitives built tiny, circular bothies, crude huts made of stacked stones and heavy, frozen turf, tucked deep into the narrowest, most wind-shielded ravines. The wind here was a constant, deafening roar, a physical force that made standing upright a grueling effort. They lived in a permanent, gray twilight of flying sea spray and heavy, horizontal rain. Their survival was a slow, exhausting, and deeply terrifying endeavor. They spent their days clinging to the wet, freezing cliffs, inching their way down the sheer rock faces to steal the eggs of nesting seabirds, or shivering in the freezing surf to pull limpets from the stone. The winters were incredibly long and dark, trapping them in their tiny, damp stone huts for weeks on end, listening to the terrifying, thunderous crashes of the massive Atlantic swells hitting the cliffs. It was an existence of profound, wind-deafened loneliness, clinging to the bare, wet edge of the world. Returning to the vast, arid interior of the Iberian Peninsula, we find the high, dusty plateau of the Meseta Central in Castile. In the Middle Ages, this was a sprawling, deeply empty landscape of cracked red earth, sparse, thorny scrub, and a sky so vast and pale it hurt the eyes. The outlaws who roamed this high desert were men who lived a life of extreme, calculated dehydration and profound stillness. There were no deep caves or thick forests to hide in. Survival depended entirely on blending into the blinding, dusty expanse. They spent the long, agonizingly slow hours of the day hiding deep within the rare dry riverbeds known as arroyos, lying completely flat against the baked earth, covered in heavy brown wool cloaks. The heat was a massive, silent furnace that warped the horizon into a shimmering, watery illusion. They did not speak, moving only their eyes, listening to the dry, papery rustle of the wind blowing through the dead grass. Water was an obsession, a carefully hoarded treasure drawn from deep, hidden Moorish wells that only they knew how to find. When they finally moved to intercept a slow-crawling silver transport on the dusty road to Toledo, they did so in the sudden freezing chill of the desert night. Their lives were a slow, baking endurance, entirely consumed by the sheer, overwhelming emptiness of the Castilian plains, watching the slow turning of the merciless sun, returning to the heavily regulated, deeply oppressive heartland of Norman England, we find the sprawling, dark expanse of the New Forest. Created by the decree of William the Conqueror, this was not a place of chaotic, untamed wilderness, but a massive, heavily militarized royal hunting preserve where the lives of the king's deer were valued far above the lives of common men. The outlaws who hid within this dense, ancient woodland, often displaced Saxons or desperate peasants, lived under the constant, terrifying shadow of the forest law, which prescribed blinding or mutilation for the mere crime of possessing a hunting bow. The landscape was a confusing, deeply shadowed mix of ancient, twisting oaks, impenetrable holly thickets, and deep, sudden bogs. To survive here was to exist in a state of perpetual, silent terror. The outlaws lived in shallow, heavily camouflaged pits dug directly into the damp earth, covered with dead ferns and heavy, rotting branches. They dared not snap a twig or disturb the undergrowth, moving through the deep, wet ferns with a painstaking, agonizing caution. They poached the royal venison not with loud, echoing hunts, but with slow, silent snares and the painstaking tracking of wounded game through the freezing rain. It was a life of quiet, filthy desperation, shivering in the damp, freezing earth, listening to the heavy, armored hoofbeats of the king's foresters patrolling the misty tracks just a few yards away, knowing that a single cough could mean a slow, agonizing death. Deep beneath the wealthy, tapestry-draped halls of the Dukes of Burgundy, in the bustling medieval city of Dijon, a completely different, entirely subterranean criminal kingdom flourished. This was the domain of the Coquilids, a highly organized, secretive syndicate of rogues, false pilgrims, and thieves. While the dukes feasted on roasted swan above, the outlaws operated in the vast, interconnected network of ancient, freezing limestone cellars and abandoned crypts that honeycombed the earth beneath the city. The atmosphere in this underground world was heavy, claustrophobic, and permanently damp. The air smelled intensely of souring wine, wet ash, and the creeping mold that covered the vaulted ceilings. The Coquilids did not endure the freezing winds of the forest. Instead, they endured the slow, creeping paranoia of the dark. They planned their elaborate burglaries and confidence tricks by the sputtering, weak light of tallow candles that cast long, monstrous shadows against the weeping stone walls. They communicated in a complex, hidden language, an argot, that sounded like guttural nonsense to the uninitiated, their voices echoing softly down the endless, dark corridors of the cellars. Their existence was a slow, methodical waiting game, completely removed from the sunlight, emerging only in the dead of the freezing, moonless nights to quietly pick the heavy iron locks of wealthy merchants, living as wealthy kings in a dark, damp purgatory beneath the cobblestones. Traveling far to the east, into the rugged, terrifyingly isolated frontier of Wallachia and Transylvania, we encounter the sheer, dark wall of the Carpathian Mountains. This was a land deeply steeped in superstition and blood, where the deep, impenetrable spruce forests seemed to swallow the weak sunlight entirely. The brigands who claimed these high passes preyed heavily upon the wealthy Saxon merchants who dared to transport their silver and fine cloth through the treacherous mountain roads. The life of a Carpathian outlaw was one of brutal, unyielding exposure to the elements. The mountains were incredibly steep, deeply scarred by rushing, freezing rivers and massive, dark ravines. During the brutal eastern winter, the snow fell in massive, silent sheets, burying the narrow passes under 20 feet of ice. The outlaws retreated into the deepest, most inaccessible caves, sharing their dark, freezing sanctuaries with hibernating brown bears. They lived in total, crushing isolation, wrapped in heavy, foul-smelling sheepskins, listening to the agonizing, terrifying howls of massive wolf packs echoing through the frozen, black pines. Their survival was a slow, starvation-driven endurance, chewing on hard, frozen fat and dried roots, staring out into the blinding white void of the blizzards, entirely severed from the warm, fortified valleys below, waiting with a grim, silent patience for the slow thaw of spring. Shifting our focus to the blindingly bright, sun-baked extreme south of the Italian peninsula, The rugged, crumbling coastline of Calabria offered a vast, aromatic, and deeply harsh refuge. Here, the sheer cliffs of pale limestone plunged violently into the deep, hypnotic blue of the Tyrrhenian Sea. The bandits who haunted this remote, forgotten corner of the medieval world sought refuge in the deep, nearly impenetrable thickets of the Macchia, a dense, thorny scrubland heavily scented with wild rosemary, lemon blossom, and dry earth. They also utilized the colossal, scattered ruins of ancient Magna Graecia, building their small, hidden camps within the crumbling, sun-bleached columns of forgotten temples. The Calabrian summer was an unrelenting, silent furnace. The outlaws spent their days lying completely motionless in the deep, fragrant shade of the ancient stones, conserving their sweat as the air around them shimmered and warped with the intense heat. The silence of the ruins was heavy and oppressive, broken only by the continuous, maddening drone of cicadas and the distant, slow crashing of the sea against the rocks far below. They watched the winding, dusty coastal roads for days on end, waiting for the heavily guarded carriages of papal tax collectors or wealthy Neapolitan merchants. It was a life of profound, dusty patience, baking slowly in the shadow of ancient history, entirely consumed by the overwhelming heat and the sheer empty beauty of the broken coastline. Finally, we pushed to the absolute, jagged edge of the Scandinavian world, exploring the terrifying vertical landscapes of the deep Norwegian fjords. For the men of the late Viking Age and the early medieval period, being declared a full outlaw meant being driven out of the warm, smoky longhouses and forced into a landscape that was almost entirely vertical. The fjords were massive, deep gashes carved by ancient glaciers, where sheer walls of black granite rose thousands of feet directly out of the freezing, ink-black water. The outlaws had nowhere to run but up. They survived by climbing to incredibly narrow, precarious ledges high above the water, places accessible only by treacherous, freezing ascents where a single loose handhold meant a silent, terrifying plunge into the abyss. They built tiny, miserable shelters out of loose slate and stunted, twisted birch branches. The sensory deprivation of the fjord was overwhelming. The towering stone walls blocked out the sun for most of the day, leaving the outlaws in a permanent, freezing, blue-gray twilight. The silence was not peaceful. It was completely shattered by the deafening, continuous roar of massive waterfalls plunging over the cliffs, a sound that slowly ground away at the sanity of the isolated men. During the long, dark winter, the waterfalls froze into colossal, silent pillars of blue ice, and the cold became a heavy, physical agony. It was a life of sheer, terrifying exposure, clinging desperately to a tiny, freezing ledge on the very face of the earth, entirely isolated, looking down into the deep, black mirror of the freezing water, waiting for an end to the cold. Moving to the deeply fractured, rust-colored landscapes of the Vosges Mountains in eastern France, we find a frontier defined by towering red sandstone cliffs and an incredibly dense, ancient forest of silver firs. In the chaotic centuries of the Holy Roman Empire, this region became heavily infested with rogue nobility and displaced mercenaries who built small, deeply isolated castles on the very tips of the narrowest rock spires. To live as a robber knight in the Vosges was to accept a life of profound, vertical isolation. The forest below was a dark, twisting maze that completely swallowed the sunlight, heavily populated by massive packs of wolves that made travel on foot a terrifying prospect. The outlaws spent their days trapped within their drafty, heavily fortified stone towers, completely surrounded by a thick, freezing mist that rolled off the Rhine Valley and clung to the pine branches like wet cotton. They survived by exacting heavy tolls from the merchants attempting to navigate the steep, muddy passes, descending from the cliffs in sudden, violent raids before retreating back into the clouds. The winter in the Vosges was long and deeply silent, burying the red rocks under massive drifts of snow. The outlaws lived a slow, shivering existence, huddled around massive fireplaces that consumed entire trees, listening to the wind shriek through the narrow arrow slits, completely cut off from the wealthy, sprawling cities of the plains. Shifting our focus to the treacherous, deeply deceptive coastline of northwestern England, we encounter the vast, shifting expanse of Morecambe Bay. This was not a landscape of deep forests or high mountains, but a massive, flat void where the sea retreated for miles, revealing a terrifying plain of gray mud, hidden quicksands, and deep, incredibly fast-moving tidal channels. The fugitives who operated here did not rely on physical fortifications. They relied on the sheer, terrifying speed of the ocean. The bay was a place of extreme, sensory-depriving emptiness. The outlaws moved across the wet, shimmering sands in a state of constant, paranoid hyper-awareness, testing every single step with long ash poles. They knew that a single mistake, a single step onto a patch of soft sand, meant a slow, exhausting and completely silent death, swallowed by the earth before the tide even returned. They survived by leading the king's sheriffs into the bay during the heavy, blinding sea fogs, using their intimate knowledge of the invisible channels to trap their heavily armored pursuers in the path of the incoming tide. The tide in Morecambe Bay did not rise slowly, it roared in like a charging cavalry line, a solid wall of freezing, churning water. The outlaws lived a damp, nerve-wracking life, constantly calculating the phases of the moon and the pull of the sea, hiding in plain sight on a massive, empty canvas of wet sand. Far to the southeast, guarding the ancient, deeply rutted trade routes between the Anatolian Plateau and the Mediterranean Sea, the towering, jagged peaks of the Taurus Mountains provided a colossal, stone sanctuary. This was a borderland that had seen empires rise and fall for millennia, a place of extreme, violent geography where the earth was split by deep, shadowy gorges like the Cilician Gates. The brigands and rogue border guards who claimed these passes lived a life of brutal, sun-scorched endurance. The mountains were composed of pale, jagged limestone that reflected the intense summer heat with a blinding, physical force. There was no soft earth here, only sharp, loose scree that tore at leather boots and made every footstep a loud, echoing clatter. The outlaws hid in the deep, completely dry cave networks that honeycombed the canyon walls, lying absolutely motionless in the suffocating, dusty darkness during the peak of the day. They survived on a meager diet of dried figs and hard, salty cheese, drawing water from deep, hidden cisterns left behind by forgotten civilizations. Their warfare was a slow, terrifying game of ambush, waiting for weeks as heavily laden caravans slowly wound their way up the narrow, echoing gorges. When they finally struck, they did so by hurling massive boulders down from the sheer cliffs, crushing their enemies under the weight of the mountains before vanishing completely back into the blinding, silent heat of the high crags, returning to the damp, rolling green hills of southeastern England. Just beyond the creeping sprawl of medieval London, lay a hidden, completely subterranean world beneath the county of Kent. The ancient chalk mines of Chislehurst, dug entirely by hand over centuries, created a massive labyrinthine underworld of white, freezing tunnels that stretched for miles in absolute darkness. For the most desperate thieves and highwaymen fleeing the gallows of the city, these deep chalk caves offered a perfect, lightless sanctuary. To descend into the mines was to step into a sensory void. The air was incredibly still, smelling intensely of dry chalk and ancient dust. The temperature remained a constant, bone-chilling cold, entirely unaffected by the heat of summer or the snows of winter. The outlaws navigated the confusing, identical white tunnels entirely by touch, terrified of wandering too far from their meager camps and becoming permanently lost in the sprawling maze. They lived in total, crushing darkness, emerging only at night to rob the wealthy coaches traveling along the Dover Road. They spent their days sitting on the freezing, dry chalk, their hands and faces permanently stained a ghostly white, listening to the absolute, ringing silence of the deep earth, living like pale, forgotten specters beneath the busy, sunlit fields of the English countryside. Finally, we journeyed to the extreme, freezing north of the medieval Russian principalities, out onto the colossal, frozen expanse of Lake Ladoga. During the incredibly long, brutal winters, this massive inland sea transformed into a flat, blindingly white desert of solid ice, swept by howling, hurricane-force gales. The outlaws and exiles who survived here were entirely exposed to the raw, crushing power of the Arctic weather. There was absolutely nowhere to hide. They lived in small, miserable wooden huts mounted on heavy wooden runners, dragging their tiny homes slowly across the ice like snails carrying their shells. The cold was a heavy, constant agony that cracked the skin and froze the breath into solid ice on their beards. They survived by cutting deep, agonizingly slow holes through feet of solid ice to fish in the freezing black water below, sitting motionless for hours in the howling wind, wrapped in heavy, foul-smelling bear skins. The isolation of the frozen lake was profound and terrifying. It was a completely featureless void where the sky and the ice blended into a seamless, blinding white horizon. It was an existence defined by sheer, agonizing endurance, moving slowly across the massive, frozen mirror of the lake, entirely removed from the warmth of the earth, fighting a daily, silent battle simply to wake up the next morning in the freezing, endless expanse of the deep north. moving away from the frozen expanses of the north and descending into the heart of the Italian peninsula, we encounter a landscape that starkly contrasted with the wealthy artistic splendor of Renaissance Florence and Siena. This was the Maremma, a vast, malarial coastal swamp that stretched sullenly along the Tyrrhenian Sea. In the Middle Ages, this region was a deeply feared, diseased wasteland of stagnant, brackish lagoons, dense, thorny underbrush and suffocating humidity. The outlaws who claimed the Maremma, the Briganti, were men who had been entirely consumed by a landscape that actively sought to rot them from the inside out. To live in the Maremma was to exist in a permanent, feverish haze. The air was thick, heavy, and smelled intensely of sulfur and decaying marsh weed. The outlaws built their completely hidden camps deep within the impenetrable thickets of the Macchia, moving slowly through the muddy, snake-infested waters on small, flat-bottomed punts. During the long, agonizing months of summer, the heat was a massive physical weight, and the heavy air hummed constantly with the maddening sound of millions of mosquitoes carrying the deadly marsh fever. They survived by stealing semi-wild cattle from the edges of the swamps, butchering the meat in the heavy, humid shade. It was a life of profound, diseased isolation, shaking with malarial chills in the stifling heat, staring blankly out across the flat, brown water, completely forgotten by the popes and dukes who ruled the dry, paved roads far inland. Far to the east, on the high arid plateau of central Anatolia, lay an environment of terrifying, blinding exposure, the immense, completely flat expanse of Lake Tuz, the Great Salt Lake. For the fugitive fleeing the heavy cavalry of the Seljuks or the early Ottomans, this was a landscape of absolute, unforgiving extremes. During the searing heat of the summer, the shallow water evaporated entirely, leaving behind a colossal, blindingly white desert of pure cracked salt that stretched entirely to the horizon. To hide on the salt flats was to endure a slow, agonizing crucifixion by the sun. The outlaws lived a life of extreme, calculated dehydration. There was absolutely no shade, no timber, and no fresh water for miles in any direction. The heat reflecting off the brilliant white salt was a physical, crushing force that scorched the skin and warped the air into shimmering, watery illusions. They survived by digging shallow trenches directly into the hard, sharp salt crust, lying completely motionless under heavy, dust-colored woolen blankets during the peak of the day. They waited with a slow, desperate patience for the rare, heavily guarded salt caravans to cross the flats. When they finally moved, they did so under the freezing, absolute clarity of the desert night sky, their lives a constant, burning thirst, completely exposed on a massive, white mirror that offered no mercy and no place to hide. Returning to the violent, storm-battered western fringes of Europe, we find a landscape stripped bare to its very bones. Out in the churning, freezing swells of the Atlantic Ocean, off the west coast of Ireland, lie the Aran Islands. These islands were not made of rolling green hills, but of solid, striated, pale gray limestone, completely devoid of topsoil. The outlaws and exiled men who found themselves banished to these rocks faced an existence of pure, wind-deafened endurance. The islands were entirely flat and offered absolutely no shelter from the catastrophic gales that swept in uninterrupted from the open ocean. To survive an Atlantic winter on the Arans was a slow, grueling battle against the freezing rain and heavy sea spray that permanently coated the rocks. The outlaws sought refuge in the colossal, circular stone forts left behind by prehistoric peoples, structures built of dry, stacked limestone that let the freezing wind whistle constantly through the gaps. They spent their days engaged in the agonizingly slow, back-breaking labor of creating soil, mixing wet sand with heavy rotting kelp dragged up from the freezing surf, just to grow a meager handful of oats. It was a deeply melancholic, shivering existence, clinging to a barren, flat rock in the middle of a violent, gray sea, listening to the continuous, deafening roar of the ocean tearing at the edges of the world. Deep within the heavily forested, rolling hills of the Swabian Jura in southern Germany, a completely different, deeply terrifying sanctuary lay hidden beneath the earth. This region is honeycombed with massive, subterranean ice caves, places where the winter cold sinks deep into the limestone and never leaves. For the most desperate outlaws fleeing the heavy justice of the Holy Roman Empire, these freezing, lightless caverns became a permanent, echoing tomb. To descend into the ice caves was to leave the world of the living entirely behind. The outlaws navigated the suffocating, pitch-black tunnels entirely by touch, their bare hands freezing against the sheer, slick walls of solid, subterranean glaciers. The air was incredibly still, permanently freezing, and smelled of ancient stone and deep earth. They lived in total, crushing darkness, establishing their miserable camps in the vast, vaulted chambers where massive pillars of blue ice rose from the floor to the ceiling. The silence was absolute and maddening, broken only by the agonizingly slow, rhythmic dripping of freezing water. They survived by emerging only in the dead of the freezing, moonless nights to steal from the isolated valley farms, immediately retreating back into the terrifying, freezing dark. It was a life reduced to the absolute, barest minimum of human existence, shivering in a massive, icy purgatory, completely swallowed by the deep, freezing belly of the mountains. Finally, we journey to the high, terrifyingly exposed granite plateaus of the Cairngorms in the Scottish Highlands. This was not a landscape of deep valleys and sheltering forests, but a massive, undulating roof of the world, an Arctic tundra suspended high in the sky. The broken men and cattle rustlers who claimed these heights lived a life of brutal, unyielding exposure to the elements. The mountains were composed of pale, jagged granite, shattered by millions of years of ice. During the incredibly long, brutal winters, the Cairngorms were swallowed entirely by massive hurricane-force blizzards that created terrifying whiteouts, conditions where the sky and the ground blended into a seamless, blinding white void, and a man could not see his own hand stretched out before him. The outlaws survived by digging deep snow holes into the massive drifts, living in total, freezing darkness, buried alive under feet of snow. They wrapped themselves tightly in heavy, wet wool, shivering violently, conserving every ounce of body heat as the wind shrieked like a dying animal across the plateau above them. Their existence was a slow, starving wait, completely disconnected from the warm, peat-fired hearths of the glens below, surviving on a desperate diet of frozen, dried oats and the slow, agonizing endurance of a completely forgotten people, trapped on a freezing, windy rock on the very edge of the sky. Stepping away from the untamed wilderness, we must confront a landscape created entirely by the brutal, grinding machinery of medieval warfare. In the aftermath of the massive, apocalyptic clashes of the 100 Years' War or the Wars of the Roses, fields like Cressy, Agincourt, or Toten, the earth was transformed into a churning sea of freezing mud, shattered lances, and thousands of unburied dead. The outlaws who inhabited these cursed spaces were the scavengers, the camp followers, and the deserters who turned to a life of sheer, ghastly opportunism. They did not hide in deep forests. They lived in the immediate, terrifying shadow of the slaughter. During the day, they retreated to the edges of the ruined, burning villages, sleeping in the heavy, freezing rain. But when the night fell, completely black and heavy with the metallic, suffocating stench of blood and voided bowels, they crawled out onto the killing fields. They moved with a slow, terrifying silence through the freezing mud, stepping over the swollen carcasses of massive war horses. Their survival depended on a sickening intimacy with the dead, slowly prying silver rings from stiff, freezing fingers, and stripping heavy, blood-soaked chainmail from the bodies of fallen knights. It was an existence of profound, stomach-churning horror, living like ghosts among the rotting refuse of kings, completely devoid of honor or glory, their minds slowly breaking under the sheer, overwhelming scale of the carnage they crawled through every single night. Far to the north, in the heavily populated, completely flat expanse of the Low Countries, Flanders, Brabant, and Holland, the deep, ancient forests had long been cleared to make way for massive, sprawling fields of flax and wheat. The fugitives in this landscape had nowhere natural to hide. Instead, they sought refuge in the towering, creaking wooden skeletons of the landscape, the massive, abandoned windmills and the crumbling brick watchtowers that dotted the horizon. To live as an outlaw in a deserted windmill was to endure a life of continuous, terrifying noise and wind. The structures were entirely exposed to the brutal, freezing gales that swept in from the North Sea. The outlaws huddled high up in the narrow wooden caps of the mills, wrapped in heavy, damp wool, listening to the agonizing rhythmic groaning and shrieking of the massive, rotting wooden gears as the wind forced the sails to turn. They could see for miles across the flat, gray landscape, watching the tiny, slow-moving torches of the Duke's bailiffs searching the roads below. They survived by lowering small woven baskets on long hemp ropes to sympathetic peasants in the dead of the freezing night. It was a deeply claustrophobic, nerve-wracking existence, trapped in a swaying, groaning wooden cage suspended high above the flat, wet earth, entirely at the mercy of the relentless northern wind. Descending deep beneath the teeming, chaotic streets of medieval Paris, Far below the relative safety of the Coquilids wine cellars, lay a world of absolute toxic repulsion, the ancient, sprawling network of the Parisian sewers and the forgotten Roman drains of Lutetia. The most desperate hunted men of the city, those who had committed crimes so severe that even the criminal underworld turned them away, were forced into this rushing, lightless nightmare. To step into the deep sewers was to embrace a life of sheer sensory torture. The air was a thick, blindingly foul mixture of methane, rotting offal, and the heavy, sweet stench of absolute decay. There was no solid ground, only the slippery, curved stone of the tunnels and a rushing, knee-deep river of freezing, black filth. The outlaws navigated this lightless maze entirely by touch, their hands slipping on the thick, green slime that coated the ancient brickwork. They lived in total, crushing darkness, terrified of the sudden, massive surges of freezing water that followed a heavy rainstorm on the streets above, which could sweep a man away into the suffocating dark of the Seine in seconds. They survived by catching the massive, diseased black rats that infested the tunnels, living a short, sickly, and utterly wretched existence, buried alive in the suffocating, foul-smelling bowels of the great city. Traveling south to the immense, rolling hills of Andalusia, in the sun-baked heart of the Iberian Peninsula, we find a landscape completely dominated by human cultivation, yet vast enough to swallow an army. This was the ocean of ancient, gnarled olive trees that stretched for hundreds of miles under the blistering Spanish sun. The bandoleros who operated in this region did not hide in dark caves. They hid in plain sight. Many of these olive trees were centuries old, their massive, twisted trunks deeply hollowed out by time and insects. The outlaws used these colossal living wooden shells as their homes. To live in the olive groves was to endure a life of oppressive, silent heat and the heavy, bitter, omnipresent scent of crushed olives and dry, red dust. During the blindingly bright, silent hours of the midday sun, they crawled deep into the hollow trunks, sitting perfectly still, their skin baked as dark and tough as the bark itself. They blended seamlessly into the shimmering, silver-green landscape. The silence of the groves was hypnotic, broken only by the dry, papery rustle of the leaves in the hot wind. When they moved to raid the wealthy haciendas or the slow, dusty merchant caravans traveling to Sevilla, they did so at the cool, blue hour of twilight. It was a deeply patient, dusty existence, moving like slow, deliberate shadows through an endless, silver forest, completely consumed by the sheer, monotonous scale of the ancient groves. Finally, we journey to the fractured, dramatic landscapes of Thessalian Greece, where the earth suddenly thrusts massive, sheer pillars of dark sandstone hundreds of feet into the sky. This is Meteora. In the chaotic, dying centuries of the Byzantine Empire, as the Ottoman army slowly advanced, desperate bands of rogue mercenaries and local brigands scaled these terrifying, vertical rocks to seize the isolated, often abandoned monasteries built precariously on their summits. To live as an outlaw in Meteora was to live a life completely suspended in the clouds. The summits were completely disconnected from the earth below, accessible only by incredibly long, terrifying rope nets hauled up by hand winches, or by a series of flimsy, rotting wooden ladders pegged directly into the sheer cliff face. The outlaws lived among the beautiful, fading frescoes of Byzantine saints, surrounded by a profound, breathtaking silence. The air was incredibly thin and pure, completely removed from the dust and blood of the plains thousands of feet below. They spent their days sitting on the very edges of the precipices, staring out across the vast, hazy expanse of the Greek valleys, watching the slow, crawling march of invading armies that looked like tiny, insignificant lines of ants. They survived on hoarded grain and rainwater collected in ancient stone cisterns. It was a deeply surreal, isolated existence, living as violent, desperate men trapped in the quiet, faded halls of the holy, suspended halfway between the violence of the earth and the absolute blue silence of the sky. Turning from the suspended monasteries of Greece, we plunge into the heavily forested, deeply folded valleys of the Apennine Mountains that form the rugged spine of the Italian peninsula. During the tumultuous, bloody wars between the Guelphs and Ghibellines, these dense, ancient chestnut forests became a sprawling, heavily armed sanctuary for exiled condottieri and shattered mercenary companies. To live as a bandit in the Apennines was to endure a life of constant, miserable dampness and deep, creeping paranoia. The outlaws established heavily fortified, hidden camps deep within the steep, muddy ravines, surrounded by an endless sea of trembling green leaves that completely blocked the warm Mediterranean sun. During the heavy, relentless autumn rains, The mountains turned into a treacherous sliding trap of deep mud and swollen, freezing rivers that made any movement an exhausting, terrifying ordeal. The mercenaries spent their days trapped in crude wooden palisades, their expensive, finely crafted Milanese armor slowly rusting in the relentless damp, listening to the monotonous, heavy drumming of the rain against their rotting leather tents. Their survival depended on a slow, grinding war of extortion against the wealthy merchant caravans traveling the ancient Via Francigena, waiting for days in the freezing mist to launch a single, swift ambush. It was a deeply bitter, frustrated existence, living as heavily armed, forgotten ghosts in the mud, constantly watching the fog-choked passes for the banners of papal armies, waiting endlessly for a political pardon that was always promised but never arrived. Far to the north, along the bleak, storm-battered coastline of Northumbria, the terrifying legacy of the Viking Age had left a landscape scarred by colossal, shattered stone ruins. For the desperate thieves and broken men of the Anglo-Scottish borders, the gutted remains of ancient, wealthy monasteries like Lindisfarne or Whitby Abbey provided a deeply haunting, freezing sanctuary. To claim these holy ruins was to live in the permanent, terrifying shadow of the divine and the dead. The outlaws built their miserable, tiny shelters from scavenged driftwood and loose, soot-stained masonry directly beneath the massive, open-air arches of the ruined naves. The environment was entirely exposed to the brutal, freezing gales that swept in unhindered from the gray, churning expanse of the North Sea. The outlaws spent their days shivering violently in the heavy, salt-laden sea fog, listening to the wind shriek mournfully through the empty Gothic window frames like a chorus of damned souls. They survived by scavenging the frozen, rocky beaches for wreckage and trapping meager seabirds, their lives a slow, starving penance amidst the beautiful, crumbling architecture of a forgotten age. It was an existence defined by profound, shivering melancholy huddled around tiny, smoking fires on the desecrated altars of fallen saints, completely consumed by the freezing wind and the heavy, terrifying silence of the abandoned holy ground. Shifting our gaze far to the blistering, sun-baked southeast, to the arid, rocky hills of the Levant, we find a completely different form of monumental decay that harbored the outcasts of the medieval world. Long after the Crusader armies had been decisively driven back into the sea, the massive, sprawling limestone fortresses they left behind, structures like the outer, forgotten walls of Margate or the deep, dry moats of Sion, became the absolute domain of rogue mercenaries, desert raiders, and the desperate exiles of a shattered frontier. To inhabit these colossal Crusader ruins was to live in a state of baking, echoing emptiness. The outlaws camped in the deep, subterranean vaulted stables or the massive dry stone cisterns to escape the terrifying physical weight of the midday desert sun. The air inside the ruins was suffocatingly still, smelling intensely of dry dust, baked limestone, and ancient, forgotten sweat. They spent the long, blindingly bright hours of the day lying completely motionless on the cool, shadowed stone, listening to the dry wind whistle through the massive empty arrow slits and the crumbling battlements. When night finally fell, plunging the desert into a sudden, biting cold, they emerged like phantoms to prey upon the slow-moving caravans navigating the ancient coastal roads. It was a life of profound, dusty isolation, entirely severed from the green forests of Europe, existing as heavily armed scavengers trapped within the colossal, slowly crumbling skeletons of a failed holy war. Returning to the treacherous, deeply indented coastline of southwestern Britain, we delve into the terrifying, subterranean world of the abandoned Cornish tin mines. Long before the industrial era, ancient, incredibly deep shafts had been carved directly into the sheer granite cliffs, plunging hundreds of feet down beneath the churning bed of the Celtic Sea. For the most desperate smugglers and coastal wreckers avoiding the king's heavily armed revenue men, these flooded, lightless tunnels offered a perfect, nightmarish sanctuary. To descend into the tin mines was to embrace a life of absolute, sensory-depriving terror. The outlaws navigated the suffocating, pitch-black shafts entirely by the faint, sputtering light of stolen tallow candles, their hands constantly slipping on the freezing, slime-coated granite walls. The air down there was incredibly heavy, permanently freezing, and tasted overwhelmingly of copper, salt, and stagnant earth. The silence was absolute, save for the terrifying, continuous, heavy booming of the massive Atlantic swells crashing directly above their heads, the deep vibrations shaking the solid rock entirely around them. They lived in total, crushing darkness, hiding their illicit cargo of French brandy and untaxed lace on narrow, rotting wooden platforms suspended over bottomless, flooded abysses. It was an existence of pure claustrophobic panic, shivering in the freezing, damp belly of the cliffs, constantly terrified that the fragile, ancient timber props would finally give way and let the ocean come rushing in to swallow them whole in the dark. Finally, we pull ourselves out of the deep earth and plunge into the dense, suffocating, and incredibly wealthy urban labyrinth of medieval Venice. Away from the glittering, sun-drenched mosaics of San Marco and the grand, marble facades of the Grand Canal, deep within the twisting, incredibly narrow, lightless alleys of the poorer Sestieri, a completely different breed of outlaw thrived. The bravo, the hired blade, and the ruthless footpad. To be an urban assassin in the Republic of Venice was to live a life governed entirely by the oppressive, creeping shadows and the deep, stagnant water. The alleys were so agonizingly narrow that a man could easily touch both heavy brick walls at once, creating a permanent, damp twilight where the sun never reached the slimy cobblestones. The outlaws spent their days hiding in the dark, smoky, heavily crowded Baccari, the air thick with the smell of cheap wine, sweat, and roasting fish, blending perfectly into the loud, chaotic misery of the urban poor. When they moved to strike, they did so in the absolute, blinding pitch black of a moonless, fog-choked Venetian night. They stood perfectly still for hours in the freezing, heavy mist, pressed completely flat against the damp brickwork of a narrow bridge, breathing with an agonizing slowness. They listened intently for the slow, echoing footsteps of a solitary patrician making his way home through the dark. The violence was incredibly swift and completely silent. A sudden flash of a stiletto in the fog, followed immediately by the heavy, dull splash of a body being rolled over the low parapet into the freezing black water of the canal. It was a life of extreme, tense waiting, existing as a completely invisible, lethal phantom in a sprawling, damp maze of brick and water, swallowed entirely by the beautiful, terrifying, and utterly ruthless heart of the serene Republic, moving deep into the untamed heart of the Kingdom of Hungary, far away from the glittering, heavily fortified palaces of Buda, lies the massive, impenetrable darkness of the Bacony Forest. In the late Middle Ages, this sprawling, undulating expanse of ancient beech and towering oak was a terrifying, deeply isolated wilderness, completely untouched by the slow crawl of civilization. The outlaws who claimed the Bacony were a desperate, hardened breed, runaway serfs, broken mercenaries, and rogue nobles fleeing the brutal, swift justice of the Hungarian crown. To live as a brigand in the Bacony was to surrender to a life of profound, suffocating enclosure. The forest canopy was so incredibly thick that it swallowed the sunlight entirely, leaving the damp, fern-covered forest floor in a state of permanent, heavy twilight. The outlaws built their completely hidden semi-subterranean camps deep within the steepest, most treacherous ravines, camouflaging their earthen roofs with thick layers of wet, rotting leaves and dead wood. The silence of the deep forest was absolute and terrifying, completely shattered at night by the agonizing, echoing howls of the massive wolf packs that roamed the hills. During the brutal, freezing winters, the snow piled up in colossal drifts, trapping the outlaws in their dark, damp burrows for months on end. They survived by hoarding stolen grain and heavily salted pork, sitting completely motionless in the freezing, pitch-black dark, listening to the massive, ancient trees groan and snap under the crushing weight of the ice. Their survival was a slow, starving endurance, entirely disconnected from the warm, bustling market towns, waiting with agonizing patience in the heavy, green shadows for the slow, muddy merchant wagons traveling the dangerous roads to Vienna. Shifting our focus from the deep, freezing woods to the suffocating, incredibly wealthy urban sprawl of the north, we enter the foggy, labyrinthine streets of medieval Bruges. In the 14th century, this was the glittering, heavily populated economic heart of Flanders, a massive hub of international trade built entirely upon a sprawling network of dark, slow-moving canals. The urban outlaws here did not fight wolves or freezing blizzards. They fought a constant, nerve-wracking battle against the heavy, oppressive surveillance of the powerful merchant guilds and the Duke's heavily armed city watch. To be a smuggler or a master thief in Bruges was to live a life of agonizingly slow, creeping paranoia. The city was a maze of tall, narrow brick houses that loomed over the stagnant, foul-smelling water of the canals, completely blocking the sun and creating a permanent, damp gloom. The outlaws operated in the absolute, blinding pitch black of the foggy, moonless nights. They moved their illicit, untaxed cargo of fine English wool and Rhenish wine using small, completely silent, flat-bottomed boats, poling their way with agonizing slowness through the freezing, thick green water. They communicated entirely through a series of low, muffled whistles, hiding in the deep, freezing, rat-infested brick cellars that lay just inches above the water level. It was a deeply claustrophobic, terrifying existence. A single clumsy splash of an oar or the sudden bark of a stray dog could bring the city guards running, leading to a swift, brutal execution in the crowded market square. They lived as pale, wealthy, but constantly terrified ghosts, completely swallowed by the damp, foggy, and utterly ruthless machinery of the medieval metropolis. Far to the rugged, storm-battered western edge of the known world, the isolated, heavily fortified island of Anglesey lay just off the treacherous, mountainous coast of Wales. In the chaotic centuries following the Edwardian conquest, this windswept, ancient land became a deeply hostile, freezing sanctuary for Welsh rebels, pirates, and desperate outlaws resisting the heavy, iron grip of the English crown. The landscape of Anglesey was stripped bare by the relentless, freezing gales of the Irish Sea, a world of rolling, treeless moors, ancient standing stones, and massive, terrifying cliffs of black slate that plunged violently into the churning water. The outlaws who claimed this coastline lived a life of sheer, wind-deafened exposure. They did not build keeps. They sought refuge in the deep, winding sea caves that had been carved directly into the sheer cliffs by millions of years of crashing waves. To live in these caves was to endure a permanent, freezing dampness. The air was incredibly heavy, perpetually saturated with salt spray, and smelled intensely of rotting kelp and wet, cold stone. They spent their days huddled in the deep, suffocating darkness, shivering violently in their damp woolen cloaks, listening to the continuous, deafening, thunderous roar of the ocean crashing against the rocks directly below them. They survived by launching swift, completely silent raids across the treacherous Menai Strait to steal heavily guarded English cattle, swimming the freezing, fast-moving currents in the dead of night. It was a life of profound, shivering melancholy, clinging desperately to the bare, wet, jagged edge of the world, entirely consumed by the violent, freezing wind and the heavy, crushing memory of a conquered land. Descending far to the south, to the scorching, sun-baked interior of the Kingdom of Sicily, we find an entirely different, incredibly harsh, and deeply unforgiving environment. Away from the wealthy, glittering coastal cities of Palermo and Syracuse, the rugged, jagged limestone peaks of the Nebrodi Mountains offered a vast, arid sanctuary. This was a land that had been brutally fought over by Byzantines, Arabs, and Normans, leaving a legacy of deep, generational violence and absolute mistrust. The outlaws who roamed these high, scorching peaks, the early heavily armed precursors to the modern banditti, lived a life of extreme, calculated dehydration and profound stillness. The Sicilian summer was a massive, silent furnace. The mountains were completely devoid of soft earth, composed instead of sharp, blindingly white rocks and dense, thorny scrub that baked under a merciless, silent sun. The outlaws spent the long, agonizingly slow hours of the day hiding deep within the cool, shadowed, completely dry ravines, lying absolutely motionless to conserve their rapidly depleting sweat. The air shimmered and warped with the intense, physical heat, and the silence was heavy, broken only by the continuous, maddening drone of cicadas. They survived on a harsh, unvarying diet of hard goat cheese and hoarded, muddy water drawn from hidden, ancient cisterns. Their warfare was a slow, deeply paranoid game of extortion against the wealthy, heavily fortified estates of the valleys, relying on the quiet, lingering threat of extreme violence. It was a dusty, lonely, and deeply exhausting existence, baking slowly on the sharp, silent peaks, completely isolated from the cool sea breeze, living a life defined by the slow burn of the sun and the heavy, ancient code of the blood feud. Finally, we push far to the east, beyond the great forests of Rus and out onto the staggering, mind-bending vastness of the Pontic-Caspian steppe. In the Middle Ages, this was an immense, completely flat, featureless ocean of tall, yellow feather grass that stretched unbroken from the Black Sea to the deep horizon. The solitary fugitives, exiled horsemen, and rogue mercenaries who fled into this massive void faced an isolation so profound it could shatter a man's mind. To survive on the steppe was to surrender completely to the sheer, overwhelming scale of the sky. There were absolutely no mountains to hide behind, no forest to seek shelter in, and no stone ruins to crawl into. The steppe outlaw lived entirely in the saddle of a tough, half-wild pony, moving at a slow, relentless, hypnotic walk across the massive, empty plains. During the blistering summer, the steppe turned to dry, brittle parchment, swept by a continuous, stinging hot wind that cracked the lips and filled the eyes with fine red dust. But it was the continental winter that brought true, freezing terror. The Buran, a massive, howling hurricane-force blizzard, would sweep across the completely unprotected plains, turning the world into a blinding, featureless sheet of freezing white ice. The outlaw had to keep moving, a tiny, insignificant freezing speck crawling slowly across the massive, white void, enduring the agonizing cold and the profound, terrifying loneliness of a landscape so incredibly vast that it seemed to possess no end, living entirely at the mercy of the massive, crushing, and indifferent sky. Shifting our gaze to the sun-baked, fractured landscapes of southern France, we encounter the sheer, terrifying limestone pinnacles of the Corbières Mountains in the Languedoc. In the traumatic aftermath of the Albigensian Crusade in the 13th century, this deeply scarred region became the ultimate, desperate sanctuary for the fated, dispossessed knights, heretics, and outlaws who had lost everything to the northern French armies. They retreated to the castles in the clouds, colossal, dizzying fortifications like Montségur and Queribus, which were built directly onto the impossibly narrow peaks of vertical rock spires. To live as an outlaw in these high arid peaks was to endure a life of staggering wind-battered isolation. The mountains were completely devoid of topsoil, baking under a relentless, blinding Mediterranean sun that turned the pale limestone into a massive, silent oven. The outlaws spent their days trapped within the thick, dry stone walls of the keeps, staring out across the vast, hazy plains of the Aude, entirely cut off from the fertile vineyards far below. Water was an obsession, collected drop by drop in deep, rock-hewn cisterns from the rare, violent mountain thunderstorms. Their existence was a slow, starving defiance, clinging to the very roof of a conquered land, shivering in the sudden, biting cold of the mountain nights, and waiting with a grim, exhausted patience for the heavily armored armies of the Inquisition that they knew would eventually climb the impossible heights. Returning to the damp, fog-choked coastlines of England, we plunge into the disorienting, perfectly flat expanse of Romney Marsh in Kent. Known to locals as the fifth quarter of the globe, this was a massive, isolated tract of reclaimed wetland, crisscrossed by a confusing, deeply treacherous network of deep drainage ditches and stagnant, reed-choked dikes. In the later Middle Ages, this desolate, malaria-ridden sheep pasture became the undisputed domain of the Ollers, ruthless smugglers who illicitly exported untaxed English wool across the Channel. To navigate the marsh was to exist in a permanent, shivering twilight. The landscape was frequently swallowed by incredibly thick, heavy sea fogs that rolled in off the freezing water, erasing the horizon completely and reducing the world to a damp, gray void. The outlaws operated exclusively in the dead of these blinding, moonless nights. They moved heavily laden pack horses across the sinking, muddy fields with agonizing slowness, the animals' hooves wrapped in thick layers of rags to ensure absolute silence. They lived in profound dampness, their coarse wool clothing permanently soaked through with the freezing mist, communicating through the fog with the low, eerie, and mournful hooting of owls. It was a deeply paranoid, shivering existence, constantly listening for the heavy splash of the king's riding officers stumbling into a dike, moving like slow, wet phantoms through a flat, green world that seemed entirely disconnected from the rest of the kingdom. Far to the northeast, along the freezing, rain-battered shores of the Baltic Sea, lay the immense, terrifyingly primeval wilderness of Samogitia. In the dense, waterlogged forests of what is now Lithuania, the last pagan holdouts of Europe fought a slow, grinding war of attrition against the heavily armored crusaders of the Teutonic Order. The outlaws, deserters, and displaced warriors who vanished into this landscape were swallowed by an impenetrable maze of ancient, rotting oaks, deep, freezing black swamps, and a suffocating, eternal dampness. The canopy of the deep Baltic forest was incredibly thick, casting the waterlogged earth into a permanent, freezing gloom. The outlaws lived in completely hidden semi-subterranean timber lodges built on small, unstable islands of peak deep within the sinking bogs. They survived the unimaginably brutal dark winters by wrapping themselves entirely in heavy, foul-smelling bear and wolf hides, breathing slowly in the pitch-black, smoke-filled darkness of their earthen huts. The silence of the freezing swamps was heavy and deeply unsettling, broken only by the sharp, terrifying crack of freezing timber and the distant, mournful howling of the winter winds. Their warfare was a slow, agonizing crawl through the freezing mud, dragging the heavy, ironclad knights into the bottomless, black water, leaving the outlaws alone again in the vast, freezing, and deeply melancholic expanse of a dying, ancient world. Turning westward to the jagged, deeply shadowed heart of Wales, we encounter the imposing slate-gray peaks and plunging freezing valleys of Snowdonia, Ararai. Following the massive castle-building campaigns of the English kings, this rugged rain-slicked mountain range became the final desperate redoubt for the red banditti and fiercely independent Welsh outlaws. The environment was an exercise in extreme, vertical dampness. The mountains were composed of sharp, loose slate that tore at leather boots and made every step a loud, treacherous, sliding hazard. The valleys were perpetually shrouded in a heavy, freezing drizzle, with massive, dark clouds constantly scraping the jagged peaks. The outlaws lived in absolute, shivering misery, seeking shelter in the deep, dripping, natural limestone caves or the abandoned, half-flooded slate quarries that scarred the mountainsides. They spent their days huddled in the deep, freezing shadows, looking down at the massive, perfectly geometric stone rings of the English castles that dominated the coastlines below. They survived by launching incredibly swift, silent raids in the dead of the freezing, rainy nights, stealing heavily guarded English sheep and driving them back up the treacherous, invisible mountain paths before dawn. It was a life of profound, wet exhaustion, permanently chilled to the bone, living a slow, defiant and deeply lonely existence in the heavy, raining clouds, entirely consumed by the sharp, unyielding stone of their ancestral home. Finally, we pushed deep into the towering, ice-choked heart of the European continent, ascending to the terrifying, narrow defile of the Gotthard Pass in the Swiss Alps. In the Middle Ages, this was one of the only viable, yet incredibly dangerous, arteries connecting the wealthy merchants of northern Italy with the bustling cities of the Holy Roman Empire. The mountain brigands who controlled these extreme heights lived a life suspended entirely in a world of blinding white ice and sheer fatal drops. The pass was a narrow, winding ribbon of frozen rock that clung desperately to the sides of massive vertical granite walls. To live as an outlaw here was to endure a continuous, agonizing battle against the sheer, crushing weight of the alpine winter. They built tiny, miserable stone shelters completely camouflaged against the gray rock, deeply buried under colossal drifts of snow for most of the year. They spent weeks sitting perfectly still in the freezing, pitch-black darkness, listening to the terrifying, deafening roar of massive avalanches sweeping away everything in the valleys below. When they finally moved to ambush the slow, heavily burdened trains of pack mules, they did so in the middle of blinding, hurricane-force blizzards, appearing suddenly like violent ghosts from the white void. Their survival was a deeply paranoid, freezing calculation, entirely dependent on the extreme, unpredictable violence of the mountain weather, living a life of sheer, terrifying exposure on a tiny, icy ledge halfway between the freezing earth and the pale, unforgiving sky. Shifting our gaze to the blindingly bright, violently contested waters of the western Mediterranean, we find the jagged, isolated archipelagos of the Balearic Islands. Long before the golden age of piracy, these rocky outcrops, Majorca, Menorca, and Ibiza, served as perfect, predatory stepping stones between the Christian kingdoms of Iberia and the Islamic states of North Africa. The early corsairs who claimed the hidden, shallow coves of these islands lived a life entirely dictated by the merciless, beating sun and the heavy, stagnant air of the Mediterranean summer. To wait in ambush here was to endure a slow, agonizing dehydration. The outlaws anchored their narrow, lateen-rigged galleys in deep, hidden cala flanked by towering cliffs of pale, sun-scorched limestone. The heat trapped within these rocky inlets was absolute, a heavy physical weight that warped the horizon and baked the wooden decks of their ships until they were too hot to touch with bare skin. They spent the agonizingly slow, breathless hours of midday lying completely motionless in the sparse, dusty shade of ancient olive trees clinging to the cliffs, listening to the monotonous, maddening drone of cicadas. Fresh water was incredibly scarce, carefully hoarded in porous clay amphorae that did little to cut the warmth. They stared out at the painfully bright, hypnotic blue of the sea for days on end, waiting for the slow white sails of Genoese or Catalan merchantmen heavily laden with spices and silk. When they finally rowed out to strike, the violence was sudden, exhausted, and desperately thirsty, returning immediately to the deep, silent isolation of the sun-baked rocks, completely cut off from the lush, green forests of the mainland deep within the heart of Central Europe, forming a massive, dark, and seemingly endless wall between Bavaria and the Kingdom of Bohemia, lay the towering ancient wilderness of the Sumava, the Bohemian forest. In the chaotic, bloody aftermath of the Hussite Wars in the 15th century, this deep ocean of ancient spruce, massive granite boulders, and treacherous, freezing peat bogs became a terrifying sanctuary for heavily armed deserters and radical religious exiles. To vanish into the Sumava was to embrace a life of absolute, freezing twilight. The canopy was so incredibly dense that the damp, moss-covered forest floor rarely saw the sun. The outlaws lived in completely hidden semi-subterranean camps dug directly beneath the massive, rotting root systems of fallen trees. The environment was a constant, creeping dampness that rotted leather armor and rusted heavy iron swords. During the incredibly brutal Central European winters, the forest froze solid, buried under massive drifts of snow that made any movement an exhausting, terrifying crawl. The outlaws survived on a harsh, desperate diet of dried mushrooms, bitter roots, and poached deer, wrapping themselves in heavy, foul-smelling furs to survive the agonizing cold. They waited in the freezing, absolute silence of the deep woods, listening to the terrifying snap of freezing timber, watching the narrow, muddy passes for the heavily guarded salt caravans traveling from Passau. It was a life of profound, shivering isolation, existing as heavily armed ghosts completely swallowed by the immense, indifferent silence of the ancient black pines. Returning to the sprawling, foul-smelling urban chaos of medieval London, we descend to the very edges of the freezing brown water of the River Thames. Long before the organized docklands, the banks of the river were a confusing, chaotic maze of sinking mudflats, rotting wooden wharves, and narrow, lightless alleys that smelled intensely of raw sewage, dead fish, and wet timber. The urban outlaws who thrived here, the early precursors to the mudlarks and river pirates, did not seek the romance of the greenwood. They lived a life of pure, desperate opportunism in the freezing sludge. Their existence was governed entirely by the slow, predictable rhythm of the tides and the thick, blinding fogs that rolled off the estuary. They operated exclusively in the dead of the freezing, moonless nights, moving like slow, wet phantoms through the knee-deep, freezing black mud. They used small, completely silent rowboats, wrapping their oars in thick layers of rags to muffle the sound of the water. They would drift silently alongside massive wooden merchant cogs anchored in the river, waiting for the exhausted night watchman to fall asleep. The physical toll of this life was heavy. They were permanently soaked to the bone, their skin coated in the toxic, freezing filth of the city's refuse. They stole heavy wooden barrels of wine, raw wool, and spices, dragging them with agonizing slowness through the sucking mud before the tide could return. It was a deeply paranoid, shivering existence, constantly looking over their shoulders for the king's bailiffs, living a short, miserable life in the freezing, toxic margins of the greatest city in England, far to the southeast, plunging into the harsh, deeply fractured limestone spine of the Dinaric Alps in the Balkans. We find a landscape that is both terrifyingly arid and incredibly deceptive. As the Ottoman Empire slowly ground its way across the peninsula in the late Middle Ages, these sharp, jagged mountains became the ultimate redoubt for the fiercely independent Hajduks, guerrilla fighters, displaced pastoralists, and ruthless highwaymen. The karst landscape they inhabited was a world of extreme, physical contradiction. The surface of the mountains was completely devoid of water, a blindingly white, sun-baked expanse of sharp limestone ridges that tore at leather boots. Yet, hundreds of feet below the surface, massive, freezing underground rivers carved colossal, echoing caves. To survive as a Hajduk was to master this vertical, arid maze. During the blinding heat of the day, the outlaws retreated deep into the freezing, lightless sinkholes and subterranean caverns, living in profound, damp darkness to escape the massive physical weight of the sun. They drank from the freezing, fast-moving underground rivers, completely hidden from the Ottoman patrols marching through the dusty, dry valleys above. When they moved to raid the wealthy coastal territories of the Venetian Republic or the Ottoman supply trains, they navigated the treacherous, razor-sharp mountain passes in the pitch black, moving with the slow, deliberate silence of men who knew that a single misstep meant a terrifying plunge into a bottomless abyss. Theirs was a life of intense, dusty waiting, suspended between the blinding dry heat of the sky and the freezing damp darkness of the deep earth. Finally, we journey to the deep, river-carved valleys of the Périgord in southwestern France. In the chaotic, heavily scarred decades of the Hundred Years' War, this region was relentlessly terrorized by the routiers, the free companies of unemployed, heavily armored mercenaries who refused to lay down their swords when the kings declared a temporary peace. The landscape of the Dordogne was dominated by towering, sheer limestone cliffs heavily cloaked in ancient, dark oak forests. The mercenaries did not build new camps. They brutally seized the ancient, crumbling stone chateaus that clung desperately to the sides of the cliffs, or they drove the local peasants out of the massive, natural cave networks carved into the rock. To live as a rogue mercenary in Perigord was to endure a life of heavily armored, deeply paranoid stagnation. They spent their days trapped within the cold, weeping stone walls of seized fortresses, the air thick with the smell of wood smoke, roasting meat, and rusting iron. The dampness of the river valleys was absolute, settling deep into their joints and forcing them to constantly oil and polish their stolen plate armor. They watched the slow, muddy progress of the rivers below for weeks on end, completely isolated from the royal courts, exacting brutal, slow-bleeding protection money from the terrified local villages. It was a life devoid of the grand chivalric glory they had been promised on the battlefields, reduced instead to a slow, heavily armed boredom, sitting in the damp, mossy ruins of the cliffs, waiting endlessly for the war to inevitably begin again, stripping away the romantic ballads and the cheerful myths of men in Lincoln Green. The reality of the English forest outlaw in the dense woodlands of Barnsdale and Sherwood was a life of profound, agonizing degradation. These were not merry men, but desperate fugitives, yeomen who had lost their lands, murderers fleeing the noose, and starving peasants who had dared to shoot a deer to feed their families. To live in the royal forests of the 13th century was to be constantly hunted by the king's foresters, men who were permitted to kill poachers on sight. The outlaws lived a life of permanent, inescapable dampness. The thick canopy of ancient oaks and twisting elms blocked out the sun, leaving the forest floor a treacherous, muddy expanse of rotting leaves and stinging nettles. They did not build grand, hidden fortresses. They cowered in shallow, muddy depressions hollowed out beneath the massive roots of fallen trees, covering themselves with dead bracken to hide from the patrols. During the endless, freezing rains of the English autumn, their coarse woolen tunics became heavy, waterlogged prisons that clung to their skin, breeding lice and deep-seated fungal infections. They suffered terribly from scurvy and malnutrition, their teeth rotting in their heads as they survived on a meager, desperate diet of stolen acorns, bitter roots, and the occasional stringy meat of a poached rabbit, eaten raw to avoid lighting a fire. It was a life of absolute, shivering paranoia, sitting in the cold, wet mud for days on end, listening intently for the distant, terrifying baying of the sheriff's bloodhounds echoing through the heavy, gray mist. Moving to the impossibly steep, jagged cliffs of the Amalfi Coast in the Italian peninsula, we find a completely different, deeply vertical landscape of medieval criminality. Long before this coastline became a haven for wealthy travelers, it was a terrifying, deeply fractured frontier. The massive limestone cliffs plunged violently into the deep, hypnotic blue of the Tyrrhenian Sea, deeply scarred by narrow, incredibly steep gorges known as valloni. The rogue sailors, smugglers, and local corsairs who claimed these hidden ravines lived a life of sheer, exhausting physical endurance. The valloni were essentially vertical traps, completely inaccessible from the land and heavily choked with dense, thorny lemon trees and wild Mediterranean scrub. The outlaws anchored their small, fast skiffs deep within the dark, echoing sea caves at the base of the cliffs, hauling their stolen cargo of Byzantine silk and heavy barrels of wine up the sheer, terrifying cliff faces using frayed, rotting hemp ropes. The heat trapped within these narrow rock fissures during the summer was absolutely suffocating, a heavy, humid weight that smelled intensely of wild herbs, salt, and decaying fish. They spent the long, breathless hours of the day lying perfectly still on incredibly narrow, sun-baked ledges, staring down at the wealthy merchant galleys navigating the coastal waters hundreds of feet below. Their existence was a slow, thirsty waiting game, entirely disconnected from the glittering, wealthy maritime republics, surviving like feral goats on the very edges of the vertical stone. Far to the north, along the deeply rutted, perpetually flooded tracks that connected the great medieval champagne fairs of France, the specialized highwaymen and footpads endured a life of pure, filthy misery. This was not a wilderness, but a massive, heavily trafficked economic artery that turned into a continuous sea of freezing, knee-deep mud during the autumn and spring. The outlaws who preyed on the wealthy Flemish and Italian merchants did not hide in majestic forests. They hid directly in the deep, freezing, waterlogged drainage ditches that ran alongside the main roads. To be a highwayman in Champagne was to embrace a life submerged in freezing sludge. They spent days lying completely flat in the muddy trenches, enveloped in the heavy, freezing fogs that rolled across the flat French countryside, their bodies completely coated in a thick layer of gray, foul-smelling earth to avoid detection. They breathed slowly, shivering violently as the cold seeped directly into their bones, listening to the agonizingly slow, sucking sound of heavy wooden wagon wheels sinking into the mud just a few feet away. When they finally struck, dragging wealthy merchants down into the filthy water, the violence was desperate, clumsy, and exhausted. Afterward, they had nowhere warm to retreat to, forced to continue wandering the freezing, muddy fields in the dark, their lives a continuous, agonizing slog through the heavy, indifferent mud of the medieval trade routes, deep within the high, incredibly arid and deeply terraced valleys of the Alpujarras in the Sierra Nevada of southern Spain. A completely different type of outlaw lived a life of dusty, sun-baked defiance. Following the slow, grinding Christian conquest of Andalusia, these towering, isolated mountains became the final, desperate sanctuary for Moorish holdouts, displaced farmers, and heavily armed brigands known as manfais. The landscape was an exercise in extreme, blinding exposure. The mountains were composed of pale, crumbling schist and sharp slate, completely devoid of timber, baking under a merciless, silent sun. The outlaws survived by completely mastering the ancient, complex networks of hidden irrigation channels, the acequias, that clung to the sides of the sheer cliffs. They lived in profound, dusty isolation, seeking shelter in shallow, natural caves high above the treeline, where the air was thin and painfully dry. During the day, the heat was a physical, crushing weight that forced them into absolute stillness, surviving on hoarded almonds and dried figs, watching the slow, heavy march of Castilian soldiers in the deep, dusty valleys far below. When the sun finally set, the temperature plummeted with terrifying speed, bringing a sudden, biting cold that froze the mountain springs. It was a life of deep, solitary endurance, clinging to the dry, rocky bones of the mountains, completely severed from the beautiful, shaded courtyards of Granada, waiting with a slow, exhausted patience in the thin, freezing air of the high peaks. Finally, we descend once more into the suffocating, terrifyingly silent darkness of the ancient earth, specifically into the colossal, forgotten catacombs of San Callisto and San Sebastiano beneath the sprawling ruins of medieval Rome. While the popes and noble families waged bloody wars for control of the city's surface, the most desperate hunted banditti and murderers fled deep underground into a massive, sprawling labyrinth of the dead. To live in the Roman catacombs was to surrender entirely to a life of absolute, mind-bending sensory deprivation. The tunnels stretched for miles, a confusing, identical maze carved entirely out of soft, volcanic tufa rock. The air down there was incredibly still, permanently chilled, and smelled overwhelmingly of ancient, dry dust and the slow, creeping decay of centuries. The outlaws navigated this lightless nightmare entirely by touch, running their hands along the rough, carved niches that still held the crumbling skulls and bones of early Christian martyrs. They lived in total, crushing darkness, establishing their miserable, freezing camps in the small, vaulted burial chambers. The silence was absolute and maddening, a heavy, physical pressure on the eardrums, broken only by the terrifying, echoing sound of their own shallow breathing. They survived by emerging only in the dead of the freezing Roman nights, climbing up through forgotten, overgrown air shafts to steal food from the isolated farms of the Campagna. It was a life reduced to the absolute barest minimum of human existence, shivering in the dry, dusty belly of the earth, slowly losing their minds in the heavy, ancient silence of a massive, subterranean tomb. Moving from the echoing, lightless depths of the catacombs, we ascend into a completely different, yet equally terrifying, urban nightmare, the notorious Cour des Miracles in the heart of medieval Paris. This was not a hidden subterranean world, but a heavily fortified, sprawling slum that operated as an independent, lawless republic within the city limits. The king's watchmen absolutely refused to enter its narrow, muddy confines. For the true urban outlaw, the professional cutpurse, the false beggar, and the violent footpad, this was the ultimate sanctuary. However, life inside the Cour was a squalid, disease-ridden, and deeply claustrophobic existence. The district was a chaotic, collapsing maze of rotting wooden tenements that leaned dangerously over streets completely choked with raw sewage, animal offal, and knee-deep, freezing black mud. The air was overwhelmingly toxic, a suffocating miasma of burning tallow, sour wine, and unwashed humanity. The outlaws lived in incredibly cramped, damp rooms, packed together like rats in a sinking ship, constantly shivering in the damp chill of the Parisian winter. They survived through highly organized, theatrical deception, feigning horrific injuries during the day to beg in the wealthy squares, before returning to the slum at night to drop their crutches and count their copper coins in the smoky, deafeningly loud taverns. It was a life of absolute, filthy chaos, surrounded by the constant nervous threat of betrayal and the slow, creeping rot of the plague, existing as untouchable pariahs in a muddy, walled-off ghetto that the rest of the city pretended did not exist. Traveling to the absolute, jagged western edge of the European continent, we faced the terrifying, storm-battered peninsula of Finisterre in Brittany, literally the end of the earth. The coastline here was a colossal, jagged wall of black granite that plunged directly into the most violent, unforgiving stretches of the Atlantic Ocean. The outlaws who inhabited this desolate, wind-scoured region were the naufrageurs, the ruthless coastal wreckers. Their lives were entirely dictated by the catastrophic winter gales that tore across the ocean. The landscape offered absolutely no timber for shelter, only vast rolling heaths of prickly gorse and sharp, wet slate. The wreckers spent their days huddled in tiny, miserable stone hovels built low to the ground to avoid being ripped apart by the wind, shivering in the permanent, freezing dampness that seeped into their bones. When a massive storm hit, they did not retreat. They crawled out onto the freezing, slippery cliffs in the pitch black. They tied lanterns to the horns of goats, creating a chaotic, bobbing light that mimicking a ship at anchor in safe water, deliberately drawing desperate merchant galleys into the deadly reefs. They waited in the deafening, roaring fury of the gale, completely soaked by the freezing sea spray, their fingers numb and bleeding. When the ships finally shattered against the rocks, they descended like starving wolves to drag heavily waterlogged barrels of wine and shattered timber up the sheer cliff faces. It was a miserable, shivering existence, clinging to the wet, dark edge of the world, relying entirely on the brutal, mechanical violence of the ocean to provide their meager survival. Returning to the desolate, permanently contested borderlands between England and Scotland, we plunge into the terrifying, shifting expanse of the Solway Moss. This was not a forest or a mountain, but a massive, incredibly deep peat bog that stretched for miles, a flat, brown ocean of decaying sphagnum moss, stagnant black water, and hidden, bottomless pits of freezing sludge. For the border reavers, the highly organized families of cattle thieves and outlaws who recognized no king, the moss was both a weapon and a terrifying, damp sanctuary. To navigate the bog was an exercise in extreme, shivering terror. The landscape was frequently swallowed by a thick, heavy, freezing mist that rolled in from the Solway Firth, completely erasing the horizon. The outlaws moved heavily stolen herds of cattle through this sinking wasteland in the dead of the freezing, moonless nights, relying on a deeply guarded generational knowledge of the few, narrow, submerged pathways of solid earth. A single misstep by a man or a horse meant sinking instantly into the freezing, anaerobic black mud, swallowed entirely without a sound. They spent days hiding in the absolute center of the bog, building tiny temporary shelters on floating mats of peat, their clothes permanently soaked through with the freezing, rust-colored water. It was a life of profound, wet exhaustion, shivering violently in the heavy fog, completely surrounded by a flat, brown void that actively sought to drag them down into the cold, ancient earth. Shifting our focus to the deeply indented, labyrinthine coastline of the Adriatic Sea, we find the steep, towering limestone gorges of the Neretva River in the Balkans. In the turbulent centuries of the Middle Ages, this hidden, winding river valley became the absolute domain of the Narentines, fierce Slavic pirates who heavily terrorized the wealthy, slow-moving merchant galleys of the Venetian Republic. The environment they operated in was a colossal, natural fortress of vertical, sun-baked stone. The river carved its way through massive, sheer cliffs of pale limestone, creating a maze of deep, narrow, twisting canyons. The pirates anchored their incredibly fast, shallow draft skiffs in the hidden, shadowy bends of the gorge. During the long, blistering heat of the Mediterranean summer, the air trapped within these narrow rock walls was completely stagnant and suffocatingly hot. The outlaws spent their days lying completely motionless in the deep, echoing caves that honeycombed the cliffs, escaping the massive physical weight of the sun. They watched the incredibly narrow blue ribbon of water below for days on end, waiting for the heavy, cumbersome Venetian ships to slowly row into the trap. When they struck, they swarmed out of the shadows, their voices echoing terrifyingly off the sheer rock faces, before vanishing completely back into the winding, unnavigable depths of the gorge. It was a deeply patient, thirsty existence, baking slowly in the silent, vertical ravines, completely isolated from the flat, fertile coastal plains. Finally, we ascend into the crushing vertical immensity of the Bavarian Alps, deep within the Holy Roman Empire. The rogue hunters, exiled miners, and desperate fugitives who fled into this extreme alpine wilderness lived a life suspended entirely between the freezing rock and the crushing weight of the snow. The landscape was a terrifying world of jagged, dark gray limestone peaks, deep, freezing glacial lakes, and ancient, towering forests of black spruce that clung desperately to the steep slopes. The outlaws built small, heavily camouflaged log cabins high above the treeline, just below the permanent glaciers. To live at this altitude was to engage in a daily, agonizing battle against the cold. The air was incredibly thin and painfully freezing, cracking the skin and making every physical exertion an exhausting ordeal. During the winter, the passes were completely obliterated by massive, terrifying blizzards that dumped feet of snow in a matter of hours. The outlaws spent weeks entirely trapped in their tiny, dark cabins, wrapped in heavy wolf skins, listening to the shrieking hurricane-force winds and the sudden, thunderous, earth-shaking roar of massive avalanches sweeping down the mountainsides. They survived by hunting the agile chamois on incredibly narrow, freezing ledges, moving with a slow, desperate caution where a single slip meant a 1,000-foot plunge. It was an existence defined by sheer, terrifying exposure, completely disconnected from the warm, beer-scented taverns of the valleys, living a slow, starving, and deeply shivering life on the very frozen roof of the medieval world. Pushing far out into the violent, storm-tossed expanse of the North Atlantic, we encounter an environment of such extreme, desolate hostility that it seems entirely alien: the barren, volcanic interior of Iceland. In the era of the sagas, the worst punishment a man could face was to be declared a skarmor, an outlaw, literally a man of the forest, a deeply ironic title on an island almost entirely devoid of trees. They were banished into the Duran, the desert of misdeeds, a colossal, terrifying wasteland of shattered, razor-sharp black lava fields, suffocating ash and steaming sulfuric vents. To survive here was to engage in a daily, agonizing battle against the very earth itself. The landscape offered absolutely no comfort. The jagged lava tore through heavy leather shoes in days, leaving the outlaws' feet bloody and ruined. They sought shelter in massive ancient lava tubes, subterranean glass caves like Surtscheller, plunging into the deep, freezing darkness to escape the howling, hurricane-force glacial winds that swept across the highlands. In these lightless, freezing rock veins, they sat shivering violently in the pitch black, their clothes damp with condensation, surviving on a desperate diet of stolen raw sheep and bitter, scraping lichen. It was an existence of profound, wind-deafened isolation, trapped in a brutal, colorless void of black rock and white snow, entirely abandoned by the laws of men, waiting endlessly for the merciless Arctic winter to finally claim their frozen bones, returning to the sun-baked southern coast of France, where the great Rhone River bleeds slowly into the Mediterranean. We enter the vast, shifting expanse of the Camargue. This was an immense, hallucinatory flatland of stagnant brine lagoons, blindingly white salt pans, and dense, suffocating reed beds. The outlaws, runaway serfs, and ruthless salt smugglers who vanished into this delta lived a life governed entirely by the oppressive, baking heat and the agonizing sting of the salt. To move through the Camargue was to endure a slow, physical torture. The shallow, heavily salinated water burned open sores and cracked the skin, while the blinding reflection of the midday sun off the white salt flats caused a painful, temporary blindness. The air was a heavy, stagnant weight, buzzing with massive, unrelenting clouds of horseflies and mosquitoes that made absolute stillness impossible. They hid among the herds of feral, aggressive black bulls and wild white horses, completely camouflaged in the tall yellow reeds, breathing in the pungent, heavy smell of sulfur and decaying marsh weed. When they moved their illicit, untaxed salt to the hidden coastal skiffs, they did so under the suffocating, humid cover of night, moving with agonizing slowness through the knee-deep mud, completely swallowed by the vast, buzzing, and deeply diseased margins of the southern coast. Deep beneath the heavily contested borders of the Low Countries, near the bustling medieval city of Maastricht, lay a terrifying, completely man-made underworld. For centuries, the local inhabitants had carved massive blocks of yellow limestone from beneath Mount St. Peter, creating an unfathomably vast, chaotic labyrinth of over 20,000 identical, intersecting tunnels. For the most desperate thieves, army deserters, and border smugglers, this sprawling, subterranean void became a permanent, lightless purgatory. To descend into the quarries was to surrender completely to the crushing weight of the earth. The air was incredibly still, perpetually freezing, and smelled entirely of dry limestone dust and ancient decay. The outlaws navigated the suffocating pitch-black maze by the faint, sputtering light of single tallow candles, leaving desperate, cryptic charcoal markings on the walls to ensure they could find their way back. The psychological terror of this life was absolute. They knew that a sudden draft blowing out their candle meant a slow, agonizing death by starvation, wandering blindly in the dark for days through the identical, echoing corridors. They lived in total, crushing sensory deprivation, sitting completely motionless on the dry, freezing stone, listening to the horrifying, absolute silence of the deep earth, entirely severed from the turning of the seasons and the warm light of the sun above. Far to the southeast, in the deeply folded ancient wilderness of the Rhodope Mountains in Bulgaria, the landscape offered a violent, deafening kind of sanctuary. As the Ottoman Empire extended its grip over the Balkans, these heavily forested, steeply plunging ravines became the undisputed domain of the Haidites, fierce, heavily armed rebels and highwaymen. The environment they claimed was a world of vertical, crushing rock and the terrifying, relentless roar of water. They sought refuge in the colossal, echoing limestone caves that swallowed entire rivers, places like the infamous Devil's Throat. To live in these subterranean caverns was to endure a life of permanent, vibrating noise. The sound of massive underground waterfalls plunging into bottomless abysses was deafening, a continuous, roaring physical pressure that made speech entirely impossible and slowly ground away at the sanity of the men hiding within. The air was permanently choked with a freezing, heavy mist generated by the crashing water, instantly soaking their heavy woolen cloaks and rusting their weapons. They spent weeks trapped in this roaring, freezing, damp twilight, huddled around tiny fires that barely cut the gloom, waiting for the heavily guarded Ottoman tax caravans to traverse the narrow, muddy passes above. It was a deeply exhausting, shivering existence, suspended in a loud, violently rushing darkness, completely consumed by the sheer mechanical power of the mountain rivers. Finally, we journey to the jagged, terrifyingly steep mountains of the Isle of Skye, off the storm-battered western coast of Scotland. The Black Cuillin are not rolling hills, but a colossal, violent eruption of dark, volcanic gabbro rock that tears into the sky like shattered glass. The broken men, clan outlaws, cattle rustlers, and those fleeing the brutal justice of the Highland chieftains, faced an environment that actively tried to throw them off the edge of the world. The mountains were incredibly steep, completely devoid of vegetation, and comprised of razor-sharp rock that shredded hands and knees during the agonizing vertical climbs. The outlaws lived a life of sheer, terrifying exposure. The peaks were almost constantly swallowed by thick, freezing Atlantic mist and violent, sudden squalls that reduced visibility to a few feet. They survived by hiding in the high, narrow corries, hanging valleys suspended thousands of feet in the air, sleeping in shallow, wet depressions under overhanging rocks. The magnetic rock of the Cuillin interfered with the deep, heavy storm clouds, frequently drawing terrifying, deafening lightning strikes directly onto the exposed ridges. It was a miserable, shivering existence, clinging desperately to the slippery, freezing black rock, completely isolated from the warm, peat-fired hearths of the glens, living entirely at the mercy of the violent, unpredictable and deeply unforgiving weather of the Scottish Isles. Moving toward the sun-drenched, rolling plains of the Alentejo in southern Portugal, the landscape shifted into a vast, silent ocean of ancient cork oaks. For the outlaws and exiles fleeing the heavily guarded coastal cities of the Iberian Peninsula, these sprawling, sparsely populated forests offered a deceptive, baking sanctuary. The air here was incredibly dry, filled with the sharp, dusty scent of wild lavender and the thick, earthy aroma of stripped cork bark. There were no deep, dark caves or jagged cliffs. Instead, survival meant bleeding into the dappled, shifting shadows of the gnarled trees. The outlaws lived a life of deep, thirsty patience. During the scorching peak of the summer, they lay completely motionless beneath the curved, hollowed-out trunks of dead oaks, their skin coated in the fine red dust of the earth to blend perfectly into the landscape. They survived on a monotonous diet of foraged acorns and whatever meager water they could draw from ancient, half-collapsed Moorish wells. It was a life of absolute sun-baked stillness, watching the slow, shimmering heat waves distort the horizon, completely isolated in a vast, golden silence that seemed to stretch on forever. Far to the north, along the violently shifting, low-lying coastlines of Frisia, the environment offered no solid ground at all. The Wadden Sea was a terrifying, tidal wasteland, a massive expanse of shallow gray water that retreated twice a day to reveal miles of sucking, freezing mud, deep tidal trenches and shifting sandbars. The freebooters and smugglers who operated here were men entirely bound to the relentless, mechanical pull of the moon. They possessed no camps on the mainland. They lived on small, flat-bottomed skiffs designed to intentionally run aground on the mudflats when the tide went out. To live here was to exist in a permanent state of freezing, wet exhaustion. The outlaws spent their days enveloped in thick, blinding sea fogs, completely invisible to the heavily armed customs ships. When the tide receded, they moved with agonizing slowness across the gray sludge, digging blindly in the freezing muck for cockles and dragging heavy barrels of untaxed ale through the sinking earth. The silence of the mudflats was oppressive, broken only by the terrifying low roar of the incoming tide, a massive wall of freezing water that moved faster than a man could run. It was a deeply paranoid, damp existence, sleeping in wet wool on a tiny wooden boat, waiting for the ocean to return and lift them from the mud. Deep within the towering, jagged crescent of the Carpathian Mountains, the sheer granite peaks of the high Tatras offered a violently vertical, freezing refuge. For the desperate brigands and runaway serfs of the Polish and Hungarian borderlands, these mountains were a massive, indifferent fortress of stone and ice. The landscape was incredibly brutal. Sheer rock faces deeply scarred by ancient glaciers and dark, freezing tarns completely devoid of life. The outlaws sought shelter high above the treeline, building crude, miserable windbreaks out of loose, sharp scree. To survive at this altitude was a constant, shivering battle against hypoxia and the biting alpine winds. During the long, brutal winter, the passes were completely choked by massive, terrifying blizzards that dumped feet of snow in mere hours, burying the outlaws in their tiny, dark shelters. They lived in total, freezing isolation, wrapped in stolen sheepskins, listening to the thunderous roar of avalanches echoing off the canyon walls. Their survival depended on lightning-fast, desperate raids on the valley shepherds during the brief, violent summer, retreating instantly back up into the freezing, breathless heights where heavily armored soldiers could never follow. Turning to the murky, brackish waters of the Baltic coast, the long, incredibly narrow sandspit separating the Vistula lagoon from the open sea created a bleak, wind-blasted frontier. In the chaotic centuries of the Teutonic Knights, this shifting, unstable ribbon of sand and twisted pine trees became a haven for amber smugglers and displaced pagans. The landscape was entirely exposed to the howling, freezing gales that swept down from Scandinavia. The outlaws had no permanent shelter. The sand dunes were constantly moving, capable of swallowing a small wooden hut in a single winter storm. They lived a nomadic, shivering existence, wandering the freezing beaches in the pale, gray light of dawn. They were entirely focused on the shoreline, scanning the tangled piles of frozen, rotting kelp for the dull, golden gleam of raw amber washed up by the violent storms. It was a life of profound, wind-deafened loneliness. They wrapped themselves completely in coarse linen to protect their skin from the stinging, blowing sand, their eyes permanently narrowed against the biting cold, existing as slow, freezing ghosts on a fragile line of earth trapped between two violently churning bodies of water. Moving away from the freezing shores of the Baltic, we ascend the trembling, sulfur-choked slopes of Mount Etna in Sicily. In the turbulent centuries of Norman and Aragonese rule, the highest, most volatile reaches of the volcano offered a terrifying, toxic sanctuary. The outlaws who fled into this black, jagged wilderness lived a life in constant defiance of the earth's fury. The landscape was a chaotic wasteland of razor-sharp basalt, smoking fumaroles, and rivers of hardened magma. They sought shelter in ancient, deep lava tubes that trapped the intense geothermal heat. While the heat kept them from freezing in the high altitude, the air inside these rock veins was heavy and poisonous, thick with the suffocating stench of rotten eggs and choking ash. They lived a deeply paranoid, coughing existence, their skin stained gray with volcanic dust. They survived by descending the treacherous, scree-covered slopes at night to steal from the fertile vineyards below, before retreating back into the smoking, rumbling heights. It was a life of sheer, exhausting tension, sleeping fitfully on the warm stone, constantly listening to the deep, terrifying groans of the mountain, knowing that a sudden eruption could incinerate them in a river of fire without a moment's warning. Far to the west, plunging into the deep, rain-battered gorges of the Picos de Europa in northern Spain, a different kind of vertical isolation awaited the desperate. These massive sheer limestone peaks formed a colossal impassable wall between the Bay of Biscay and the high plains of Castile. The outlaws who claimed the deep, incredibly narrow ravines of the Cares Gorge lived a life of permanent echoing dampness. The sun rarely penetrated the bottom of these vertical fissures, leaving the fugitives in a state of continuous, freezing twilight. The air was permanently saturated with a heavy, cold mist generated by the violent, rushing rivers that carved the stone. They built tiny, miserable lean-tos out of rotting branches against the sheer cliff faces, constantly battling the creeping mold that destroyed their food and clothing. Their survival was an agonizing, slow crawl along ancient, crumbling shepherd paths carved directly into the vertical rock, where a single slip on the wet moss meant a silent, terrifying plunge into the freezing rapids hundreds of feet below. It was a deeply melancholic, shivering existence, entirely consumed by the deafening, continuous roar of the river and the oppressive, crushing weight of the massive stone walls towering above them. Returning to the chalky, crumbling edge of southern England, we find the ruthless smugglers and outlaws hiding within the colossal, wave-battered sea caves of the Sussex coast. Long before the romanticized tales of gentlemen smugglers, the men who used these hidden grottos lived a life of sheer, freezing terror dictated entirely by the violent tides of the English Channel. The caves were completely invisible from the cliff tops and only accessible from the churning water during a dangerously brief window at low tide. To wait in these chalk tombs was to endure a creeping, claustrophobic dread. The walls were slick with freezing, green algae, and the air was thick with the smell of rotting crabs and stagnant brine. They sat for hours in absolute pitch-black darkness, shivering violently in soaked wool, surrounded by heavily waterlogged barrels of untaxed French brandy. They listened in terror to the slow, heavy booming of the returning tide crashing against the cliff face outside, knowing exactly how high the water would rise inside the cave. If the smugglers' ships were delayed by the king's revenue cutters, the men trapped in the caves had nowhere to run. They would be forced to cling desperately to the freezing, slippery ceiling of the cavern in the absolute dark, fighting for their last breaths as the freezing ocean slowly filled the space, their lives extinguished in a silent, watery tomb beneath the rolling green hills of Sussex. Finally, descending into the murky, mosquito-infested labyrinth of the Po River Delta on the edge of the Adriatic Sea, we encounter a sprawling, deeply confusing wetland that actively resisted any form of human mapping. As the massive river fractured into countless sluggish, muddy channels, it created an impenetrable wilderness of towering reeds, shifting sandbars, and stagnant, brackish lagoons. The fugitives and escaped galley slaves who vanished into this delta were entirely swallowed by a landscape of profound, suffocating humidity. During the long, agonizing summer months, the heat was a physical, crushing blanket, and the air was absolutely thick with the maddening, high-pitched whine of malarial mosquitoes. The outlaws lived on small, flat wooden punts, moving with agonizing slowness through the thick, green duckweed to avoid making a single sound. They built their miserable, temporary camps on small mats of floating vegetation, completely surrounded by a dense, yellow wall of reeds that blocked any view of the horizon. Their survival depended on spearing eels in the shallow, warm mud and trapping marsh birds, their bodies covered in painful, infected insect bites. It was a life of slow, feverish decay, existing completely off the grid in a flat, buzzing, and deeply diseased wasteland, hiding in plain sight just miles away from the wealthy, marble-clad palaces of the Venetian merchants, deep within the Elba sandstone mountains of Saxony. A surreal and terrifying landscape of massive, freestanding stone pillars offered a dizzying refuge for the desperate. The rogue mercenaries and brigands who fled into this labyrinth faced an existence suspended in the damp, heavy air. The rocks rose like colossal, jagged fingers from the dense, dark canopy of the forest below, creating deep, narrow chasms where the sun never reached. The outlaws built their tiny, precarious wooden eyries directly into the crevices of the vertical stone, accessible only by rotting wooden ladders that they would pull up behind them. Living here meant enduring a permanent, bone-chilling dampness that seeped from the porous sandstone. They spent their days trapped on narrow, freezing ledges, completely engulfed in the heavy morning fogs that rolled off the Elbe River. A single misstep on the wet, moss-slicked stone meant a silent, terrifying plunge into the dark, jagged ravines below. It was a life of extreme, vertigo-inducing isolation, shivering in the damp clouds, surviving on a meager diet of stolen river fish and staring out over a fractured, stone wilderness that looked like the shattered ruins of a forgotten world. Moving to the eastern coast of England, before the great drainages of the fens, the vast, shallow estuary known as the Wash was a treacherous, shifting nightmare of tidal mud and quicksand. The outlaws and fenrunners who navigated this desolate expanse lived a life entirely dictated by the crushing, gray weight of the water. The landscape was completely flat, a dizzying horizon of brown sludge and stunted marsh grass that offered absolutely no shelter from the biting, freezing gales of the North Sea. They lived in small, woven willow coracles or miserable huts built on stilts directly above the sinking mud. The dampness was a heavy, physical reality. Their coarse wool clothing was permanently soaked with foul-smelling, brackish water. They survived by moving with agonizing slowness through the freezing, waist-deep sludge, trapping eels and netting marsh birds in the thick, blinding fogs that constantly erased the world around them. It was a deeply paranoid, shivering existence, listening to the terrifying low rumble of the incoming tide, living on a fragile, sinking boundary between the cold earth and the violent, gray sea. Far to the east, where the massive Danube River empties into the Black Sea, the harsh, windswept plains of Dobruja provided a completely exposed, sun-baked sanctuary. For the runaway serfs and deserters fleeing the brutal border wars, this arid, gently rolling steppe was a landscape of extreme, unforgiving exposure. There were no deep forests or winding caves, only an endless sea of dry yellow grass that baked under a merciless summer sun. The fugitives lived a life of constant, thirsty movement, riding small, tough ponies across the vast, empty horizon. During the day they sought the meager, dusty shade of ancient, Scythian burial mounds, lying completely flat against the baking earth to avoid detection by Ottoman or Wallachian cavalry patrols. The silence of the steppe was absolute, broken only by the dry, papery rustling of the hot wind and the distant cries of eagles. During the brutal winters, the plains were swept by freezing, hurricane-force blizzards that offered nowhere to hide. Their survival was a slow, exhausting endurance test, wandering a vast, empty canvas of earth and sky, completely isolated in a harsh, beautiful, and deeply indifferent wasteland. Descending once more into the absolute, crushing darkness of the earth, we find the most terrifying involuntary sanctuary of all, the forgotten oubliettes beneath the massive, crumbling stone keeps of northern France. While not a chosen refuge for the captured outlaw or the political exile, these bottle-shaped dungeons became a permanent, lightless tomb. To be lowered into an oubliette was to be literally forgotten by the world above. The outlaws lived in total, mind-bending sensory deprivation, trapped at the bottom of a narrow, freezing stone shaft where they could not even stand up straight or lie down fully. The air was incredibly heavy, permanently chilled, and smelled overwhelmingly of human waste, damp earth, and the creeping rot of their own skin. They existed in absolute pitch-black darkness, their hands frantically tracing the wet, slimy stones for any sign of escape. They survived on a meager crust of moldy bread and a cup of foul water lowered once a day on a rope, sitting in the freezing, ankle-deep filth. It was an existence reduced to sheer, shivering agony, slowly losing their minds in the heavy, crushing silence of the stone, entirely erased from human memory, waiting endlessly for a death that always seemed to take too long to arrive. Moving down the western coast of the Italian peninsula, just south of Rome, the landscape surrendered entirely to the suffocating, pestilential grip of the Pontine marshes. Before the massive drainage projects of the modern era, this was a terrifyingly unhealthy expanse of stagnant, green water, rotting vegetation, and deep, sucking mud. The outlaws and disgraced mercenaries who fled into this malaria-ridden wasteland embraced a life of slow, feverish decay. The air was a physical burden, incredibly heavy with humidity and the sickeningly sweet stench of blooming marsh flowers mixed with sulfurous rot. The fugitives built their miserable camps on tiny, unstable islands of tangled willow roots, completely surrounded by a dense, impenetrable wall of tall reeds that blocked any cooling breeze. During the agonizingly long summers, the heat was a crushing weight, and the air buzzed with massive, relentless clouds of mosquitoes carrying the deadly Roman fever. They lived in a permanent, shivering haze of malarial chills, their skin stained a sickly, jaundiced yellow. They moved through the shallow, tepid water in small, flat-bottomed punts with agonizing slowness, terrified of disturbing the thick, green scum that covered the surface. It was a deeply paranoid, diseased existence, hiding in plain sight of the ancient Appian Way, slowly rotting away in a buzzing, humid purgatory that the popes and emperors had entirely abandoned to the frogs and the dead. Far to the east, Scattered across the violent, blindingly blue expanse of the Aegean Sea, lay the desolate, sun-scorched rocks of the smaller Cycladic islands. Used since antiquity as places of unforgiving exile, these barren, waterless crags offered no romance, only a slow, thirsty death. The pirates and political fugitives who claimed these isolated islands lived a life of sheer, wind-battered exposure. The landscape was stripped entirely to its violent, volcanic bones, offering absolutely no timber for shelter and no soft earth for planting. The outlaws spent their days hiding in shallow, sharp-edged volcanic fissures, desperately trying to escape the overwhelming physical weight of the Mediterranean sun that baked the white rock until it blistered the skin. Water was a constant, agonizing obsession. They survived by licking the morning dew from the sparse, thorny scrub and frantically collecting the rare, violent winter rains in shallow depressions carved into the rock. The wind here was a relentless, howling force that carried a heavy load of salt, permanently stinging their eyes and cracking their lips. It was a life of profound, dusty isolation, staring out at the agonizingly beautiful, unreachable blue of the sea, completely consumed by an unquenchable thirst on a blinding, silent rock at the edge of the Byzantine world. Deep within the fragmented, heavily forested heart of the Holy Roman Empire, the dark, plunging ravines of the Odenwald provided a suffocating, freezing sanctuary for rogue mercenaries and broken knights. This was a landscape of extreme, oppressive claustrophobia. The hills were completely cloaked in ancient, towering stands of black pine and oak, their massive canopies blocking out the sun and leaving the steep, moss-covered valley floors in a state of permanent, freezing twilight. The outlaws lived in completely hidden, miserable camps built directly into the steep, muddy banks of the freezing, fast-moving streams that carved through the rock. The dampness was absolute and inescapable. It settled deep into their bones, rusted their stolen chainmail into useless blocks of orange iron, and rotted their leather boots straight off their feet. They survived by launching swift, desperate ambushes on the heavily guarded merchant wagons attempting the narrow, muddy passes, before retreating instantly back into the freezing, green shadows. The silence of the deep forest was heavy and deeply unsettling, broken only by the continuous echoing rush of the icy water and the terrifying sudden crack of massive, dead branches falling from the canopy above. Their existence was a slow, shivering endurance test, living as damp, forgotten ghosts in a massive, dark forest that felt completely disconnected from the light and warmth of the world. Ascending into the brutal, freezing heart of the Norwegian mountains, we find the vast, treeless expanse of the Hardangervidda Plateau. For the desperate fugitives of the Viking and medieval eras, fleeing into this high-altitude tundra was tantamount to a slow, freezing suicide. The landscape was an immense, rolling void of barren rock, freezing, crystal-clear lakes, and sprawling, ancient glaciers. The outlaws who claimed this desolate roof of the world lived a life of pure, shivering endurance. There was absolutely no shelter from the howling, Arctic gales that swept completely uninterrupted across the flat expanse. They built miserable, tiny windbreaks out of loose, sharp stones, wrapping themselves entirely in heavy reindeer hides, breathing slowly in the freezing dark. During the incredibly long, brutal winter, the plateau transformed into a blinding, featureless ocean of white snow and ice. They survived by tracking small herds of wild reindeer across the treacherous, slippery ice, moving with a slow, agonizing caution, completely isolated from the deep, sheltered fjords far below. The isolation was absolute and mind-bending. It was a completely silent, frozen world where a man could walk for weeks without seeing a single living tree, existing slowly and painfully on the very freezing edge of human endurance, waiting for a pale, weak sun that offered absolutely no warmth. Moving deep into the ancient, untouched heart of Eastern Europe, the massive, sprawling expanse of the Bialowieza forest stood as the last remnant of the primeval canopy that once covered the entire continent. For the desperate fugitives and poachers fleeing the wrath of the Polish kings or Lithuanian Grand Dukes, this was a deeply suffocating, overwhelming wilderness. The forest was an impenetrable wall of colossal, centuries-old oaks and towering spruce, choked with the rotting, moss-covered corpses of fallen giants. The outlaws who vanished into this green abyss lived a life of absolute, creeping dampness and perpetual twilight. They survived in crude, heavily camouflaged dugouts beneath the massive, twisting roots, completely swallowed by the terrifying silence of the deep woods, broken only by the heavy, thundering hooves of the European bison. The winter brought a crushing, freezing stillness, turning the ancient forest into a terrifying cage of ice. They lived a feral, starving existence, their clothes permanently smelling of wet earth, rotting wood, and the heavy, musky scent of wild animals, completely erased from the maps of civilized men. Far to the west, on the battered, rain-lashed coastline of County Clare in Ireland, the landscape shattered into the vast, grey lunar expanse of the Burn. This was a terrifyingly desolate world of exposed, deeply fissured limestone, stripped completely bare by ancient glaciers and the relentless Atlantic gales. The outlaws and broken Gaelic chieftains who sought refuge here faced an environment of pure, freezing exposure. There was absolutely no soft earth to sleep on, no trees to break the howling wind, and no surface water to drink. The rain, which fell almost constantly, vanished instantly into the deep, vertical cracks that scarred the stone. The fugitives spent their days huddled deep within the cold, dripping limestone cave systems that honeycombed the earth beneath the pavement, shivering violently in the absolute dark. They survived by hunting the meager hares that hid in the fissures, walking with agonizing caution across the razor-sharp, slippery rocks where a single fall meant shattered bones. It was an existence of profound, gray melancholy, clinging to a massive, bare skeleton of stone, listening to the continuous, deafening roar of the ocean tearing at the edge of the world. Returning to the sun-drenched, volatile coast of the Italian peninsula, the looming, darkly forested slopes of Mount Vesuvius provided a deceptive, deeply dangerous sanctuary. Long before the devastating eruptions of the modern era, but centuries after the destruction of Pompeii, the massive, collapsed caldera of the volcano was completely overgrown with a dense, impenetrable tangle of wild vines, thorny scrub, and ancient oaks. The most ruthless brigands of Campania utilized this colossal, natural crater as an impenetrable fortress. To live inside the caldera was to exist in a suffocating, deeply enclosed bowl of heat and stagnant air. The outlaws spent their days trapped within the steep, inward-facing walls of the crater, the air thick with the heavy scent of wild herbs and the faint, lingering smell of subterranean sulfur. They hoisted their stolen loot and captive hostages up the sheer, overgrown rock faces using heavy hemp ropes, living in crude, brush-covered camps completely invisible from the wealthy plains below. Their survival was a tense, sweaty waiting game, completely cut off from the sea breezes, living right on top of a sleeping, monstrous furnace, completely unaware of the massive, apocalyptic power sleeping just beneath their muddy boots. Finally, descending into the high, arid plains of Navarre in northern Spain, we enter the surreal, violently eroded badlands of the Bardenas Reals. For the smugglers, bandits, and exiles crossing the heavily guarded borders between the Iberian kingdoms, this desolate, baking wasteland was a terrifying, deeply disorienting maze. The landscape was a sprawling void of pale, crumbling clay and sandstone, carved by ancient waters into towering, impossible spires, deep, dry ravines, and massive, flat-topped mesas. The outlaws who navigated this blindingly bright desert lived a life of extreme, calculated thirst. There was absolutely no shade and no permanent water. During the agonizing, silent heat of the midday sun, the Badlands baked into a silent, chalky furnace that warped the air and cracked the lips. The fugitives survived by crawling deep into the narrow, dust-choked erosion gullies, lying completely flat and motionless against the baked earth, covered in pale dust to avoid the Castilian patrols. They moved only in the sudden, freezing chill of the desert night, navigating entirely by the stars, their lives a slow, thirsty crawl through a beautiful, silent, and deeply indifferent wasteland that looked like the surface of a dead planet, deep within the wind-scoured heart of the Scottish Highlands. The immense, desolate expanse of Rannoch Moor offered a vast, waterlogged trap for the broken men and outlaws of the clans. This was a colossal, featureless plateau suspended between the mountains, a terrifying labyrinth of deep, black peat bogs, granite boulders, and hundreds of tiny, unnamed loch-ins. The outlaws who fled into this wilderness lived a life of absolute, shivering exposure. The moor offered absolutely no trees for timber or shelter. It was completely open to the brutal, freezing gales that swept in from the Atlantic. The fugitives spent their days trudging through knee-deep, freezing water, their coarse wool kilts permanently soaked and caked in dark mud. They built miserable, low-slung shelters out of stacked turf and wet heather on the tiny, unstable islands of the bogs, sitting in the heavy, freezing mist that rolled off the hills. The silence was profound and heavy, broken only by the lonely, haunting cries of the curlew and the sudden, terrifying splash of a horse breaking through the thin crust of moss into the bottomless black sludge below. It was an existence of pure, slow-motion endurance, fighting a daily silent battle against the creeping hypothermia and the immense, empty isolation of the moor. Far to the south, where the high plains of Castile wrinkled into the jagged red stone wall of the Sistema Iberico, a completely different sun-baked isolation awaited the Spanish brigands. The rugged limestone canyons of the Jalen River Valley were places of extreme, blinding heat and absolute aridity. The outlaws here did not hide in dark woods. They lived like lizards among the sharp, crumbling cliffs and deep, dusty ravines. The midday summer sun was a physical, crushing weight that warped the air into shimmering mirages and baked the pale rock until it split. The outlaws spent the longest, most breathless hours of the day lying completely motionless deep within the cool, shadowed bellies of natural rock arches, conserving every precious ounce of body moisture. They survived on a harsh, unvarying diet of dried mutton and hard, salty cheese, drawing water from deep, hidden rock cisterns that only the local goat herders knew. Their lives were a slow burn of absolute stillness and vigilance, watching the blindingly bright dusty tracks below for the slow, crawling lines of merchant mules, living in a silent, baking furnace of stone that offered no comfort and no mercy. Returning to the damp, rain-battered interior of Central Europe, the vast, subterranean labyrinth of the Agdalek karst on the border of Hungary and Slovakia provided a terrifying, lightless sanctuary. For the most desperate fugitives fleeing the heavy hand of royal justice, the massive, echoing caverns of Baradla became a permanent, sunless exile. To descend into these deep limestone fissures was to leave the world of the living entirely. The outlaws navigated the suffocating, pitch-black tunnels entirely by running their bare hands along the freezing, wet flowstone, terrified of taking a wrong turn into the bottomless vertical shafts that plunged into the belly of the mountains. The air underground was heavy, completely still, and smelled intensely of damp clay and ancient minerals. They established their miserable, freezing camps in the colossal vaulted chambers where massive stalactites hung like stone spears above their heads. The silence of the caves was heavy and maddening, broken only by the rhythmic, incredibly slow dripping of water into deep, perfectly still subterranean lakes that mirrored absolutely nothing. It was a life of pure, agonizing sensory deprivation, sitting shivering in the cold, damp dark, completely swallowed by the ancient, crushing weight of the earth. Finally, tracing the rugged, wave-battered northern coastline of Brittany, the isolated, chaotic boulder fields of the Côte de Granit Rose offered a bleak, wind-deafened refuge for coastal outlaws and smugglers. The landscape was a surreal, violent jumble of colossal, weather-beaten pink granite rocks that looked as though they had been hurled into the sea by giants. The outlaws who claimed this coast lived a life entirely governed by the savage winter storms of the English Channel and the massive, violent shifts of the tides. They did not build huts. They sought shelter in the deep, narrow spaces beneath the massive, overlapping boulders, wrapping themselves tightly in stiff, salt-stained leather to block out the freezing spray. The noise here was absolute and deafening, a continuous, roaring physical pressure as the massive Atlantic swells crashed directly against the granite, shaking the very stone they slept on. They spent their days scanning the churning white water for wreckage or waiting in the heavy, blinding sea fogs to quietly haul illicit cargo from hidden skiffs. It was a deeply melancholic, shivering existence, clinging to the bare, wet edge of a violent ocean, their lives a slow, cold endurance against the relentless fury of the northern wind and sea. Moving away from the wind-blasted pink granite of Brittany, the landscape shifts deep into the interior of the Balkan Peninsula, where the iron-rich, heavily forested slopes of the Rudnik Mountain in medieval Serbia offered a dark, claustrophobic sanctuary. In the turbulent centuries of shifting borders between the Serbian kingdom, the Hungarian crown, and the encroaching Ottoman armies, this dense wilderness of ancient beech trees and deep, collapsed silver mines became a haven for displaced miners, rogue mercenaries, and desperate bandits. The outlaws lived a life defined by a heavy, gray dampness. The canopy above was so incredibly thick that the forest floor remained in a state of permanent twilight, even during the peak of summer. They built their hidden, semi-subterranean hovels directly into the forgotten vine-choked entry shafts of the old Saxon mines, living half-buried in the cold earth. The air inside these stone veins was heavy and stale, smelling intensely of wet clay, rusting iron ore, and slow-decaying wood. They survived by launching swift, silent raids on the silver-laden caravans traveling towards the coastal ports of Ragusa, moving through the deep mud of the forest tracks with a painstaking, slow caution. It was a deeply paranoid, shivering existence, huddled around tiny, smokeless fires in the damp belly of the mountain, listening to the relentless autumn rains drum against the ancient leaves above. Far to the west, along the low, treacherous coastlines of the French Flanders, the massive shifting sand dunes of Dunkirk provided a completely exposed, wind-deafened refuge. This was a flat, desolate world where the land and the North Sea engaged in a continuous, violent struggle. The outlaws and coastal smugglers who claimed this frontier did not hide in caves or forests. They relied on the shifting topography of the massive, white sand hills that were constantly rearranged by the howling gales. To live here was to endure a slow, physical torture by the elements. The wind was a relentless, roaring force that whipped the fine sand into blinding, stinging clouds, tearing at the eyes and lungs of the fugitives. They spent their days wrapped tightly in heavy, coarse linen, huddled in the shallow, freezing depressions between the dunes, completely camouflaged by the pale sand. They lived a nomadic, shivering existence, their clothes permanently damp with freezing salt spray, watching the gray, churning waters for the distinctive sails of illicit merchant vessels. The silence between the storms was eerie and brief, broken only by the continuous, low rumble of the surf. It was a life of profound, wind-swept isolation, existing on a fragile, unstable line of earth that offered absolutely no shelter from the bitter, biting cold of the northern winter. Deep within the rugged, sun-baked interior of Sardinia, the sheer vertical limestone cliffs of the Sugaropu Gorge offered a colossal, shadow-choked fortress for those fleeing the harsh justice of the Aragonese governors. Known as one of the deepest canyons in Europe, this massive gash in the earth was a world of extreme vertical isolation. The outlaws who claimed the canyon floor lived an existence completely cut off from the warmth of the sun, which only reached the bottom of the sheer 500-foot walls for a single hour each day. The air trapped within the gorge was suffocatingly still during the peak of summer, smelling of dry dust, wild oleander, and ancient stone. The outlaws spent the long, agonizingly slow hours of the day lying perfectly motionless on the smooth, massive white boulders that choked the dry riverbed, conserving their rapidly depleting moisture. They survived on a harsh, unvarying diet of hard goat's cheese and hoarded rainwater drawn from deep, hidden limestone pools that never saw the light of day. Their existence was a slow burn of absolute silence and vigilance, watching the incredibly narrow ribbon of blue sky far above, listening for the faint, echoing rattle of falling stones that would betray an approaching patrol. It was a dusty, lonely life, completely swallowed by the ancient, crushing weight of the vertical stone walls. Finally, tracing the freezing, storm-battered northernmost tip of the British mainland, the vast, treeless wilderness of Caithness provided a bleak, flat expanse of pure endurance for the broken men and outlaws of the northern clans. The landscape was an infinite, undulating ocean of deep peat bogs, dark heather, and low, gray skies, entirely stripped bare by the relentless Arctic winds. The outlaws here had no forests to hide in and no massive mountain ranges to scale. They survived by completely blending into the bleak, horizontal scale of the land. They dug directly into the ancient, turf-covered mounds and ruined stone structures left behind by Pictish warriors centuries earlier, living inside the cold earth like hibernating animals. The dampness was a heavy, inescapable reality. The driving, horizontal rain fell for months without pausing, turning the peat into a dark, sucking trap that made any movement an exhausting physical ordeal. They spent the long, completely dark winter months huddled together in the smoky gloom of their turf shelters, wrapped in stiff, wet wool, listening to the deafening roar of the gales tearing across the open moors. It was an existence of profound, shivering melancholy, entirely consumed by the freezing wind and the immense, empty isolation of the far north, waiting with a slow, desperate patience for a spring thaw that always arrived too late. Deep within the towering, jagged spine of the Cantabrian Mountains in northern Spain, the high-altitude plateau of the Picos de Europa offered a violently vertical, freezing refuge. For the desperate brigands and political exiles fleeing the tightening grip of the Castilian crown, these mountains were a massive, indifferent fortress of limestone and ice. The landscape was incredibly brutal, sheer rock faces deeply scarred by ancient glaciers and dark, freezing tarns completely devoid of life. The outlaws sought shelter high above the treeline, building crude, miserable windbreaks out of loose, sharp scree. To survive at this altitude was a constant, shivering battle against the biting alpine winds and the thin, freezing air. During the long, brutal winter, the passes were completely choked by massive, terrifying blizzards that dumped feet of snow in mere hours, burying the outlaws in their tiny, dark shelters. They lived in total, freezing isolation, wrapped in heavy woolen cloaks, listening to the thunderous roar of avalanches echoing off the canyon walls. Their survival depended on a slow, agonizing endurance, waiting for the brief windows of weather to navigate the narrow mountain tracks, completely cut off from the warmth and safety of the green valleys below. Far to the north, along the low-lying, permanently mist-shrouded coastlines of the French Flanders, the massive, shifting sand dunes of Dunkirk provided a completely exposed, wind-deafened refuge. This was a flat, desolate world where the land and the North Sea engaged in a continuous, violent struggle. The outlaws and coastal smugglers who claimed this frontier did not hide in caves or forests. They relied on the shifting topography of the massive sand hills that were constantly rearranged by the howling gales. To live here was to endure a slow, physical torture by the elements. The wind was a relentless, roaring force that whipped the fine sand into blinding, stinging clouds, tearing at the eyes and lungs of the fugitives. They spent their days wrapped tightly in heavy, coarse linen, huddled in the shallow, freezing depressions between the dunes, completely camouflaged by the pale sand. They lived a nomadic, shivering existence, their clothes permanently damp with freezing salt spray, watching the gray, churning waters for the distinctive sails of passing vessels. It was a life of profound, wind-swept isolation, existing on a fragile, unstable line of earth that offered absolutely no shelter from the bitter, biting cold of the northern winter. Deep within the fragmented, heavily forested heart of the Holy Roman Empire, the dark, plunging ravines of the Spessart provided a suffocating, freezing sanctuary for rogue mercenaries and broken men. This was a landscape of extreme, oppressive claustrophobia. The hills were completely cloaked in ancient, towering stands of black pine and oak, their massive canopies blocking out the sun and leaving the steep, moss-covered valley floors in a state of permanent, freezing twilight. The outlaws lived in completely hidden, miserable camps built directly into the steep, muddy banks of the freezing, fast-moving streams that carved through the rock. The dampness was absolute and inescapable. It settled deep into their bones, ruined their equipment, and rotted their leather garments straight off their bodies. They survived by launching swift, desperate ambushes on the heavily guarded merchant wagons attempting the narrow, muddy passes, before retreating instantly back into the freezing, green shadows. The silence of the deep forest was heavy and deeply unsettling, broken only by the continuous echoing rush of the icy water and the terrifying sudden crack of massive dead branches falling from the canopy above. Finally, tracing the freezing, storm-battered northernmost tip of the British mainland, the vast, treeless wilderness of Caithness provided a bleak, flat expanse of pure endurance for the broken men and outlaws of the northern clans. The landscape was an infinite, undulating ocean of deep peat bogs, dark heather and low, gray skies, entirely stripped bare by the relentless Arctic winds. The outlaws here had no forests to hide in and no massive mountain ranges to scale. They survived by completely blending into the bleak, horizontal scale of the land. They dug directly into the ancient, turf-covered mounds and ruined stone structures left behind by ancient warriors centuries earlier, living inside the cold earth like hibernating animals. The dampness was a heavy, inescapable reality. The driving, horizontal rain fell for months without pausing, turning the peat into a dark, sucking trap that made any movement an exhausting physical ordeal. They spent the long, completely dark winter months huddled together in the smoky gloom of their turf shelters, wrapped in stiff, wet wool, listening to the deafening roar of the gales tearing across the open moors. It was an existence of profound, shivering melancholy, entirely consumed by the freezing wind and the immense, empty isolation of the far north. Deep within the isolated, rain-slicked interior of the Iberian Peninsula, the rugged, shale-covered slopes of the Serra da Estrela offered a bleak, wind-battered refuge. For the desperate fugitives, mountain bandits, and political outcasts of medieval Portugal, these high, barren ridges were a world of unforgiving granite and sudden, catastrophic blizzards. The landscape was entirely stripped of gentle vegetation, featuring only coarse, thorny broom and deep, treacherous ravines carved by freezing meltwater. The outlaws sought shelter within the chaotic boulder fields or dug rudimentary hovels directly into the damp, crumbling slate banks. The environment was characterized by an intense, bone-chilling dampness that rose from the hidden bogs and clung heavily to the valleys below. During the long, brutal winter months, the high passes were choked by massive drifts of snow, isolating the fugitives completely from the villages. They survived on a scarce, monotonous diet of dried goat meat and hard, salty cheese, wrapping themselves in stiff, greasy wool cloaks to block out the horizontal sleet. It was a life of profound, quiet endurance, sitting in the heavy, shifting mountain mists, listening to the relentless wind howl across the exposed peaks, completely severed from the warmth of the coastal plains. Far to the north, along the low-lying, permanently waterlogged margins of the fens of Ely, the landscape offered no solid earth and no structural shelter. Before the great engineering works of later centuries, this was an immense, primeval wetland. A flat, disorienting world of shifting peak beds, stagnant, black reed channels, and thick, blinding mist that rolled in from the North Sea. The outlaws, dispossessed Saxon rebels, and Fenrunners who vanished into this watery void lived an existence governed entirely by the cold, slow-moving tides. They moved with an agonizingly slow, deliberate caution, walking only on hidden, submerged paths of compacted clay, knowing that a single misstep meant sinking instantly into the bottomless, freezing mud. They constructed temporary low-slung shelters from woven willow branches and thick mats of rotting reeds on tiny, unstable islands of peat that quivered underfoot. The dampness was a heavy, inescapable weight. Their clothes were permanently saturated with brackish water, and their skin was chapped by the biting, relentless winds. They spent weeks sitting perfectly still in the heavy yellow fog, listening to the lonely, echoing cries of marsh birds, entirely hidden from the king's sheriffs in a silent, freezing purgatory deep within the heavily forested, rolling hills of the Ardennes, on the volatile frontier between France and the Holy Roman Empire. A completely different kind of suffocating sanctuary lay hidden beneath the earth. The region was deeply scarred by massive, natural limestone cave networks and ancient, long-abandoned iron mines dug during the Roman era. For the most desperate outlaws and broken mercenaries fleeing the devastating local wars, these damp, lightless caverns became a permanent, echoing refuge. To descend into these deep fissures was to leave the sunlit world entirely behind. The outlaws navigated the suffocating, pitch-black tunnels entirely by running their calloused hands along the freezing, wet stone walls, constantly terrified of losing their way in the unmapped labyrinth. The air underground was heavy, completely still, and smelled intensely of wet clay, ancient minerals, and slow-decaying timber props. They established their miserable, freezing camps in the larger, vaulted chambers where water dripped continuously from the ceiling into perfectly still, dark subterranean pools. The silence was absolute and heavy, broken only by the rhythmic, incredibly slow dripping of water and the faint, muffled rustle of bats echoing through the dark. It was a life of pure, agonizing sensory deprivation, sitting shivering in the cold, damp belly of the earth, completely swallowed by the ancient, crushing weight of the mountains. Finally, tracing the rugged, sun-baked coastline of Magna Graecia in the far south of the Italian peninsula, the crumbling, overgrown ruins of ancient Greek temples and theater complexes provided a deceptive, deeply eerie sanctuary. Long after the glory of the ancient world had faded into myth, these colossal, weather-beaten limestone structures lay completely swallowed by the dense, thorny scrubland known as the Macchia. The most ruthless brigands and coastal outcasts of Calabria utilized the massive, vaulted foundations and subterranean drainage channels as an impenetrable fortress. To live among these ruins was to exist in a permanent state of dry, dusty decay. The Mediterranean summer sun was a physical, crushing weight that baked the pale limestone until it split, forcing the outlaws to lie completely motionless within the cool, dark bellies of the ancient structures during the peak of the day. The air inside the stone chambers was stiflingly still, thick with the heavy scent of wild rosemary, parched earth, and ancient dust. They spent the long, breathless hours of the afternoon watching the dusty, winding coastal roads from the high, ruined architraves, waiting with an absolute, burning patience for the slow progress of wealthy merchants or papal tax collectors. It was a dusty, lonely existence, living like feral animals inside the bones of a forgotten civilization, completely isolated from the vibrant life of the medieval cities, deep within the jagged, mist-shrouded peaks of the Bavarian forest. Along the chaotic, heavily contested border between Germany and Bohemia, the immense fields of shattered granite boulders known as the Blockmuren offered a terrifying, unstable sanctuary. For the desperate highwaymen and runaway serfs of the 14th century, this was a landscape of pure physical hazard. The mountainsides were not covered in soft earth, but in colossal house-sized blocks of dark stone, piled violently on top of one another by ancient glaciers. The outlaws lived in the deep, freezing voids between these massive rocks, creating a completely hidden, subterranean existence beneath the forest floor. The air inside these stone pockets was perpetually freezing and heavy with the scent of wet moss and rotting pine needles. To move at all was an exercise in agonizing caution. A single loose step on the slick, lichen-covered stone could cause a multi-ton boulder to shift, crushing a man instantly in the dark. They survived the brutal alpine winters by trapping small game and huddling together in the absolute pitch-black darkness beneath the stone, listening to the terrifying roar of the winter gales tearing through the pine canopy directly above their heads, completely isolated from the civilized world. Far to the south, where the slow, muddy waters of the Guadalquivir River approached the Atlantic Ocean, the vast, shifting wetlands of the Las Marismas in Andalusia provided a completely flat, suffocatingly humid refuge. Before the modern agricultural drainages, this was an immense, primeval delta, a world of brackish lagoons, blinding salt pans, and impenetrable forests of giant reeds that stretched to the horizon. The outlaws, runaway slaves, and horse thieves who vanished into this wilderness lived an existence entirely dominated by extreme heat and the constant threat of disease. The air was a heavy, stagnant weight, smelling intensely of rotting marsh weed and sulphurous mud. The outlaws built their temporary brush-covered huts on small, unstable islands of sand that were constantly threatened by sudden tidal surges. During the long summer months, the heat was a physical, crushing blanket, and the air buzzed with massive clouds of mosquitoes carrying deadly fevers. They moved through the shallow channels with agonizing slowness on flat-bottomed wooden rafts, their skin permanently caked in thick, dried mud to protect themselves from the insects. It was a life of slow, feverish decay, existing in a buzzing, humid purgatory completely severed from the dry, paved roads of the Spanish interior. Deep within the rugged, wind-scoured interior of Iceland, far beyond the safety of the coastal settlements, the massive lava labyrinth of the Dimmuborgir offered a stark, terrifyingly alien sanctuary for the Skarmor, the full outlaws of the Viking Age. This was a vast field of collapsed volcanic rock, where ancient streams of magma had cooled into a chaotic city of towering, razor-sharp black pillars, hollow stone towers, and deep, dark caves. To live as an outlaw here was to endure a life of absolute, wind-deafened isolation. The landscape offered no timber, no soft earth, and no protection from the howling Arctic winds that swept down from the Vatnajökull glacier. The outlaws sought shelter in the deep, freezing volcanic tubes, huddled together on the cold, bare stone. The air inside the caves was heavy and stagnant, smelling faintly of sulfur and ancient ash. They survived on a desperate, starving diet of dried fish and bitter lichen scraped from the rocks, their clothes permanently stiff with salt and dirt. The silence of the volcanic field was heavy and oppressive, broken only by the sudden, terrifying crack of freezing stone during the long winter nights. It was a life reduced to the absolute barest minimum of human survival, clinging to the frozen, black bones of the earth. Finally, tracing the sheer, storm-battered cliffs of the Gower Peninsula in southern Wales, the deep, wave-cut sea caves of the Bristol Channel provided a bleak, damp refuge for coastal smugglers and wreckers. The landscape was a colossal wall of dark limestone that plunged violently into a sea known for having some of the highest and fastest tidal shifts in the world. The outlaws who utilized these hidden caverns lived a life entirely dictated by the merciless, mechanical rhythm of the water. The caves were completely invisible from the cliff tops and could only be entered from the sea during a dangerously brief window at low tide. Inside, the walls were slick with freezing green slime, and the air was thick with the suffocating stench of rotting kelp and stagnant brine. They spent long, terrifying hours sitting in absolute pitch-black darkness, shivering violently in their wet woolen clothes, surrounded by heavily waterlogged barrels of untaxed French wine. They listened in constant fear to the deep, thunderous booming of the returning tide crashing against the rock face outside, knowing that if the water rose too high, the cavern would become an airless, watery tomb from which there was absolutely no escape. Deep within the fog-choked, waterlogged heart of the Pripet marshes on the vast, contested frontier between Poland, Lithuania, and the principalities of Rus, a colossal and treacherous wetland offered an impenetrable, freezing sanctuary. This was an immense, primeval wilderness of slow-moving rivers, bottomless peat bogs, and dense, flooded forests of stunted alder and birch. For the desperate bands of runaway serfs, Tatar deserters, and blood-feud exiles, this waterlogged labyrinth was a place of profound, shivering isolation. The outlaws lived on small, temporary islands of floating turf, constructing crude shelters from woven willow branches and thick mats of rotting reeds. The dampness here was an absolute, crushing reality. The air smelled permanently of stagnant water, sour mud, and decaying vegetation, and it hummed with massive, unrelenting clouds of biting insects during the suffocatingly humid summer months. During the long, brutal eastern winters, the entire marsh froze into a vast, featureless desert of treacherous ice, where the temperature plummeted to bone-cracking extremes. The outlaws survived by cutting holes through feet of solid ice to spear wintering fish, huddled together in dark, smoke-filled dugouts buried beneath the frozen earth, listening to the howling blizzards rip through the dead reeds outside, entirely forgotten by the armies of the civilized world. Far to the south, where the high arid plains of Castile collapsed into the deep, winding trenches of the Duero River Valley, a completely different sun-baked isolation awaited the Spanish brigands. The rugged, heavily eroded limestone canyons of this frontier were places of extreme, blinding heat and absolute aridity. The outlaws who operated here did not hide in deep woods. They lived like lizards among the sharp, crumbling cliffs, deep, dusty ravines, and the skeletal ruins of abandoned frontier outposts left behind during the Reconquista. The midday summer sun was a physical, crushing weight that warped the air into shimmering mirages and baked the pale rock until it split. The outlaws spent the longest, most breathless hours of the day lying completely motionless deep within the cool, shadowed bellies of natural rock arches or subterranean cellars, conserving every precious ounce of body moisture. They survived on a harsh, unvarying diet of dried mutton and hard, salty cheese, drawing water from deep, hidden rock cisterns that only the local goat herders knew. Their lives were a slow burn of absolute stillness and vigilance, watching the blindingly bright, dusty tracks below for the slow, crawling lines of merchant mules, living in a silent, baking furnace of stone that offered no comfort and no mercy. Returning to the damp, rain-battered interior of Central Europe, the vast, subterranean labyrinth of the Makocha Abyss in the Moravian Karst provided a terrifying, lightless sanctuary. For the most desperate fugitives fleeing the heavy hand of royal justice in Bohemia, the massive, deep limestone sinkholes and echoing caverns became a permanent, sunless exile. To descend into these deep fissures, where sheer rock walls plunged hundreds of feet straight down into the belly of the earth, was to leave the world of the living entirely. The outlaws navigated the suffocating, pitch-black tunnels entirely by running their bare hands along the freezing, wet flowstone, terrified of taking a wrong turn into the bottomless vertical shafts that swallowed rushing underground rivers. The air underground was heavy, completely still, and smelled intensely of damp clay and ancient minerals. They established their miserable, freezing camps in the colossal vaulted chambers where massive stalactites hung like stone spears above their heads. The silence of the caves was heavy and maddening, broken only by the rhythmic, incredibly slow dripping of water and the distant, muffled roar of subterranean waterfalls plunging into darkness. It was a life of pure, agonizing sensory deprivation, sitting shivering in the cold, damp dark, completely swallowed by the ancient, crushing weight of the earth. Finally, tracing the rugged, wave-battered northern coastline of Brittany, the isolated, chaotic boulder fields of the Côte de Granit Rose offered a bleak, wind-deafened refuge for coastal outlaws, smugglers, and wreckers. The landscape was a surreal, violent jumble of colossal, weather-beaten pink granite rocks that looked as though they had been hurled into the sea by giants. The outlaws who claimed this coast lived a life entirely governed by the savage winter storms of the English Channel and the massive, violent shifts of the tides. They did not build huts. They sought shelter in the deep, narrow spaces beneath the massive, overlapping boulders, wrapping themselves tightly in stiff, salt-stained leather to block out the freezing spray. The noise here was absolute and deafening, a continuous, roaring physical pressure as the massive Atlantic swells crashed directly against the granite, shaking the very stone they slept on. They spent their days scanning the churning white water for wreckage or waiting in the heavy, blinding sea fogs to quietly haul illicit cargo from hidden skiffs. It was a deeply melancholic, shivering existence, clinging to the bare, wet edge of a violent ocean, their lives a slow, cold endurance against the relentless fury of the northern wind and sea, deep within the jagged, inaccessible limestone ridges of the Jura Mountains along the highly militarized borderlands of France and the Swiss cantons. A violently fractured landscape provided a freezing, deafening redoubt. For the desperate bands of rogue mercenaries, counterfeiter rings, and exiled hunters, this was an environment of pure physical exhaustion. The mountainsides were defined by the closes, colossal, sheer transverse gorges carved by ancient rivers that left vertical stone walls rising hundreds of feet into the gray sky. The outlaws established their camps in the deep, dripping rock shelters that pocketed these vertical cliffs, accessible only by scaling treacherous, ice-slicked goat paths where a single slip meant a terrifying plunge into the roaring rapids below. The air trapped within these limestone chasms was permanently freezing and heavy with the dense mist of cascading mountain streams, instantly soaking their heavy wool garments and rusting their weapons. They lived a shivering, isolated existence, surviving on the tough meat of mountain chamois and hoarded grain, listening to the continuous echoing roar of the waterfalls grinding against the ancient stone, completely cut off from the warm, fortified towns of the plains. Far to the south, where the sun-baked, dry hills of central Spain rolled into the blindingly bright, desolate wasteland of the Monegros Desert, a completely different form of extreme isolation awaited the Aragonese brigands. This was a vast arid wilderness of pale, deeply eroded clay ridges, dry ravines, and skeletal salt-crusted plains that stretched uninterrupted to the hazy horizon. The outlaws who operated here did not hide in dark woods. They lived like desert reptiles among the sharp, crumbling bluffs, relying on the sheer burning heat to keep the king's cavalry at bay. The midday summer sun was a crushing physical weight that warped the horizon into shimmering mirages and baked the earth until it cracked into deep fissures. The fugitives spent the longest, most breathless hours of the day lying completely motionless deep within shallow trenches they dug into the chalky soil, covered in dust-colored blankets to escape the blinding glare. Water was an agonizing, continuous obsession, drawn from hidden, brackish springs that only the local nomadic shepherds could find. Their lives were a slow, scorching endurance test, watching the dusty, distant tracks for the slow crawl of merchant caravans, existing in a silent, baking oven of earth that offered absolutely no mercy and no shade. Deep within the dark, waterlogged interior of the Pomeranian primeval forests along the freezing coast of the Baltic Sea, the immense, shifting fields of coastal peat bogs offered a treacherous, damp sanctuary. For the desperate outlaws, pagan holdouts, and deserters of the local dynastic wars, this was a landscape of profound, creeping paranoia. The environment was an intricate, confusing maze of stagnant black pools, ancient rotting oaks, and unstable moss terraces that quivered under the slightest weight. The outlaws lived a nomadic, shivering existence, constructing temporary low-slung lean-tos from birch bark on the few narrow ridges of solid earth that remained hidden within the swamp. The dampness was absolute and inescapable. The air smelled permanently of sulfur, wet ash, and slow-decaying vegetation, settling deep into their joints and rotting their leather boots. During the long, dark northern winters, the bogs turned into a terrifying trap of thin, deceptive ice that could break without a sound, swallowing a man into the freezing, anaerobic black sludge below. They spent their days huddled around tiny, smoking fires of damp peat, listening to the heavy, mournful howling of the Baltic winds ripping through the bare trees, entirely erased from the civilized world. Finally, descending once more into the absolute, crushing darkness of the deep earth, we find the most terrifying, lightless sanctuary of all, the ancient, long-abandoned salt mines of Wieliczka deep beneath the Kingdom of Poland. While the upper levels were heavily worked by royal laborers, the deepest, collapsed networks of forgotten shafts and subterranean chambers became the permanent, echoing refuge for the most desperate escaped criminals and outcasts of the realm. To descend into these deep salt veins was to leave the world of the living entirely behind. The outlaws lived in total, mind-bending sensory deprivation, navigating the suffocating pitch-black tunnels entirely by touch, running their bare hands along the slick, crystalline walls of solid rock salt. The air underground was incredibly dry, heavy, and tasted overwhelmingly of salt, preserving the corpses of those who became lost in the maze. They established their miserable, freezing camps in the colossal vaulted caverns where underground salt lakes mirrored absolutely nothing in the dark. The silence of the mines was heavy and maddening, broken only by the sudden, terrifying crack of settling timber supports and the distant, muffled echo of their own shallow breathing, slowly losing their minds in the heavy, ancient belly of the earth. Deep within the rain-lashed, vertical wilderness of the Grampian Mountains and the Scottish Highlands, the immense granite massif of the Cairnwell Pass offered a brutal, wind-deafened refuge. For the broken men, cattle thieves, and outcasts of the northern clans, this high alpine tundra was a landscape of pure, freezing exposure. The mountainsides were completely stripped of gentle vegetation, featuring only coarse, frozen moss and deep, treacherous ravines carved by rushing meltwater. The outlaws sought shelter within the chaotic boulder fields, constructing crude, low-slung windbreaks out of loose, sharp stones that were constantly threatened by sudden, violent rockfalls. The environment was characterized by an intense, bone-chilling dampness that rose from the hidden peat bogs and clung heavily to the valleys below. During the long, brutal winter months, the high passes were choked by massive drifts of snow, isolating the fugitives completely from the lower glens. They survived on a scarce, monotonous diet of dried oats and hoarded fat, wrapping themselves in heavy, grease-soaked wool cloaks to block out the horizontal sleet, sitting in the heavy, shifting mountain mists, listening to the relentless wind howl across the exposed peaks. Far to the south, where the slow, muddy waters of the Shannon River expanded into the vast, waterlogged interior of central Ireland, the immense, floating peat bogs of the Bog of Allen provided a completely flat, suffocatingly damp refuge. Before the great drainage works of later centuries, this was an immense, primeval wetland, a flat, disorienting world of shifting moss terraces, stagnant black reed channels, and thick, blinding mist that rolled in from the Atlantic. The outlaws, dispossessed rebels, and local thieves who vanished into this watery void lived an existence governed entirely by the cold, slow-moving water. They moved with an agonizingly slow, deliberate caution, walking only on hidden, submerged paths of compacted clay, knowing that a single misstep meant sinking instantly into the bottomless, freezing mud. They constructed temporary low-slung shelters from woven willow branches and thick mats of rotting reeds on tiny, unstable islands of peat that quivered underfoot. The dampness was a heavy, inescapable weight. Their clothes were permanently saturated with brackish water, and their skin was chapped by the biting, relentless winds, spending weeks sitting perfectly still in the heavy yellow fog. Deep within the rugged, sun-baked interior of the Balkan Peninsula, the sheer, vertical limestone walls of the Rugova Canyon in medieval Serbia offered a colossal, shadow-choked fortress for those fleeing the harsh justice of regional rulers. Known as one of the deepest chasms in the region, this massive gash in the earth was a world of extreme vertical isolation. The outlaws who claimed the canyon floor lived an existence completely cut off from the warmth of the sun, which only reached the bottom of the sheer rock walls for a brief period each day. The air trapped within the gorge was suffocatingly still during the peak of summer, smelling of dry dust, wild mountain herbs, and ancient stone. The outlaws spent the long, agonizingly slow hours of the day lying perfectly motionless on the smooth, massive white boulders that choked the dry riverbed, conserving their rapidly depleting moisture. They survived on a harsh, unvarying diet of hard goat's cheese and hoarded rainwater drawn from deep, hidden limestone pools that never saw the light of day, watching the incredibly narrow ribbon of blue sky far above, listening for the faint, echoing rattle of falling stones that would betray an approaching patrol. Finally, tracing the sheer, storm-battered cliffs of the Gironde estuary in southwestern France, the deep, wave-cut limestone caves of Mesquers provided a bleak, damp refuge for coastal smugglers and outcasts. The landscape was a colossal wall of pale stone that plunged violently into the churning, brackish waters where the Garonne and Dordogne rivers met the sea. The outlaws who utilized these hidden caverns lived a life entirely dictated by the merciless, mechanical rhythm of the tides. The caves were completely invisible from the cliff tops and could only be entered from the water during a dangerously brief window at low tide. Inside, the walls were slick with freezing green slime, and the air was thick with the suffocating stench of rotting kelp and stagnant brine. They spent long, terrifying hours sitting in absolute pitch-black darkness, shivering violently in their wet woolen clothes, surrounded by heavily waterlogged cargo. They listened in constant fear to the deep, thunderous booming of the returning tide crashing against the rock face outside, knowing that if the water rose too high, the cavern would become an airless, watery tomb from which there was absolutely no escape.